Time flies, and a month has passed since I came into contact with the Eternal King. And today, Chen Mu also came to the capital with Su Jia. Because tomorrow is a big day, National Day. And here, another big event will happen, the National Day Military Parade. This was planned a long time ago. Chen Mu and the bureau chief had already been preparing for this military parade. A lot of things happened during this month, including all those related to Chen Mu. The Huaqiang North Industrial Park also began intensive site selection and construction. Even the Huaqiangbei Industrial Park in the capital directly took over a former industrial zone, and after a slight transformation, it was able to start production operations. This has also greatly improved Huaqiangbei's production capacity. During this month, the industrial park has been fully committed to producing combat readiness equipment and delivering it to various military forces. There are more than 200 sets of Kirin armor, and the military is responsible for modifying and painting them on its own. Then it will be distributed to the various armies. Of course, before they officially join the various military services, they still have an important task. It is this grand military parade. This year, the Olympic Games were also held in the capital, which attracted the attention of the whole world. The Olympics have not been over for long, and the enthusiasm has not decreased yet. As soon as the news of the military parade came out, countries around the world were full of curiosity about it. And expectations. China protects military information very strictly. Except for a small amount of information discovered by some spy organizations, such as SHIELD, most of the information is kept strictly confidential. This means that many foreign spies who want to obtain information about China's military equipment have to follow China's official accounts, because only in this way can they see what equipment China has. The information released by the government is definitely not the latest and strongest, so to the outside world, China's military strength has always been a mystery. Now, China, which has long been promoting its military parade in a high-profile manner, has revealed early on that many new weapons will appear in this Chinese military parade, which has made various countries very curious and looking forward to it. This is a great opportunity to understand China's military strength. They don't know that this military parade will completely overturn their three views. Also, the research and development of the Eternals has finally been completed. It took a month to finally develop and upgrade the Eternal technology obtained from King through the system. This took a full month, which was the longest task Chen Mu had ever taken since he started using the system. For example, when it came to developing and optimizing Tony Stark's Mark II, it only took a day or two, but this time it took a full month. It is conceivable how advanced the technology of the Eternals is. After the optimization, the physical fitness of the Eternal Warriors has been greatly improved. They are stronger and faster. Most importantly, they also have the ability to fly. These are actually the basic abilities of the Eternals. If we say that the Eternals in the movie world are incomplete, there is only one power of the Eternals. The perfect Eternals in the comics version basically integrate all abilities except for a few special abilities that need to be designed separately. Flying, super strength, super speed, laser eyes, magical weapons, mind control, illusion abilities. The perfect Eternals basically have all of these abilities. The Eternals that Chen Mu optimized through the system based on King Grid also possess the abilities of flying, super strength, super speed, and energy control, which is actually quite good. After all, it was upgraded from a defective version. However, the so-called super strength and super speed are inferior to those of the original two Eternals. Compared to the superpower of Gilgamesh, also known as Shenma Dongzi, the superpower of the new Eternals is still a little weaker. In comparison, Mockery's super speed is much weaker, but compared to the future Quicksilver, it is much faster. After all, the Quicksilver in this world can even be killed by bullets. Compared to the perfect Eternals in Chen Mu's mind, they are still slightly inferior. However, if I can get in touch with other Eternals and combine all their abilities, can I successfully create a perfect Eternal? Through the system, Chen Mu is completely able to do this. But even for the new Eternals now, it's enough. The Eternals, who have been optimized by the system, possess these abilities, and their combat effectiveness should be stronger than that of Ikaros. Ikaros is a character similar to Thanos, and at this moment, Chen Mu can also directly create a character with such power through the system. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? The production time is 2 months, which is okay and acceptable. Chen Mu started to use the system for production without hesitation. He couldn't wait to see the system create life. This is God's power to create life, and it is an extremely powerful life. However, since this is for the sake of China's strength, then it is obviously not appropriate to continue calling them the Eternals, so we have to change the name. In the Marvel world, although there is a so-called heaven in the east, the characters there are a mess, which is very different from the characters in Chinese mythology. Chen Mu would never agree with this. So, since we can create such a powerful existence as the Eternals, why not just let them constitute the mythology of China? The new Eternals will obviously not continue to use this name. Since the Eternals are similar to the gods, Chen Mu plans to make the new Eternals a god race unique to China. So, let's call him Immortal. The Eternals created by the system will no longer be the Eternals, but immortal gods unique to Chinese mythology, possessing great power, various magical abilities, and eternal life. If this isn't an immortal, then what is he? Chen Mu set the first immortal god he was creating to look like a young man, who seemed to be only 16 or 17 years old, with a standard oriental face. There was a golden flame mark between his eyebrows, and his body did not look very strong, even a little thin, but no one dared to underestimate him. His resolute face looked heroic, with a gleam of light in his eyes. Neza, this is the name of the first god. That's right, this was created by Chen Mu based on the image of Neza, the third prince in mythology. Neza has his own unique thoughts. He is not a puppet but a living person, or a deity. However, within his will, there is also a soul that belongs uniquely to the sons and daughters of China. Neza, he is the god of China, so he will naturally exist for China? That's right, Chen Mu is ready to create the Chinese myth with his own hands. Early the next morning, Chen Mu and Sujia arrived at Tiananmen Square early. Because today's event was too serious, even Chen Mu, who was usually very casual, dressed very formally at this moment. Wearing a neat military uniform and a neat short hair, he looks particularly energetic. Chen Mu was actually not qualified to wear a military uniform before, but because of his contributions, the military had already made an exception and gave him the rank of Major General. Of course, it was just a nominal position without any real power. He was also given the position of Deputy Director of the Military Logistics and Military Science and Technology Equipment R&D Department of the National Defense University with the rank of Major General. Therefore, today, Chen Mu is qualified to wear this handsome military uniform and come to Tiananmen Square to watch the military parade. It can be said that this is the highest treatment that Chinese people expect. If an ordinary person can have such an opportunity one day, he can brag about it for the rest of his life. What's more, Chen Mu will stand directly on the Tiananmen Gate Tower this time. Although, for the sake of his protection, he will not be allowed to stand in the main seat, and will even be far away from the middle, it is still an unparalleled honor. The military parade will officially begin at 9 o'clock, but the soldiers and equipment columns have already been waiting. Chen Mu just went to take a look. The solemn military appearance was like a sharp sword, which made people feel scared. Of course, this is only for the enemy, but for the people of this country, it is an indescribable sense of security. The ones waiting now are all conventional combat troops. The armored forces of the Navy, Army, and Air Force are all waiting in other places. When the time comes, they will fly over directly to participate in the military parade. Sujia explained to Chen Mu when they arrived at the Tiananmen Tower together. Because when they went to see the soldiers together before, they did not see those soldiers wearing Kirin armor. Although there have been rumors in the outside world that our army is equipped with steel armor, there is no way to get accurate information. So today, spies and reporters from various countries are keeping an eye on the parade troops. Sujia smiled and continued, if they want to see it, they can see it when the time comes. During this month, with China's national machinery running at full capacity, 2 aircraft carriers were launched like dumplings. These 2 aircraft carriers are completely domestically produced by China. Because of the experience of the Fengtian, plus various new advanced technologies, and the fact that construction preparations had already begun, the speed of building these 2 aircraft carriers was unimaginably fast. Both of these aircraft carriers are equipped with anti-gravity devices and are aerospace carriers that can directly fly at high altitudes. These 2 aircraft carriers will also make their debut at this military parade and fly over Tiananmen Square as aerospace aircraft carriers. This scene is sure to shock the whole world. Because of the experience in the transformation of the Fengtian ship, the construction of these 2 aircraft carriers has also been very successful, and their weapons and equipment are also very advanced. Not only does it have various types of electromagnetic cannons and laser weapons, but later on, it also had the energy circuit provided by Chen Mu. In other words, these 2 aerospace motherships belonging to the military were also equipped with 2 sets of large magic circuits. This battleship is not only the pinnacle of technology, but also has the most advanced magical attack methods. 2 sets of energy circuits were buried in the bows of the 2 aircraft carriers, amplifying the energy countless times. If these 2 sets of magic cannons absorb all the energy of a reactor, their power will be enough to directly wipe out a large island. It is a real erasure, without leaving any trace. Such a powerful force moved everyone. This is also China's attitude towards magic. When Chen Mu's first magic gun appeared in front of these people, although they were surprised, Huaguo, as the most inclusive country, quickly accepted the existence of this magic. And, without any hesitation, he put it to use. Although I don't understand the principle, it's enough as long as I can use it. Therefore, under Chen Mu's suggestion, 2 sets of magic cannons were installed on the 2 aerospace aircraft carriers. In addition, both aircraft carriers are equipped with several large arc reactors. In terms of absolute combat power, they will definitely not find any rivals on Earth. Because they were domestically built aircraft carriers, after gaining sufficient experience, their size far exceeded that of the Fengtian, which was a modification of the Variag. An aerospace aircraft carrier equipped with magic cannons is no longer a technological weapon in the strict sense. The aerospace aircraft carrier will also be the finale of the military parade. After all, the shock he gave to people was definitely the greatest. We arrived at Tiananmen Square at 6 o'clock and waited. As time passed, it was finally time for the military parade. At this moment, the huge Tiananmen Square is already full of compatriots from all over the country and all over the world, all eagerly awaiting the start of the military parade. As early as a month or 2 ago, the authorities had already been preparing for this military parade and had also been promoting it extensively. After learning the news, many patriots across the country prepared to go to the capital in person without hesitation, wanting to see with their own eyes the soldiers and weapons defending their country. At this moment, even our compatriots who cannot come to Tiananmen Square in the capital in person are gathered in front of the TV, ready to watch the live broadcast of this grand military parade. Even many patriotic companies directly suspended their work and organized everyone to watch the military parade together. In this country, most people understand that only a strong country can safeguard their current lives. Without strong power and a powerful army, it would be impossible for all the people in this country to have the peaceful life they have today. Thank you for your hard work, comrades. Serve the people. This is not just a slogan, but what Huaguo soldiers have been doing from the beginning to the end. When the time came, the military parade officially began. Across the country, except for those who really couldn't spare the time, everyone's attention was focused on this event. 13 billion people across the country are all looking forward to it. As the three service guard of honor marched through Tiananmen Square in neat steps and with solemn expressions, the warm atmosphere never dropped. At this moment, the number of people watching the live broadcast across the country through TV or the internet also reached a peak. There are at least 10 billion people across the country, ranging from the elderly in their S&S to children as young as 4 or 5 years old.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
They all looked at everything in front of them with excitement and encouragement. Looking at the soldiers in front of them and their neat and uniform appearance, most of them felt tears welling up in their eyes. Because the earthquake that occurred in Sichuan province that year brought the national sentiment of the entire nation together more closely than ever before. When one side is in trouble, all sides come to its aid. The occurrence of disasters also makes the entire nation more united than ever before. In addition, this well-timed military parade ignited the patriotic sentiments of all Chinese people. Of course, from the infantry formation to the armored forces that appeared almost an hour ago, everything seems very normal. The next troops that appeared once again ignited everyone's emotions. Mecha troops start to appear. The next weapon to appear is another masterpiece of our Dongfang family. It is the Dongfang 17, an ultra-long-range, hypersonic missile. It has the characteristics of maneuvering and changing trajectory, stratosphere water drift, precision guidance, and can carry nuclear warheads. Its maximum attack range is to fly around the Earth once, and it can accurately hit all targets on the Earth. He has another name in the military, the aircraft carrier killer. He has the ability to break through all air defense weapons on the Earth and can destroy all targets in the world. The appearance of the Dongfang 17 missile made all the citizens excited. The appearance of this missile also meant that China had the ability to attack enemy aircraft carriers. A certain country has been relying on its powerful aircraft carrier fleet to show off its strength in the motherland's waters. All Chinese people with blood in their veins are angry about this. Now the appearance of the Vostok 17 missile has slapped the opponent in the face. Aircraft carrier killer, isn't this prepared for you? Wait, I think I missed something? What did the director say just now? Hypersonic speed? Ultra long range? Flying around the Earth and then hitting the target? Did I hear that correctly? After a short period of excitement, all the audience members suddenly remembered this question and were confused. Which missile on Earth can fly around the Earth? Previously, China's Dongfang 5B missile, which was used as a strategic deterrent weapon, had a maximum range of more than 1 kilometers, which could cover countries on the other side of the Pacific Ocean from different directions. This was equivalent to being able to cover the entire world, but I haven't heard that it could fly around the Earth. How could this seemingly small Dongfang 17 possibly achieve this? Not to mention the bewilderment of the audience, the ambassadors from various countries were also shocked and full of disbelief. Except for a few ambassadors who knew about the existence of the Vostok 17 missile in advance and remained calm, the foreign ambassadors on the viewing stand were already in an uproar at this moment. If I'm not exaggerating, this Dongfang 17, which can ignore the defense system, can easily destroy their capital. Not to mention, behind the Eastern 17th team, there is another team carrying weapons. And what exactly is behind this formation of big guys? A giant humanoid vehicle? Is this a combat robot? When did China's technology develop to this level? The appearance of these robots was the reason why all the audience were shocked. The next one to appear is another masterpiece of my Dongfang family, the Dongfang 41 strategic nuclear missile. It has a long range and can easily fly around the Earth 3 times. It can directly enter outer space and re-enter the Earth outside the atmosphere. It can easily attack all targets on the Earth. The modified Tohao 41 is even more terrifying. This guy is directly equipped with a large arc reactor, which is actually equivalent to having a never-ending energy source. If it wants, it can even stay in the air for several months. The so-called range has long lost any meaning. What's even more terrifying is that this thing can fly directly into space, then adjust its position directly and attack the target vertically from space. No matter how strong the air defense system is, it is impossible to defend to the height of space. The effect of Vostok 41 is that it can fly directly over your head in space and then strike you vertically. This type of attack. This is indeed a dimensionality reduction attack. Which country on Earth dares to do so? The appearance of Dongfang 41 made the faces of the ambassadors of a certain country, who had been relatively calm before, suddenly turn pale. The threat posed by this Dongfang 41 is much greater than that of the Dongfang 17 mentioned above. After all, its size is there, and it can carry multiple nuclear warheads, the equivalent of which is unimaginable. This thing has been kept strictly secret by the military, so no force has known of its existence so far. Now, when it was brought out at the military parade, the whole world was shocked. After hearing the director's introduction, all Chinese people felt excited. Is Vostok 41 a weapon? No, in the eyes of all Chinese people, it is not a weapon, but a protective umbrella, or a guardian angel. The loyal defenders guarding China's territory? We may not use it, but we must make sure we have it, because its existence is the greatest guarantee for the safety of the Chinese people. The missile enters deep space and then attacks enemy targets from deep space. There is simply no way to stop it on Earth. Therefore, the emergence of Dongfang 41 actually established China's undefeated position. Regardless of whether a war really breaks out, as long as Dongfang 41 exists, China will be truly invincible. The next weapon is a new type of equipment from the fire brigade. I'm sure the audience has noticed it before. Yes, it is the single-soldier multifunctional combat armor, the BiZe armor. This is the first time that the fire brigade has appeared in the military parade in the form of a combat formation. BiZe appears, knowing the essence of all things, to warn the people and to prevent disasters. The BiZe armor, as a multifunctional armor, is actually used more for disaster relief and rescue, so it was equipped to the fire brigade. It was improved based on the Iron Overlord information provided by Chen Mu. Various weapons were removed and more firefighting and disaster relief equipment was installed. It is powerful and is definitely the best choice for emergency rescue. Even if faced with a forest fire, it can be easily resolved with just 2 sets of BiZe armor. The appearance of BiZe armor is also a reflection of China's love of peace. Armor will not be used entirely in wars, but more in construction and protecting the people. Like the earthquake at the beginning of the year, with the appearance of BiZe armor, the casualties would definitely be reduced to a minimum. The emotions of the audience at the scene had already been aroused to the limit. Unlike the audience in front of the TV, they could only see the director's pictures and the weapons and equipment that appeared when the director introduced them. The audience at the scene could see different teams and armors with different paint schemes following one after another behind BiZe's armor. Because of Tony Stark's high profile, who in the world doesn't know about the Iron Man armor now? How powerful is Iron Man? Everyone on Earth knows it, so these people naturally know the combat effectiveness of this armor. But the Chinese people could never imagine in their dreams that their own country has actually been secretly equipped with an army, and judging from the number, it seems that there are quite a lot of them. The main purpose of the BiZe armor is to resist disasters. Its appearance will reduce the pressure on the fire department to the greatest extent. It will be great news for the country and the people. As the TV screen showed BiZe Hao's majestic figure, people across the country who were watching the live broadcast were cheering. This means that the BiZe armor can better protect them and minimize the economic and property losses of the people when facing disasters. Who wouldn't welcome such armor? The BiZe armor has the ability to fly. Once a dangerous situation occurs, the BiZe armor will rush to the disaster site as quickly as possible to ensure the safety of people's lives and property. As the director finished speaking, the BiZe battle armor in this formation, with several thrusters flashing, actually took off directly, flying quickly and neatly into the distance. At this moment, audiences across the country were really going crazy. I thought this set of armor looked very powerful, but I never imagined that such a big set of armor could actually fly. When equipped with weapons, wouldn't this be the same as Iron Man in America? The next to appear are the mecha troops of our Army's combat units. The first to appear is the White Tiger series armor from the Army. The White Tiger symbolizes majesty. They are sharp weapons on the battlefield and have strong combat capabilities. The White Tiger armor is actually an improved version of the Kirin armor. It is customized according to different military branches and to cope with different battlefield situations. It has all the capabilities of the Kirin armor. At the same time, different equipment can be added according to different combat situations and uses. The Army's armor paint can also be changed according to the environment, but this time the parade is mainly in the Army's ancestral military green. The White Tiger series of armors possesses powerful combat power. Each warrior's armor has combat power that is not inferior to Iron Man's. The reason why Iron Man is mentioned here is just to give the audience an intuitive understanding. Who made Iron Man Tony Stark so high profile? The director's words once again ignited the enthusiasm of the audience at the scene and in front of the TV. Not weaker than Iron Man? In other words, each of the dozens of soldiers in this squadron is an Iron Man? Wait, it seems that I have overlooked something. Since so many soldiers are now equipped, according to China's previous principles, does it mean that China has completely mastered this technology? In other words, there will be more Iron Men in the future? After the White Tiger team passed by, they flew away in an orderly manner, just like the BiZe armor team before, which caused cheers again. Next, we will see the Navy's Sunmu series of armor, which has the ability to dive deep and can deal with all problems in the marine combat environment. They will guard our vast sea areas. The basalt armor painted in white and navy blue also came into everyone's sight at this time, giving people a very calm feeling. Just like the White Tiger armor, it also flew away after the review. Next, it's the Suzaku series of armor from the Air Force. They have extremely fast flying speeds and protect the motherland's skies. The Suzaku armor of the Air Force is now painted sky blue, and the armor does not look as thick as that of the Army and Navy, which also gives it an unimaginable flying speed. Next, we have the Azure Dragon series of armor from the Rocket Force. The Rocket Force is a newly established branch of our military. All strategic weapons will be controlled by the Rocket Force, which is the most solid barrier to protect our country. The best defense is offense, so it is not wrong to say that the Rocket Force is the most solid barrier. The Rocket Force has control over all missiles, including the previously demonstrated Vostok series of missiles. The Rocket Force's armor is well-deservedly named Qinglong. When the Eastern missile is launched, isn't it like the roar of a giant dragon? The Rocket Force, which controls China's strategic weapons, truly possesses the power to destroy the entire world, and its existence is naturally China's most solid security guarantee. The Kailin armor is the original armor provided by Chen Mu. After it was handed over to the Army, it was improved by the Navy, Army, and Air Force and developed into different series. The Army's White Tiger series of armor has a powerful firepower configuration and is definitely the enemy's nightmare on the battlefield. The Navy's Sunmu series of armor has deep diving capabilities and can launch attacks on ships from the deep sea, making them unavoidable. The Air Force's Suzaku series of armor has an extremely fast flying speed and powerful air support capabilities, making it easy to deal with enemy aircraft. The Rocket Force's Qinglong series of armor are mainly defensive equipment, and their primary task is to ensure the normal launch of Dongfang missiles during actual combat. Therefore, the weapons of the Azure Dragon armor are the most expensive. It has a variety of weapons and its firepower is even stronger than that of the White Tiger armor. The best defense is offense. The Rocket Force is well aware of this truth. The military gave the armor to different troops, named after the 4 divine beasts. The 4 spirits of heaven guard the 4 directions. It can be seen that the military's expectation for these armors is that they can guard our great China. With the gathering of the 4 divine beasts, we will be invincible and unstoppable. As the Azure Dragon armor flew away, all the audience at the scene were still savoring the moment, their faces flushed with excitement. This was excitement. Next, it's my fighter jet formation. The ones flying towards us are our conventional fighter jets. As the review of the ground forces was completed, air formations began to appear. Various fighter planes whizzed past overhead, always causing screams from the audience. Next, this is our J-20 fighter. It is a true 5th-generation aircraft with ultra-long-range combat capability and extremely strong air stealth capability. It is our most advanced fighter. My goodness, even the 5th-generation aircraft appeared, but the enthusiasm was not as high as expected, because everyone was still immersed in the shock of the previous armor and had not recovered. So, 5 prices? Just a drop in the bucket? Wait, what is that? When the J-20 left the stage in the sky after several flexible maneuvers, the audience on the ground suddenly discovered something was wrong. At this moment, several shadows broke through the clouds from high in the sky. What was shocking was that they were actually 2 huge warships. It looks like an aircraft carrier. Next, we have our newly commissioned aircraft carriers, the Killa and Jinling. Both aircraft carriers were developed entirely independently by our country. They both have a displacement of 100,000 tons and are capable of flying. An aircraft carrier that can fly? You just brush it off like that? Everyone present was so shocked that they were speechless, because the 2 aircraft carriers had appeared in the low altitude, only 34 meters high. Their huge size had frightened the audience speechless. As for those foreign ambassadors, their faces were greener than each other. Of course, there were also several countries that had very good relations with China, and their faces were also full of excitement. China's strength proved that they had not chosen the right person. A flying aircraft carrier? This is an aerospace aircraft carrier. All the Chinese people, and even ordinary people in foreign countries who were watching the live broadcast, were looking at the 2 aircraft carriers flying low in the sky in disbelief. It felt very unreal. What happened to this world? Why does China's painting style seem different from that of other countries? The Killa and Jinling ships have strong firepower, equipped with electromagnetic guns, laser weapons, and other high-tech weapons. They use electromagnetic catapults to allow carrier-based aircraft to take off faster. The model of the carrier-based aircraft is the J-35, also a 5th-generation aircraft. At this moment, no one was paying attention to what the director said. Everyone was looking at the 2 huge ships with a blank mind. Now that it's on an aerospace aircraft carrier, who cares whether the carrier-based aircraft is a 5th-generation aircraft? At this moment, everyone lost the ability to think, and all the foreign ambassadors were in a state of dismay. After all, China has quietly equipped itself with so many epoch-making weapons, and they didn't even receive a single piece of news. This is a dereliction of duty on their part. If they are unlucky, they will have to return to their own country and be reprimanded. These are just special effects from a movie. Anyone who believes them is a fool. On Twitter, many Chinese people were dismissive of the videos circulating on the internet. In their opinion, these were impossible things. Perhaps the first half of the mooncake was real. The 3 Service Guard of Honor of China enjoyed a high reputation all over the world. This time, the mooncakes also shocked all the audience. But obviously, when the mecha appeared, the style of painting suddenly changed and it seemed unrealistic. Is this a promo for our new Hollywood movie? It looks really cool. Look at the special effects, they are so realistic, it must be our Bollywood. I heard that our famous actor Jinger is going to invest in a movie in the flower-growing country. This must be a promotional film. But why does it seem like the protagonist is Chinese? Isn't that funny? How do you know it's not our brother San in the mecha? The ones in the video are clearly the mecha army of my great cold nation. The shameless flower-growing family edited the video of my mecha army into their military parade. As we all know, videos can be photoshopped. This video is definitely fake. Didn't you see that even the style of painting changed after the mecha appeared? As for the Koreans, you created this universe. Do you think highly of such a low-end thing as a mecha? You are the ones who are stupid. You can only find confidence in anime if you can't achieve something in reality. On the internet, there was a lot of quarrel about the flower planter mooncake ceremony, but most people didn't seem to believe the authenticity of the video, and even people from several countries were quarreling online. As for the situation in the flower-growing country, it was peaceful and the atmosphere was warm, as lively as the Chinese New Year. Of course, there are all kinds of birds in a big forest. Even in such a high and enthusiastic mood, there are still people who are pessimistic about the flower growers, and even some centipedes make some funny remarks. The beaten spirit, it's just militarism. If it continues like this country will be doomed. Everyone, come and see, the beaten spirit has appeared, come and beat the street rat. The beaten spirit, haha, the people in this country are of low quality. In my opinion, these weapons are completely useless. Not to mention the so-called mechas, which are useless. Just based on the aerodynamic structure, making the mechas into human shapes is the most ridiculous design. Moreover, such a small mecha cannot possibly hold any weapons, perhaps not even a pistol. I even doubt how this armor can be useful. As a well-known centipede on the internet, some of the remarks made by the beaten spirit are really funny. Nowadays, the rabbits are no longer like before and will not easily believe his ridiculous remarks. At this time, the beaten spirit has already become a rat crossing the street that everyone shouts and beats. However, since they have been paid, they have never bothered to care about the insults from netizens. They can make money anyway. For people like them, slandering their own country is no big deal. Ahem, everyone, listen to me carefully. You see, this battle armor is so small, it is impossible for it to have enough energy. Just moving around may be a big problem. It may run out of power after just 2 steps. Mooncake style, these armors are just toys to me. Maybe the shells are made of plastic, and all the power is used for flying in the end. Isn't there a toy factory in China called Huaqiangbei recently that has been making toys imitating the Iron Man suit from the Great Lighthouse country? Maybe these so-called mechas are made by this toy factory, but they are just toys used to fool people. I have to say, on this point, the beaten spirit actually guessed right. These armors were indeed made in Huaqiangbei. As for some people talking about Tony Stark's Iron Man armor from the Lighthouse country, come on, that's the Lighthouse country, the most powerful country in the world. Tony Stark is the smartest man in the world. He can definitely make the Iron Man armor, but the people of the flower growers definitely can't. So, everyone, listen to me, all of this is just a trick. After finishing his last speech with great satisfaction, the beaten man took out his mobile phone, looked at the bank account arrival text message, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. It's not shabby to earn money. Bang bang bang. Open the door, I'm checking the water meter. The beaten man, who was secretly happy at the arrival of the SMS, shuddered when he heard the knock on the door and the noise outside. He subconsciously said loudly, the water meter is outside, just go over and check it. I'm from SF Express, and I have your package. I didn't buy anything, you sent it to the wrong person. AI Dajin's anus tightened. Our company is holding an event. You are our lucky customer and have won a prize of 10,000 yuan. Come out and take it. I don't want the prize. Please donate it to the poor mountainous areas for me. At this moment, AI Dajin felt something was wrong. Demolition team, get ready. Boom. The internet is not a lawless place. We advise you to be careful in what you say and do. Right now, the most powerful weapons and equipment recognized throughout the world are still the F-22 fighter jets and aircraft carrier battle groups of the Beacon country. I can believe you if you can develop the J-20, but who would believe you if you can develop an aerospace aircraft carrier? Something weighing 100,000 tons, and you tell me it can fly into the sky? Is this scientific? This is not scientific. There are also various kinds of steel armor? What a joke, something as powerful as the iron armor is only worthy of our great Beacon country. Iron Man is the spiritual pillar of the Beacon country. It's fine if you just make movies with special effects, but why do you have to copy our Iron Man? Do you believe that an aircraft carrier can fly? Do you believe that such a big thing as building an aircraft carrier can be done quietly by flower growers? So, this must be a fake. Therefore, on foreign websites, many foreigners are skeptical about this mooncake. Don't disbelieve it. How can people who are used to being arrogant and conceited be willing to believe that other countries will develop faster than themselves? Anyway, not many people on the internet would believe everything in the video. Many ordinary people actually think that this is a scam by the flower-growing countries, that everything is fake, and that it is impossible for a backward country to have these outrageous future weapons. After all, even their most great, advanced and powerful Beacon country does not have these weapons, so why would other countries have them? Time flies, and it has been a few days since the end of the military parade. During this period, the changes in China have been very obvious. All citizens are more confident than ever before. During this National Day holiday, the atmosphere in China is just like Chinese New Year. When you go out, you can see that everyone has a heartfelt smile on their face. Completely different from the joyous atmosphere of celebration in China, several foreign imperialist countries are now in a gloomy mood. In the United States, a tense meeting is being held. The participants included the U.S. military, politicians, capital oligarchs, major arms dealers, and some official U.S. organizations. Of course, there is also the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury, and Iron Man, Tony Stark. Although Tony closed down Stark's weapons manufacturing department and is no longer an arms dealer, don't forget that he is still a capital oligarch. At the same time, his Xiaomi mobile phone is now in its heyday and can be said to dominate the global mobile phone market. Apart from other identities, the fact that he is a shareholder of 50% of Xiaomi Mobile's shares is enough to allow him to participate in this meeting. Therefore, we must find a way to sanction China. During the meeting, an American congressman slammed the table fiercely and said in a timid tone, "We will never allow China's military strength to surpass ours." Unfortunately, now they have surpassed it. Nick Fury looked at everyone present with a calm face. To be honest, he didn't want to have a meeting with this group of ridiculous guys. In his opinion, these incompetent people were just wasting his time. However, the former director of SHIELD, his old boss Pierce, approached him, which made him too embarrassed to refuse, so he had to find time to come over. As expected, this group of incompetent people can only be furious, so what are they talking about sanctions? Do you think China is afraid of your sanctions? Go check it out online. The weapons on display at China's military parade far surpass ours. Those are all fake, just movie effects. The congressman looked at Nick Fury with dissatisfaction. Why did this black one-eyed man keep contradicting him? It was really unlucky. Racial discrimination has always existed in America, even if you are the director of SHIELD, so what? Anyway, you are a black man, so don't even think about getting these white masters to look at you. Nick Fury's face froze, he looked deeply at the stupid congressman, and then he was too lazy to continue speaking. I was thinking in my mind, how to kill this guy later. Those weapons are real. Although it is undeniable that the previous congressman was an idiot, it does not mean that other congressmen are the same as him. At this time, Alexander Pierce, the former director of SHIELD, stood up and spoke calmly while controlling the big screen and began to play some information. According to the latest information from the intelligence department, these weapons have also been verified. There is enough information to show that a month ago, China tested an ultra-long-range intercontinental missile with the ability to maneuver and change trajectory. It can perform water drifting in the stratosphere at a speed of 10 times the speed of sound. No known air defense weapon on Earth can defend against it. Now it can be confirmed that this missile is the Vostok 17. As the information on the screen slowly played, the expressions of some people present became noticeably ugly. Doesn't that mean our aircraft carriers are no longer useful? A congressman asked with a grim look on his face. Facing Vostok 17, wouldn't the existing aircraft carrier battle group become a sitting duck? Although I don't want to admit it, it is indeed the case. Pierce's face was also very heavy, and he continued, in addition, the threat from Vostok 41 is the greatest. According to the think tank's analysis, this missile may have the ability to enter space, that is, it can fly directly into space, then fly over our heads and drop a nuclear bomb directly. As he spoke, Pierce pointed at the ceiling expressionlessly and continued, there is no way to intercept this type of attack. I would say that they don't need to use nuclear bombs at all. They just need to put a certain amount of metal tungsten in the warhead and use gravity to generate powerful kinetic energy. 1 ton of tungsten can produce the effect of 100 tons of meteorites, easily wiping Washington off the map. Tony Stark was playing with his phone out of boredom, watching the group's discussion, and couldn't help but interrupt. Tony Stark. Pierce looked at Tony Stark expressionlessly and asked, China must have made a technological breakthrough in energy to enable its tactical missiles to have such a terrifying range. I don't know what you think. Energy. Tony looked at Pierce cynically and said, as far as I know, Xiaomi technology has made a breakthrough in the energy utilization of the arc reactor, so it is not surprising that they can achieve this. Arc reactor? As far as I know, isn't this the technology of your Stark group? Pierce looked at Tony expressionlessly and asked, can I assume that you provided technical support to China? As far as I know, Xiaomi Mobile is jointly held by Stark and Xiaomi Technology. Wow, there was an uproar at the scene. Apart from the Secret Service organization, many people present did not know this news. Although I don't want to admit it, what I want to say is that Stark's arc reactor has not even entered the practical stage, while Xiaomi Technology's reactor has long been able to output electricity stably. Tony glanced at Pierce and asked, do you think it's possible for me to provide technical support to others who have more advanced technology than me? Although he is arrogant, Tony Stark is also a responsible person. There is nothing wrong with admitting that your skills are not as good as others. Is that so? Then, what do you say about the Iron Man armor? Pierce looked at Tony Stark coldly and said, China's armor appeared after your iron armor appeared. I have sufficient reason to suspect that you are a traitor and have handed over the armor technology to China. According to our investigation, the Chinese missile armor also comes from a Chinese company called Xiaomi Technology, and the owner of this company has a certain relationship with you in private. After that, Pierce released a few photos. In the photo, Chen Mu and Tony Stark were arm in arm, drinking wine. Next to each of them sat a beautiful blonde girl pouring wine for them, literally. This was the cover girl that Tony found after Chen Mu and Tony competed in the flying speed of their armors. I remember they seemed to be a pair of twin sisters. As soon as the photo came out, there was an uproar at the scene again. So, what does this mean? Tony Stark looked at Pierce expressionlessly, feeling very unhappy. It seemed that this guy came prepared. I'm discussing the distribution of mobile phone shares with him. Do I have to report to you? Tony Stark looked unhappy and continued. Besides, at that time, Chen Mu had already made his Kylan armor himself. Before this, you never provided technology for his Iron Man suit. Pierce continued his questioning aggressively. Same thing. Tony Stark rolled his eyes and said unhappily, his armor is more advanced than mine. Isn't it funny that I provide him with technology? The Kirin armor at that time was indeed more powerful than his Mark III, so Tony had nothing to hide. Also, his armor is called the Kirin armor, not my iron armor. Please make the distinction clear. Tony wouldn't give Pierce any excuse to cause trouble. In that case, why don't you hand over the iron armor to the military? At this time, General Ross also stood up, looked at Tony Stark with a serious face, and continued, China's Xiaomo technology has provided a large number of steel battlesuits for the Chinese military, which has enhanced the strength of the Chinese army. We must also have corresponding strength, otherwise, we will be in great danger. So this is the purpose of the US military. Tony was very unhappy. He knew that facing the pressure from China, this group of people would definitely go crazy trying to get his armor technology. But, is it possible? Tony smiled coldly, took out his cell phone and started operating it. Isn't the military always experimenting with more powerful weapons? Tony smiled coldly, used his mobile phone to connect to Jarvis, and then used Jarvis to crack the image on the screen and started playing the video he found. In the video, a huge shit yellow monster is really locked in a special cage. From time to time, researchers can be seen coming in front of the monster and drawing its blood with special needles. This monster is nothing but hatred. Before, Tony and Bruce Banner worked together to kill Abomination. Bruce's punch basically turned Abomination's brain into a paste, but surprisingly, Abomination didn't die. But his ending was not good. His brain was damaged and he became a permanent vegetable. Apart from being able to breathe, he had no response to external stimuli. Therefore, in the military cage, Abomination became a complete experimental guinea pig, and his blood was extracted for a long time for research. This monster is called Abomination. A month ago, it caused great damage in New York. No less than hundreds of people died at its hands. And now, the military is openly studying it and trying to use its power. Tony was very unhappy about this. The US military has not changed its bad habits. How did you say that? I know I was wrong, but I will do it again next time. Studying his power will help improve the strength of our army. General Ross glanced at the video and didn't take it seriously. It's just studying a monster, what's there to worry about? As long as you say it's for the country, there's no problem. There is no better reason than this high-sounding one. Oh, like this. Tony smiled coldly and continued playing other videos. This is a video of an experiment in progress. A black soldier is tied to an experimental recliner. A scientist next to him injects a serum directly into the black soldier's body. The soldier twitches and his body swells rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, with a bang, the black soldier explodes on the spot. The researcher who was hiding far away just took a cold look and walked towards another test subject, who was also a black soldier. Then, there was another bang sound. 5 black soldiers in a row exploded after being injected with the serum. The military is conducting this kind of experiment. I'm afraid these soldiers are not the only ones who died from it. Tony looked at General Ross coldly and questioned. Wait, why are they all black? At this time, the next black congressman stood up in dissatisfaction and asked loudly, why only use us black people for experiments? Tony and General Ross were both stunned. Wow, Lee Sin, you found the highlight. Do black lives not matter? As one of the few, only 10 black congressmen in the past 100 years, this congressman obviously wants to fight for the rights of his black people. Your military is racist. Why do you only use black soldiers for experiments? You should also use white soldiers for experiments. After the congressman's interruption, Tony and General Ross didn't want to continue talking about the issue of hatred serum. They snorted coldly and sat down. What we need is the Iron Legion. Tony Stark, you should provide your armor technology to our American government. This is to ensure the safety of all of us. Seeing that the quarrel between General Ross and Tony was over, Pierce continued. His purpose is obvious. As a high-ranking member of Hydra, Pierce never forgets to enhance the power of Hydra. Protect safety. Tony smiled coldly and asked, starting a new round of arms race? My Mark armor is not a weapon. If it's not a weapon, then what is it? Pierce was naturally persistent many times. Who knows? Should it be considered a high-tech prosthesis? Tony shrugged and said unhappily. Besides, as far as I know, the military is also cooperating with Hammer Industries and seems to be researching armor as well. Tony used his mobile phone to control the screen again, and what started playing was a weapons test. Justin Hammer was bringing his own armor to a certain military district for experiments. The experimenter was again a black soldier. He was asked to enter the iron armor. As the armor was closed, the soldier successfully put on the armor and began testing. From simply raising hands and feet, to walking slowly, and finally, testing turning around, and then, at this moment, the accident happened. The turning technique of this armor is obviously not up to standard. It turned too suddenly and the upper body turned 180 degrees. But don't forget, the test soldiers are still inside. Sure enough, as the upper body rotated a circle, the waist of the tester inside was broken directly, and the armor fell down helplessly. It's us black people again. At this moment, the black congressman who had been appeased with great difficulty suddenly jumped out again and shouted, "Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter!" My goodness, the meeting could not continue with his own strength, and everyone present began to leave one after another. They were not stupid either. They knew that it was impossible to get the technology from Tony. Instead of wasting time here, they might as well go back and have a drink and sleep. Of course, there were also some who didn't believe in it, such as Nick Fury, who followed Tony Stark after he saw him leaving. "Hey Tony, wait." Nick Fury met Tony Stark in front of him and greeted him. "What do you think about what I told you before? What's the matter?" Tony Stark looked at Nick Fury in confusion and waved to Happy, who had been waiting outside for a long time. "SHIELD invited you to serve as a technical consultant." Nick Fury looked at Tony Stark. "Nowadays, we have been surpassed by China in terms of technology. If we want to maintain our technological advantage, we must also develop our own technology," Nick Fury explained. "Oh, is there anything else?" Tony Stark waved his hand, pretending to be surprised, and continued, "I haven't received any notification from my assistant. You can just talk to my assistant about this matter." Tony Stark doesn't have a very good attitude towards the organization SHIELD, so he just refused and wanted to leave here as soon as possible. He was too lazy to deal with this difficult guy. "Do you want to lose to Chen Mu?" Nick Fury, who knew Tony Stark's character well, only said one sentence, which made Tony Stark stop again. Chen Mu provided the Chinese military with so many weapons, including Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Bai-Zi, plus their original Kylin armor. "Wow, these are all real weapons of war." Nick Fury said this sarcastically. "As far as I know, these new armor models are modifications made by Chinese scientists to the Kirin armor themselves, and they were not modified by Chen Mu." Tony is actually very clear about this. He and Chen Mu are still connected. Putting aside their respective positions, their relationship in private is actually quite good. At least that's the case on the surface, and the two of them maintain this relationship tacitly. After all, there are three great ironies in life: studying together, carrying guns together, and robbing prostitutes together. As two people who have dated a cover girl together, they still have common topics in some aspects. In my opinion, Chen Mu's Kylin armor is just like my mark, a high-tech prosthesis. How to modify it is the business of the Chinese military, and I have no right to interfere. Tony Stark shrugged indifferently. He didn't want to deal with this matter now. Anyway, he is no longer an arms dealer, so he is too lazy to talk about arms matters. Besides, the biggest reason why he gave up his identity as an arms dealer was that he did not want to see the weapons he produced being used in war again. And Chen Mu's armor, in the hands of the Chinese army, will not be used against civilians. If that's the case, what does he have to worry about? That's not a high-tech prosthesis, but a threatening killing weapon. When Nick Fury saw Tony's look, he started to exaggerate the threat from China. Weapons for killing? Have you ever seen those weapons and equipment kill people? Tony Stark said he didn't bother to believe a word of what Nick Fury said. Of course, China is dealing with their Western. On the Xinjiang issue, they forced the people there to work and used force to suppress them. These warriors must have blood on their hands. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury can tell lies without blushing. That's true. After all, the face is originally black, so it won't be noticeable no matter how red it is. I say, you can just fool those stupid people with this kind of words. Why are you telling me this? Only a fool would believe what America said about China's Xinjiang issue. At this moment, Nick Fury said this to Tony Stark, which made Tony very unhappy. "Do you take me for a fool? You are the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the most powerful intelligence organization on Earth. How can you say such nonsense? It really opens my eyes." Tony Stark expressed his disgust at Nick Fury's lies. Come to think of it, isn't S.H.I.E.L.D. an organization under the United Nations? How could it make such irresponsible remarks about a permanent member of the Security Council? Oh, right, I remember now. It seems that China has refused to provide funding to S.H.I.E.L.D. anymore? Are you seeking revenge? But your method is really a bit ridiculous. When it comes to verbal attacks, Tony Stark is not afraid of Nick Fury and he kills people directly. Nick Fury was naturally very unhappy about China's refusal to pay financial aid, so he would discuss China if possible in some matters. Stop talking about these nonsense. Go be a scientific advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D. I don't have the time. Go find someone else. Justin Hammer seems like a good choice. China is conducting some insane human experiments. You know Dr. Bruce Banner. China kidnapped him and tried to use him as a model for the Hulk experiment in China, hoping to create an army of Hulks. This is just Nick Fury's guess, but it doesn't stop him from using it as an excuse. I know Dr. Bruce Banner. We have a good relationship, and we are still in touch even now. Tony Stark nodded expressionlessly and continued, I had a video chat with him yesterday. As for what you said, he was abducted by China, I don't think you need to continue to spread rumors. Dr. Bruce Banner is now conducting a desert greening experiment in the northwest of China, and I heard that the progress is very good. He and I both have contact information, and you told me that someone was kidnapped? Do you really think I'm stupid? Nick Fury choked. He really didn't know that Tony Stark and Bruce Banner had contact information. So, his lies were exposed again. But who is Nick Fury? Even if he was slapped in the face, he didn't care and didn't change his expression. Of course, that has to be able to change the color first. Based on Chinese habits, they will definitely study Bruce Banner and try to master the power of the Hulk. Since the previous attempt to throw dirty water did not work, let's find a new basin of dirty water to throw. Regarding what you said, Bruce Banner told me that they conducted an experiment a month ago and it was successful. They have been able to give ordinary soldiers the power of the Hulk and allow them to maintain their own sanity. Tony Stark did not hide anything about this. The SHIE did not restrict Bruce Banner's external contacts, and there was no need to hide this matter. Let the enemy know that you have an army of Hulks, who would dare to act rashly. Hey, Nick Fury didn't know about this. After hearing this from Tony Stark, his face suddenly changed and became darker. His head no longer looked like a boiled egg, but like a coal ball. He suddenly felt a little regretful and withdrew the visible shield members from China. Now, there are only a few members in the dark, still lurking in China, but in a particularly important situation like this, those secret lines really cannot be contacted. So, when Nick Fury heard that China had actually mastered the power of the Hulk a month ago, he suddenly felt heartache. What the hell, are you trying to let people live? Although he regretted it very much, Nick Fury had no other choice now. After all, he had already made a written agreement and agreed to withdraw all agents from China. It is no longer possible to insert more agents now. I heard that the Shield Bureau is conducting a large-scale cleanup of spies and the like in China, so if I try to place someone there myself, I won't have any chance. Oh my god, before we knew it, China has completely mastered the power of the Hulk. Is there any way to survive? Look for yourself, how many years has the US military been researching the Hulk? Bruce Banner has been on the run for 5 years, and what's the result? Nothing has been accomplished yet. The only result was hatred for the failed product. Now, Abomination has become a cripple and a blood bag. The US military is draining his blood every day, but there is no sign of any breakthrough. Tony Stark, you can actually tolerate a country studying the power of the Hulk. This is definitely not good news for the whole world. So, what about you guys? Tony Stark looked at Nick Fury with disdain. At the very least, we won't study this dangerous power. Oh, really? Tony Stark asked playfully, looking at Nick Fury with even more disdain. Does Dr. Stern know? Do you want me to help you recall it again? He has been in contact with Bruce Banner via email. His nickname is Dr. Blue. Dr. Bruce Banner provided him with a lot of his own blood in order to solve his own hidden dangers. And now, Dr. Stern seems to have been captured by your shield, along with all of Dr. Bruce Banner's blood. Now, in one of your laboratories, aren't you also studying the power of the Hulk? As he spoke, Tony used Xiaomu's phone to pull up a lot of information, including the video of S.H.I.E.L.D. studying the Hulk. Dr. Stone's movements had long been restricted by S.H.I.E.L.D., or in other words, he had been directly taken into S.H.I.E.L.D. Originally, Dr. Stern would be a villain called Big Boss in the future, but unexpectedly, in this world, he was directly recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated by Hydra, so whether Dr. Stern was recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra remains a question. But no matter what the future holds, Tony has now obtained enough evidence through Jarvis to show that S.H.I.E.L.D. is also studying the Hulk's power. How could all this be hidden from Nick Fury? Looking at Nick Fury's unhappy expression, Tony knew very well that this stupid director had lied again. He also said that S.H.I.E.L.D. would not conduct such inhumane research and would not study the Hulk's power. What happened? He said one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. He was doing research secretly, and then he told Tony that S.H.I.E.L.D. would never touch such an inhumane experiment. So, it's okay for you S.H.I.E.L.D. to do research, but other people's research is inhumane? They're all destroying world peace. Tony, who had no feelings towards S.H.I.E.L.D., now reached a new low for the agency. There is no doubt that Nick Fury has double standards, it is very obvious. But compared to the crude research of the military, your methods are much more sophisticated. Tony looked at the experiment in the video, which seemed more reasonable compared to the video he had just played in Parliament. At the very least, the serum was not directly injected into the bodies of the black soldiers like injecting drugs into pigs. Instead, the Hulk serum was injected into the soldiers' bodies after adding several other strengthening agents. Although, the result was still that the soldier exploded and died, but at least there were a few more steps. Well, not bad. You used white soldiers this time. It seems you don't have racism. Tony curled his lips when he saw that the soldiers used in the experiment were white soldiers. It was really the opposite of General Ross. General Ross, who is white, uses black soldiers for his experiments, while Nick Fury, who is black, uses white soldiers for his experiments. In this country, racial discrimination, prejudice, and the confrontation between blacks and whites have reached a point where they cannot be changed. This country is beyond saving. Forget it. I am too lazy to care about these things. However, I would like to give you, S.H.I.E.L.D., a piece of advice. You used living people for experiments and caused the deaths of so many soldiers. If the truth is revealed, it will depend on how you clean up the situation. Deny was too lazy to care about what the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. did, as long as they didn't bother him. Tony, since you also know that China has mastered the power of the Hulk, and their power is so strong now, are you really going to stand by and watch? Nick Fury's lie was exposed by Tony, and he looked unhappy, but he still did not give up trying to win over Tony Stark, and continued. We must have the power to counterattack. Even if China does not invade other countries now, what about the future? If China wants to invade other countries, how can we, the lighthouse country, stop it? You speak so righteously, worthy of being the Pacific Police. Even if the rabbits of the flower-growing family invade other countries, what does it have to do with you? At least on this point, we have to have a common ground. Also, Tony Stark, you may not know that there are a large number of civilizations in this universe, and the Earth is just a drop in the ocean. If in the future, alien civilizations invade the Earth, will our lighthouse nation have no choice but to accept the slaughter? Seeing that his first plan failed and that he couldn't use moral blackmail to force Tony Stark, Nick Fury came up with another plan. He began to inform Tony Stark of the existence of alien civilizations in the universe, hoping to inspire him to protect himself. It is the tradition of the flower growers to be prepared for danger in times of peace. This is undoubtedly an advantage, and Nick Fury has obviously learned this. If alien civilizations really invade the Earth in the future, right? I can authorize you to view some records about alien invasions of the Earth. As early as more than 20 years ago, the Earth had already resisted an invasion by an alien civilization, and this will definitely not be the last time. After saying that, Lee Kefurui also took out his mobile phone and sent some information to Tony Stark. And then, Tony Stark looked at the information with a calm expression and a blank expression. He looked at Nick Fury thoughtfully. We need cooperation. S.H.I.E.L.D. needs your armor technology so that we can have the ability to fight against alien civilizations in the future. Nick Fury said with a serious face. Oh, you should have said this to Chen Mu before? I guess he rejected you. Tony just turned around and left, too lazy to continue chatting with Nick Fury. As far as I know, S.H.I.E.L.D. has already obtained 2 sets of armor from Chen Mu. What? Are you not satisfied with this and want to get 2 more sets from me? Nick Fury had a dark face, thinking what a bastard. He didn't know whether he should say it or not. Tony's artificial intelligence is so powerful that it is really difficult to defend against it with the current S.H.I.E.L.D. network. Except for some paper files, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database is like Tony Stark's back garden, which he can browse at will. This made Nick Fury look gloomy, and he thought to himself that he must upgrade his own network after returning. There are no secrets at all. There is no chance to blackmail 1 or 2 sets of armor. What Nick Fury said before, that he was just asking for a higher price in order to obtain the technology, would make Nick Fury very satisfied if Tony could bargain for 1 or 2 more sets of armor. Unexpectedly, Tony Stark didn't buy it at all. Watching Tony's leaving back, Nick Fury felt very unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. The United States is a capitalist country, and in this country, those who have the most say are the capital oligarchs. The Stark family is one of the top capital families in America, and Nick Fury has no way to deal with them. By the way, Happy, how are you thinking about the thing I told you before? What color armor do you want? After taking 2 steps, Tony Stark asked Happy, the bodyguard standing beside him. I personally like gold, so how about pure gold? Happy's face was full of excitement. Before this, Tony also felt that he was alone and powerless. After all, one person's power is limited. Perhaps Tony Stark was touched by Chen Mu's help to China, so he was prepared to have 2 more people to share some of the pressure for him. Therefore, he decided to equip his friends with armor as well. To how gold? This feels so tacky. Tony was too weak to complain, but since Happy liked it, then just use the gold color. It was just a matter of paint anyway. What color he liked was up to Happy himself. If you want, you can paint yourself the same green as the Hulk and no one will say anything to you. Great. Happy's eyes were filled with tears. He could finally have a set of armor that belonged to him. After all, he was Tony's bodyguard. Facing Tony, who was getting stronger and having more and more enemies, he was under tremendous pressure. Let's not talk about whether he can help or act as a bodyguard to protect Tony. The first question is whether he will accidentally hurt himself, which is a big problem. After all, Happy is a mortal being, and all he needs is a bullet to send him to see God. Don't think that he can do whatever he wants just because he is a director. Let me tell you, in the Marvel world, being a director is a high-risk job. So, as a director, is there a problem with having a set of armor in gold color? No, absolutely no problem. On the other side, Tony also started to make his own plans. Nick Fury's words also touched him deeply. Not to mention the possible dangers on Earth, let's just talk about the enemies from outer space and the endless other civilizations in the universe. If one day there really is a war with aliens, he must have his own resistance. China, where Chen Mu is, may be able to resist alien forces very well, but it is ultimately someone else's. After being kidnapped, Tony has already seen it clearly. Only your own power can truly protect yourself. At this moment, Tony felt a little empathy towards Chen Mu. No wonder Chen Mu is determined to help his motherland develop. On the one hand, he wants his country to have the ability to fight against all dangers, and on the other hand, it is his responsibility. National sentiment, this is something Tony will never understand. In Tony's opinion, he must first give a set to his friend, Colonel Rhodes. He represents the military and is also one of Tony's rare friends. Giving him a set of armor is also an explanation to the military so that they will not continue to cause trouble for him. Secondly, he planned to prepare a set of armor for his bodyguard, Happy. In case he was in danger without the armor, Happy could come and help solve the problem. Likewise, the armor can protect Happy from getting hurt. After all, although Happy is his bodyguard, he is also a rare friend of Tony Stark. Originally, Tony had prepared a set of armor for Pepper Potts, but it was obvious that Pepper Potts had no interest in the iron suit, so this matter was put aside. As for what Nick Fury said, Tony will naturally take it to heart, but he will not cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. already has 2 sets of the Kirin armor from Chen Mu. Do you still want to get the Mark series armor from me? Are you thinking about farting? As the two are in a competitive relationship, Tony Stark does not think that his armor is worse than Chen Mu's. Moreover, Tony also has the habit of being prepared for danger in times of peace. Therefore, he also planned to build an iron army by himself to deal with all possible crises in the future. Chen Mu, you really caused me a lot of trouble. Tony felt helpless, but he could do nothing about it. Chen Mu was a patriotic scientist who selflessly dedicated his research results to his motherland. Tony Stark admired him for this, but he would never learn from Chen Mu's approach. First of all, what do you mean by patriotism? Are you saying this to the capitalists in the Beacon country? In the minds of capitalists, there is no concept of the country. They are all sophisticated egoists. How can they give up their own interests to help the country? Really, why don't you just ignore your job and research more powerful armor? Why do you go to research the Hulk, aerospace carriers, and other things? Tony was full of complaints about Chen Mu's unfocused approach. In his opinion, researching armor was the right path. Originally, he had found the weakness of Chen Mu's armor, but the problem Tony discovered now was that it seemed that even if he knew the weakness of Chen Mu's armor, it was of no use at all. This guy Chen Mu will never leave the field. After much research, Tony discovered a major flaw in vibranium. Under certain sound waves, vibranium would become passivated. However, the passivated vibranium was very fragile and could be easily destroyed. Therefore, in order to counter Chen Mu's vibranium Keelan armor, Tony specially designed and built an armor equipped with special sonic weapons, which he named the anti-Keelan armor. The result? It seems that there is no chance to use it at all. This kid Chen Mu will not be able to survive at all, and it seems that his is the only set of armor made of vibranium. Other armors do not have the weakness of vibranium at all. Forget it. Maybe in the future I will have a chance to encounter an enemy that uses vibranium. By then, this anti-vibranium armor, will still be useful in the future. The Marvel world is a world of superheroes, and various superheroes make up this magnificent worldview. Here, superheroes are the undisputed protagonists. However, it was obvious that Chen Mu did not follow the routine. In Chen Mu's opinion, individual heroism is not desirable, and he advocates collective heroism. In Western culture, there is a savior. Ordinary people believe that he represents God and that they can be saved by believing in him, so individual heroes emerge. This is also the origin of these superheroes. As a Chinese, Chen Mu has never believed in any savior, nor has he prayed to any god. He has always firmly believed that saving the world can only rely on himself and the joint efforts of everyone. This is a huge difference between the East and the West. In other words, it is simply the difference between the East represented by China and the West represented by Europe and the United States. So on this point, Chen Mu's behavior all along has made it difficult for Tony to understand. The West is a selfish society. Even if you become a superhero, you will prioritize your own interests. In this regard, Chen Mu and Tony are fundamentally different. China is secretly promoting arc energy. In 4 years at most, free arc energy will be introduced into Chinese society. Tony was on his way back to the company, sitting in the car driven by Happy, looking at the traffic on the street with complicated eyes. He still couldn't understand why Chen Mu did this. Arc energy is definitely the most important energy on the entire Earth in the future. Its energy level is very high, and its efficiency when converted into electrical energy is much higher than most energy sources. Although its electricity output cannot compare to that of nuclear power, it is valuable because it is clean and pollution-free. Arc energy can definitely replace all the energy in the world, which will directly damage the interests of most international energy giants and even most energy exporting countries. Whether it is oil, coal, or natural gas, these traditional energy sources will all lose their current value after the promotion of arc energy. And these things now control the economic lifeline of the entire world. Simply put, promoting arc energy for free is cutting off the lifeline of all these energy companies and countries. Destroying someone's financial path is like killing one's parents. Tony is very clear about this, so even in the future, even if he develops arc energy and successfully uses it for civilian purposes. However, he did not dare to promote it completely, and as for making the technology public, that was even more impossible. From the plot of Avengers 1 to Avengers 4, arc energy seems to have never appeared again, and the Stark Group has only quietly transformed into an energy company in secret. That's right, his arc energy is charged. Doing so would not only make money to recover costs, but more importantly, no matter how powerful his Stark Group was, it would not dare to rashly impact the entire market and the entire world. If Tony really did this, his Stark group would be destroyed the next day. But China did just that? As a country with great power, and one that is serious about its own citizens, China's future promotion of free energy will, to put it bluntly, offend the whole world. Without great power, it will be impossible to withstand the pressure from the whole world. It is no wonder why China has been frantically developing its military strength during this period of time. If there is not enough power, can it withstand the threats from other countries when he says energy is free? And now, China today naturally dares to say with confidence, he dares? Happy, what would it be like if all the energy in our lighthouse country was free? Thinking of this, Tony looked curiously at Happy who was driving nearby and couldn't help but ask. Free energy. Happy's eyes lit up, full of excitement, and he said, electricity and gas are both free? That's great. Boss, you don't know that the oil price has gone up again. The author can't even afford to fill up his gas tank. If this continues, he will have to walk to work. How can he have time to continue updating? Tony's face was filled with black lines, and he didn't want to talk anymore. However, from Happy's words, he could see that even in the lighthouse country, ordinary people had high expectations for free energy. Although, Happy can't be considered an ordinary person at all. As Tony Stark's bodyguard and driver, how could his salary be low? But even so, Happy still expects energy to be free, so there is no need to think about other people. Presumably, everyone in this world, except those in various energy groups, would like energy to be free. However, in a capitalist country, such a thing will never happen. Careful. Squeak. At this moment, Happy suddenly shouted and turned the steering wheel abruptly, causing the car to slide sideways with a harsh sound. In front of the car, in the middle of the road, a strange man appeared with several simple devices on his body. What was surprising was that on his chest was a reactor that was flashing blue light, and on each of his hands was a very long metal whip, which was flashing dazzling blue electric light. Morning Whip, Ivan Vanko, he is a technical genius. His father is Anton Vanko. Anton Vanko was once a colleague of Tony's father Howard Stark. However, because he later tried to use the cosmic cube to create profits, he was eventually expelled by Howard and died in Siberia not long ago. As the son of Anton Vanko, Ivan Vanko vowed to make the Stark group pay the price and wanted to bring down the other party. He also appeared as the villain in Iron Man 2. And now, after some messy things, Ivan Vanko finally found an opportunity. After finally finding Tony's whereabouts, he came out wearing his armor and wanted to attack Tony. SHH. The car was split in half after being hit by the electric whip. Fortunately, neither Happy nor Tony was in any serious trouble and they hurriedly ran out of the wreckage of the car. Boss, is this your enemy? Happy scratched his head and looked at Tony with a sad face. Do not know. Tony was also confused. He said he didn't know the man in front of him. Who is this? But when I saw the reactor on his chest, I was surprised. Because Chen Mu already had a reactor, Tony didn't react too much to other people having reactors. He just thought that there were indeed a lot of smart people in this world. Now, another person who could build a reactor appeared. Hey, man, who are you? Is this a mistake? I don't even know you. Tony stood up and looked at the man walking towards him with a gloomy look in his eyes. He couldn't help but stand up and waved his hand, trying to make the other party let down his guard. His eyes were also secretly staring at Happy who was standing next to him. The latter understood and slowly crawled back. Not far away, there was a golden red suitcase. This is the Mark V armor developed by Tony. After being stimulated by Chen Mu last time, he decided to create a super convenient armor, and the way of wearing it must be cool. I must beat Chen Mu. So, the Mark V was born, which is what is known as the suitcase armor. It is integrated into a suitcase the size of a suitcase. Although it sacrifices the thickness of the armor and does not have any powerful weapons, it is convenient and very easy to wear. In addition, the improved arc reactor has been used, so the combat effectiveness is still very good. Tony Stark, descendant of the Stark family. Ivan Vanko walked up with an expressionless face, stared at Tony Stark coldly, and said in a cold voice, "Your family is nothing but a group of liars and thieves." Tony Stark looked puzzled. He didn't remember knowing the person in front of him. My name is Ivan Vanko, and my father's name is Anton Vanko. Do you remember? Oh, I don't know. Tony's usual frivolous tone made Ivan Vanko even more furious. Look, you don't even know who he is. Ivan Vanko sneered, swung the electric whip in his hand, and swung it towards Tony. Snapped. I think we can have a good talk. After narrowly avoiding the attack, Tony Stark swallowed his saliva, gave a forced smile, and looked at Ivan Vanko. We can discuss anything. Tony Stark, your family is made up of thieves and butchers. Ivan Vanko came here to seek revenge, so naturally he didn't have a good face towards Tony Stark. By this time, Happy had also obtained the Mark V briefcase and threw it towards Tony. Tony, go on. However, this also attracted Ivan Vanko's attention, and with a whip, he whipped the suitcase back. It was an accident. Seeing the suitcase rolling to his feet again, Happy gave an awkward but polite smile. Come on, Happy, put it on quickly, I've given you permission. Seeing Tony Stark trying to resist, Ivan Vanko hit the briefcase back, then picked up the whip and attacked Tony, scaring Tony so much that he rolled and crawled, and said this loudly to Happy. Learn. API knew about the Mark V armor, so after hearing what Tony said, he picked up the suitcase without hesitation and started dressing. Happy put his hands on the two devices on the suitcase and pulled them suddenly. After a series of technological changes, the Mark V armor was quickly put on him. It looked very cool, but the difference in body size made the Mark V look a little bloated. The Mark V sacrificed heavy armor and powerful firepower, but as a portable battle armor, it still had great advantages and could be put on very quickly. Apart from other things, Mark V is much stronger than Ivan Vanko's Morning Whip armor, which was hammered out with a hammer in harsh environments. Ivan Vanko is actually a genius who is not much weaker than Tony Stark. It's just that I'm too obsessed with hatred. If he develops well, he will definitely be a character who is no less than Tony Stark. Happy, wearing armor, immediately rushed forward and fought with Shangbian. Happy is Tony's bodyguard. Even though he is a director, he is also proficient in various fighting skills and is much stronger than Tony himself. In no time, they subdued Ivan Vanko, tore off the reactor from his chest, and pinned him to the ground. Buddy, let's talk about it now. Who are you? Seeing that the crisis was resolved, Tony Stark finally breathed a sigh of relief, walked up lazily, looked down at Ivan Vanko, and asked curiously, Tony Stark, you've already lost. Ivan Vank looked at him coldly, and said with a sneer, when God bleeds, no one will believe in him anymore. When your blood is spilled, sharks will flock to you. Ivan Vanko attacked Tony Stark, the Iron Man and spiritual pillar in the eyes of the American people, and this was just the beginning. Since Ivan Vanko was able to attack him, there would naturally be a steady stream of enemies arriving as expected. Ivan Vanko was confident that even if he failed to kill Tony Stark, he would still cause a lot of trouble to Tony. Now that he is the first one, there will naturally be more villains coming to find Tony Stark. Tony also understood this, and after hearing Yu Fan's words, his face couldn't help but look a little ugly. Since becoming Iron Man, although Tony has not fought crime as vigorously as Spider-Man in the future, he has also done many great things. Not to mention anything else, the destruction of many terrorist bases in the Middle East is enough to arouse the anger of many people. In the past, he always took the initiative to attack, but now that someone has taken the lead in attacking him, naturally, more Ivan Vanko will come looking for Tony in the future. Besides, being poisoned doesn't feel good, does it? Ha ha ha, how long can you live? Ivan Vank looked at Tony frantically. To be honest, before the operation started, he already had the will to die. However, as a descendant of Anton Vank, one of the developers of the arc reactor, Ivan Vank is very clear that the arc reactor can only use palladium metal as fuel, and palladium metal has a strong heavy metal toxin. Putting metal into your body is simply seeking death. So, in Ivan Vanko's opinion, Tony had no hope of survival at all. You mean the reactor fuel? Tony shrugged, pointed to the Mark V that Happy was wearing, and said, unfortunately, the fuel problem has long been solved. Now my reactor does not use palladium at all, but a new element. In this regard, Tony shrugged. Since Chen Mu provided the new element, his problem of palladium poisoning has been solved, so he was not too worried about Ivan Vank's words. Moreover, this made Tony a little curious. How did Ivan Vank know the limit of the reactor? Before meeting Chen Mu, he also felt that there was no other fuel in this world that could replace palladium. Impossible? The arc reactor cannot be started with any other fuel? You are lying to me. After hearing what Tony said, Ivan Vanko was stunned for a moment, then he became a little timid, staring at Tony fiercely. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Does this mean that Tony won't die at all? Am I delivering the food to someone's door? Ivan Vanko was taken away by the police, and Tony had no power to stop them. Looking at Ivan Vanko being taken away, he was thoughtful. Boss, the Mark armor is awesome. At this time, Happy had already taken off his Mark V and came to Tony's side with an excited look on his face. Now, he was still immersed in the pleasant feeling of using the armor before. It's just a little small and a little crowded. After all, Happy is a lot fatter than Tony. So, although Happy can fit into the armor designed according to Tony's body shape, it would be more appropriate to say stuffed. This is also the reason why Happy took off his armor after defeating Ivan Vanko. Too crowded. Come on Happy, let's go back. Tony turned around and left. He wanted to go back to the company and check the information about Anton Vank and what he said about his own family. How did they become thieves? As for the butcher's words, the Stark family used to be an arms dealer, and many people died because of Stark weapons, so Tony accepted what the butcher said. But what about thieves? How can I bear this? Who is he Tony Stark? If there is something missing, just go and buy it. In his opinion, money is just a meaningless number. The word thief can never be associated with him. However, he really needed more armor, this time the Mark V armor. Fortunately, he had given Happy the authority to wear the Mark series armor not long ago, otherwise he might have been finished this time. Looking at the car that was split in half by Ivan Vanko's whip, Tony had no doubt that if this thing hit him, he would definitely not end up any better than the car. Tony is in trouble, and Chen Mu, who is on the other side of the earth, is also encountering something. So, Master, what do you want from me? Looking at the person in front of him with a smile on his face, a shiny bald head, and a rather thin body, Chen Mu's tone was a little heavy, and he looked at her with narrowed eyes. Master Ancient One has come to the door. Hello, my name is Ancient One. Master Guyi never changed his smile from beginning to end. After nodding to Chen Mu, he sat down opposite him. Would you like to buy me a cup of tea? Guyi smiled and tilted his head to look at Chen Mu. The script is wrong. Shouldn't you be the one treating me to tea? Although he was complaining in his heart, Chen Mu still turned around obediently and made a pot of tea for her. It tastes good, authentic special supply de Hong Pao. It seems that your status in China is quite high. After taking a sip of the tea in his hand, Gu Yi nodded with satisfaction, seeming to be very satisfied with the taste of the tea. So, I wonder what Master Gu Yi wants from me. Chen Mu was not too surprised that Ancient One came to him. It was a matter of time. He would eventually come into contact with a wizard. He just didn't expect it to happen so soon. Originally, I should have come to see you a long time ago, but I always felt that it was not the right time. Ancient One smiled and said, it's just that not long ago, after China tested the magic cannon of the aerospace aircraft carrier, I had to come to you. Therefore, as a wizard, Ancient One sensed the magical fluctuations of the magic cannon. As the leader of wizards on Earth, he naturally came to check out the situation. As a result, it was discovered that the magical fluctuations were not caused by wizards, but weapons made by a group of muggles, which surprised Ancient One. It's hard to imagine that with your help, China's technology will advance so quickly. What's most incredible to me is that you can actually use magic. By the way, can you tell me where did you learn how to use the magic cannon? As the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One naturally has to figure this out. Yeah, no problem. Chen Mu was relieved about this. He just came to inquire about the origin of magic, not to cause trouble for him. There was nothing he couldn't say. The Eternals, Master Ancient One should know about this, right? As a person who has survived on this earth for thousands of years, Ancient One naturally knew about the existence of the Eternals, so after hearing Chen Mu's words, he nodded. It's fate. King of the Eternals is the spokesperson for Xiaomi Technologies' Xiaomi mobile phone in India. You know Xiaomi mobile phone, right? Of course. As he spoke, Master Ancient One actually took out a small cell phone from inside his large wizard robe and waved it in his hand. It's a very good invention. It makes communication very convenient. Gu Yi put his phone back into his pocket with a smile. Magicians are not a group of ascetics who live in isolation from the world. Naturally, they have no aversion to technological items. Where were we? By the way, King, he is a member of the Eternals. Yes, I know him. Gu nodded, not surprised by this. Ginger's ability is to release the energy of the universe. By chance, I learned about his magic circuit. I simply enlarged the magic circuit in his body in proportion and engraved it on the aerospace aircraft carrier, and it became the magic crystal cannon on the aircraft carrier. There is no need to lie about this when facing Master Ancient One. That's it. Gu Yi nodded, then looked at Chen Mu with a smile on his face, his eyes scrutinizing. Mastering the magic circuit is actually the most difficult process. The more advanced the magic, the more complicated the magic circuit. The magic used by the Eternals was created by the Celestials. It is a very advanced magic. If there is any mistake, it will lead to irreparable consequences. But it seems that you have a talent for magic, and nothing unexpected happened to you. So, Chen Mu somehow escaped the disaster? If there is any mistake in the engraved magic circuit, the result will be irreversible. However, because of the system, Chen Mu directly mastered the magic circuit perfectly, and even extracted the magic circuit separately, which made it easy to use the magic cannon. I have been practicing magic for thousands of years, but there are only a few who can directly master the core magic circuits of magic. The magic circuit can be said to be the core of magic, just like the magical power of the Eternals. If you ask the Eternals themselves to explain their magic circuits, I'm afraid they won't be able to explain it clearly. What's more, Chen Mu, a man who had never been exposed to magic, was able to directly master the core magic circuit in King's body. This really surprised Gu Yi. It feels incredible. Mastering the magic circuit of a certain magic is actually equivalent to perfectly mastering this magic, which is simply impossible for a muggle who has never been exposed to magic. However, such an impossible thing happened to Chen Mu, which made Gu Yi very curious. How did he do it? Everyone has their own secrets. Although Gu Yi is very curious about Chen Mu's secret, he will not delve into it too deeply. The purpose of her trip was actually to see Chen Mu with her own eyes and assess whether he would pose a threat to the world. Apart from that, she had no other ideas. Master Ancient One is the guardian who protects this world, not a villain who wants to take everything for himself. He is not like Lunac Fury, who gives high-sounding reasons but does not do many good things in secret. Instead, he thinks he can get more than he wants. He is self-righteous and often causes a lot of trouble. Ancient One has been protecting the Earth in secret all along, and is actually welcoming to other powerful people on Earth. Ancient One has never been prejudiced against power. In her opinion, as long as the power can protect the world and can be used properly, it is a good thing and Ancient One does not reject it. Therefore, Ancient One does not hate dark forces as much as other wizards. As for what Gu Yi said, that he only has a few core magic circuits, Chen Mu definitely wouldn't believe it. He was just being modest. Anyone who believed it would be a fool. God knows if the several mentioned by Gu Yi meant thousands or tens of thousands. Chen Mu would not underestimate anyone who could live for thousands of years and was a supreme sorcerer with extremely strong magical talent. When Gu Yi said that she only understood a few core magics, he was just being modest. Maybe the several she mentioned includes all the magic on Earth, most of the 10 realms, or some alien magic. Of course, the 10 remnant Eternals on Earth are an exception. 7,000 years have passed, and not only have their abilities not improved at all, but they have also not accomplished two major things. All these years, I have been living like a pig. The magic I learned from King's magic circuit can use any energy and then amplify it dozens of times and launch it out. This is King's superpower. In fact, the power of the Eternals is not real magic. It is the use of magic circuits and cosmic energy to release it. As for magic, or in other words, the magic of the wizards on Earth, led by Ancient One, is the use of magic power to release it according to specific magic circuits. After all, the essence of the two is actually the same, releasing energy through specific circuits, but there is a difference in the energy used by the two. The cosmic energy used by the Eternals exists between heaven and earth and is available everywhere in the universe. After learning about cosmic energy, Chen Mu also knew that this energy, explained scientifically, is actually the so-called dark energy, which exists in the universe in large quantities, but there is no effective means to capture it. To be honest, the technology that the Eternals have that can utilize dark energy is very advanced. After all, it is the technology of the higher dimensional life forms, the celestial gods. It is actually difficult to define whether the ability to utilize dark energy belongs to technology, magic, or a combination of the two. After all, the means of capturing cosmic energy, that is, dark energy, seems like technology, while the effective use of dark energy, that is, the magic circuit, is obviously more like magic. After all, it is a technology belonging to God and cannot be viewed with ordinary eyes. It is not even comparable to a false god like Asgard. In Chen Mu's opinion, Asgard is just a group of aliens and cannot be called God at all. The real God is the existence that transcends this universe. The Celestials are the real gods in this world. There is naturally a gap between God's technology and ordinary technology. As for magic, it is obviously inferior to the abilities of the Eternals. Only by using their own magic power can they release different magic. Let me digress here. On Earth, the magic power of the mages of the lineage of Ancient One is borrowed from other dimensions. They don't have much magic power themselves, and Ancient One can be said to be the biggest debtor in the Marvel world. Like the future Doctor Strange, as long as he can accept the existence of magic and learn it, and since he has a high talent for magic, he will be able to grow quickly without being restricted by magic. The Guyi lineage can be described as a debris flow in the mage world. They are completely different from other honest mages who practice magic. They don't worry about the problem of mana at all. They just need to borrow mana. Anyway, they only need to learn magic and then they can use it without any obstacles. Otherwise, Strange would not have become the new generation Sorcerer Supreme in just a few years. He didn't need to worry about his own magical power at all. The past few years as the Supreme Sorcerer were all spent learning different kinds of magic. As for the magic circuit, Master Ancient One, you can give me some reference and see if there is anything wrong. You can help me correct it. Chen Mu did not hide anything from Ancient One. He directly controlled Hong Meng and projected a virtual screen on the desktop. On it was a three-dimensional magic circuit, which came from Jinji, or in other words, it was a magic circuit that had been optimized by the system. This was the image that Chen Mu had entered into the computer before. Only in this way could he use high-precision CNC machine tools to engrave magic circuits with mithril onto magical weapons and even aerospace aircraft carriers. As for why the magic circuit was given to Guyi, please, Chen Mu did this deliberately to make friends with the other party and to show his position that he is not Guyi's enemy, so that the other party will not hold on to him. Giving Ancient One the information about the magic circuit was also a way to establish a basis of mutual trust with her. At the very least, it could ensure that the latter would not cause trouble for him in the future. At the most important moment, Chen Mu wanted to establish a relationship with the other party in order to pave the way for the next plan. Who is Guyi? How could he not understand what Chen Mu meant after living for thousands of years? After taking a deep look at him, he also acquiesced to his meaning, turned his eyes to the magic circuit, and began to study it. Chen Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Guyi's performance proved that the other party was indeed not here to cause trouble for him. At the very least, he didn't have to be hostile to the mages. This was good news for him. Well, mages are here to protect the earth, not to destroy it. As long as you don't destroy the world, how could they possibly go against you? Wizards will not deal with ordinary people. They have always maintained the boundary between the mortal world and the magical world. As long as no one uses magic to do evil, they will not pay any attention to mortals. Even if they fight to the death, like World War I and World War II that dragged the earth into the quagmire of war, the wizards will not pay any attention. Chen Mu was worried that the wizard would deal with him, but he was just overthinking it. Everyone else was busy, and Master Guyi took some time out of his busy schedule to come and have tea with him, which was also time he squeezed out. If it weren't for the fact that the aerospace aircraft carrier was testing the magic cannon this time, with particularly obvious and terrifying magic fluctuations, Guyi would not have bothered to come find Chen Mu. It's a very sophisticated magic circuit, worthy of the magic of the god group. Ancient One looked at the complicated magic circuit in front of him, sighed and said, "It's more complicated and magical than most of the magic I know. It's very interesting magic." As he spoke, the space in the office where Guyi and Chen Mu were located began to shatter into pieces, and they entered a different space. This was one of Guyi's signature magics, the mirror space. In the mirror space, no matter what happens, it will not affect the real world. It is a very powerful magic. Analysis of mirror space, 1%, 5%, 10%, 100%, analysis successful. Being in the mirror space, the system quickly analyzed the magic thoroughly, and all the knowledge about mirror space magic appeared in Chen Mu's mind all at once. It's just that Chen Mu doesn't have any magic power, so he can't release it for the time being. However, it has been verified that magic is the result of magic power operating according to different magic circuits. Chen Mu knows that even if he does not have magic power, he can use other similar energies to achieve the expected effect of magic. In the world of Marvel, magic can be explained by science. Gu Yi, who was standing by, didn't know that one of her signature skills had been secretly learned by Chen Mu. She drew a circle in front of her body, and then with her other hand, the circle was stretched to form a golden cylinder with a very precise structure. This was the magic circuit of the magic cannon, which was much more complicated than many of Gu Yi's spells. It's incredible. It's worthy of being the magic of a true god. It can increase the power by more than 10 times. In terms of magic power, it has at least 10 times more destructive power. As he spoke, the wall in front of the mirror space moved, and then it folded and disappeared. There were no other objects blocking the view in that direction. Master Ancient One injected magic power into the magic cannon. With a flash of golden light, a magic cannonball containing powerful magic power shot out from the magic circle formed by the magic circuit and easily bombarded a distant place. After a powerful explosion, a large area in the distance was razed to the ground. The magic power of Master Ancient One is extremely strong, much stronger than that of other wizards. It's a very aggressive attack method. In this regard, Gu Yi gave a very pertinent evaluation. Its attack method is more like a technological weapon. Chen Mu nodded. He agreed with Gu Yi's evaluation, so there was no sense of incongruity in engraving this magic circuit on the aerospace aircraft carrier. In the eyes of some other people who don't know the truth, the magic cannon might just be a simple energy weapon. Who could have imagined that magic weapons would appear on an aerospace aircraft carrier, which is an obvious technological creation? Chen Mu, have you ever thought about the consequences of helping China develop? After experimenting with this magic, Gu Yi looked at Chen Mu. She seemed to be in a good mood as she had learned a powerful magic. As expected of the supreme sorcerer, he learned the magic easily after only taking a look at the magic circuit. But to be honest, the core of magic is its magic circuit. Although there are many forms of magic, there is no doubt that as long as you know the most core magic circuit, you can undoubtedly release it more or less after practice. As a result of, Chen Mu laughed in silence, shook his head, and said with a smile, Master Ancient One, do you think it is natural for me to help my own country and my own people? What are the consequences of helping my own country? China has thousands of years of history, and I have witnessed a lot of it. It is a great, but also terrifying nation. Ancient One smiled and continued, this nation has been self-reliant for thousands of years and has been a well-deserved leader in most of human history. Unlike other nations, there will be interference from the Eternals from time to time, but the Chinese nation has never had such things. From the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to the present, this nation has always been very independent and has never needed assistance from the outside world. But even so, in thousands of years of history, it has always suppressed other nations, standing tall among nations, and looking down on other countries. In the thousands of years of history of this country, it was surpassed by other countries only for less than a few hundred years. It has always existed as the Celestial Empire. It is only since modern times that China has encountered the Dark Ages, which has caused it to fall behind. However, it was also during this short period of time that this country, with its indomitable will, once again became one of the most powerful countries on Earth. Even if Chen Mu did not show up, China would still be one of the 5 big gangsters. As a permanent member of the Security Council, no one dared to underestimate the weight of her words. Now, because of Chen Mu, China's strength has once again advanced by leaps and bounds, far surpassing all other countries, including the secluded Wakanda. In Ancient One's opinion, it is certainly no match for China now. The Chinese have never been a peace-loving nation. The blood of war runs in the veins of this nation. Gu Yi smiled, a trace of respect flashed in his eyes, and continued, no one can imagine that in the 5,000 years of recorded history, more than 4,000 years have been spent in war. China today believes in the doctrine of peaceful development, but there is no guarantee that there will not be more ruthless hawks who will start a war for the benefit of their own country. In this regard, Gu Yi also expressed his own views. Are the Chinese people pacifists? No, it's just what this era created. China does not want war, but because they cherish everything that their predecessors left to future generations from adversity. However, if someone provokes without limits, then China will definitely let the other party understand what China's bloodiness is. However, Chen Mu knew that Gu Yi said this not because he had any opinion about China. As the leader of the wizards, he would not interfere in the civil war on Earth or the wars between various countries. Just like World War I and World War II, those wars even affected the whole world, but they did not intervene. Will China's development still attract their obstruction? Absolutely not. Chen Mu is very clear about this point. The Templars are not a shameless organization like SHIELD. It is an organization that truly protects the Earth. So what? Chen Mu smiled indifferently. He looked at Master Gu Yi seriously and asked, so, Master Gu Yi, what do you think of my country, China? So, what does China think of mages? In response to this, Gu Yi did not give a direct answer, but asked back. China is a very tolerant country. You can also see that China has no resistance to magic. They even have magic weapons installed on their aerospace aircraft carriers. Although the Chinese upper class was filled with surprise at the emergence of magic, that was all. They did not hate magic or start to suppress it, but instead began to study it out of curiosity. Magic and technology are completely different, so China even sent a group of people to learn magic theory from scratch. Although Chen Mu does not have systematic magic knowledge and only has a few magic circuits, these people are learning this with great caution. I did not start opposing magic just because the emergence of magic went against the values I had always established. This is the characteristic of the Chinese nation. They are very tolerant and can easily accept foreign knowledge. They are also good at extracting its essence and integrating it into their own system. Indeed, it is very inclusive. Gu nodded and had no objection to this. As someone who has lived for thousands of years, she can be said to have witnessed all of this with her own eyes. We have been hoping to learn magic lately, but we just haven't been able to find the right way. Chen Mu did not hide this, but looked at Gu Yi seriously. I know that. In fact, Gu Yi also knew about this, and this was one of the reasons why he came to see Chen Mu. Master Ancient One, what is the purpose of your existence in this world? Defend against invasions from other worlds. This is the duty of the mages. So, you mages also need strength. Chen Mu smiled, looked at Gu Yi seriously, and said, I heard before that there are mages in Kathmandu. We are preparing to organize a group of people to go there to explore and learn magic. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Kamartaj is located in Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal. In some parallel worlds, Kamartaj is located in China, and even Ancient One himself is Chinese. This is also the reason why Ancient One in this world still respects China and Chen Mu. I know, so I came here. Master Ancient One could not hide this at all. After China came into contact with magic, following Chen Mu's suggestion, it was ready to organize some determined people to go to Nepal to try their luck, and maybe they would be able to come into contact with the wizard. Of course, the wizard also has 3 major temples, in New York, London, and Hong Kong, but because we don't know the exact location, we didn't alert the enemy and instead prepared to go directly to the wizard's base. You want to learn magic? Gu Yi looked at Chen Mu curiously, and was somewhat curious about this. Although he knew what they were thinking, he didn't know the reason, so Gu Yi planned to ask. Huiguo is also committed to protecting this world. Chen Mu looked at Gu Yi and continued, if a crisis really comes one day, can we only rely on the magician? Perhaps this really is a way to deal with future crises? Gu Yi fell silent and began to think about what Chen Mu said. Originally, we planned to return to our country after learning systematic magic and start promoting learning so that all people with magical talents can be exposed to magic and learn magic. This is a huge plan. It can be said that it has opened up another path after the path of science and technology. After a high-level meeting in China, everyone agreed to this approach. Magic and technology develop simultaneously and go hand in hand. Gu Yi's breath was choked, and he was a little frightened by Chen Mu's words. How many people are there in China? 1.3 billion. How many young people are there? There are 400 million people under the age of 18. This is an unimaginable number. Even if only 1 in 10 of them have magical talent, there are still a total of 40 million people. If these 40 million people all learned magic, Dormammu, Mephisto, come here and get beaten? Besides, magic is not something that only young people can learn. The mages of Ancient One's lineage don't even care about the issue of magic power. As long as one has a talent for magic, it doesn't matter how old one is. Anyway, there is no need to absorb and accumulate magic power from a young age. Therefore, even if you are older, there will be no problem and you can also learn magic. The mage has been in seclusion for too long. It's time to appear in the eyes of the world. Chen Mu looked at Gu Yi seriously and said, to prevent some people from being so self-righteous and claiming to protect the earth, but in the end they only do things that cause trouble. It goes without saying who this is referring to. Ancient One was silent. She had been recruiting apprentices widely. She would not refuse anyone who truly loved magic, and would even teach them responsibly. However, what Chen Mu said frightened him. So many apprentices? How to teach them? If Master Ancient One agrees, we will establish a magic school to teach magic to those of appropriate age. Magic school? Hogwarts. Gu Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and asked with amusement, have you ever considered how other countries will react to this? How they react is none of my business. Chen Mu rolled his eyes and didn't take it to heart. He continued, how China develops is our own business. We cannot allow others to dictate our decisions. In Chen Mu's opinion, China can be just like Asgard, where magic and science can be developed at the same time. In fact, many civilizations in the universe are like this, and there are few civilizations that simply develop a certain line. Maybe, we can give it a try. Gu Yi smiled, and his eyes when he looked at Chen Mu were full of inexplicable meaning. The future has already changed. I once tried to correct the timeline, but found that no matter what I did, it seemed that there was no way to correct it. As long as you are involved, the future will move in an unknown direction. The future is already fucked up, so why try to fix it? Isn't it okay to just let things take their own course? Well, I look forward to seeing you next time. Gu Yi obviously agreed to Chen Mu's plan and did not object. After cancelling the mirror space, he opened the portal and left the industrial park directly. Analysis of the portal is in progress. 50%, 100%, analysis successful. When the portal was released for the second time, Chen Mu looked at it with curiosity as it disappeared within reach, with a smile on his face. Another signature item of Master Ancient One is in hand? Gu Yi left, but he initially agreed with Chen Mu's idea. She was obviously also tempted by Chen Mu's idea of establishing a magic school. As the supreme sorcerer who has protected the earth for a long time, she knows very well why she should protect the earth. Isn't it because the earth is too weak? If the earth were as powerful as Asgard, which blind force would invade? As for the original timeline, in which Thanos' army invaded the earth, if the earth had a strength strong enough to scare Thanos, would all these things still happen? Obviously impossible. Similarly, if the power of the earth is strong and there are countless wizards protecting the earth, enemies from other worlds will not dare to come over, and they will not even dare to show their heads. By then, it's hard to say who will invade whom. Ancient One has been trying to increase the power of the wizard, but obviously, this is a big problem. In today's era, people have long abandoned the so-called ghosts, gods, and snakes. In most countries, people do not believe in the existence of magic. In some places, it is even regarded as heresy. These are all proven by history. During the Middle Ages in Europe, wizards there suffered unprecedented attacks. Many were regarded as heretics and were burned on the stake. But now, in an era dominated by technology, where is the soil for magic to exist? Not to mention other things, even if you are an ordinary person and tell him that he has a talent for magic and wants to learn magic from him, he might be regarded as a lunatic. Therefore, most of Ancient One's apprentices were those who were completely disappointed with life and in despair. Only then were they given the opportunity to instill the existence of magic in them so that they could learn magic peacefully. Ordinary people? Take Strange, the future Doctor Strange, for example. He has just come into contact with magic and is full of doubts about its existence, right? Under such circumstances, it is becoming increasingly difficult for a mage to improve his strength. And this actually gave Gu Yi hope in the country of China, a way for magicians to flourish again. Therefore, Ancient One was busy returning to Kamartaj to integrate the magic knowledge in his hands and prepare to compile a systematic teaching material that could be used by a large number of people to learn magic. Gu Yi was persuaded by Chen Mu. Ancient One will not miss any opportunity to increase the strength of the earth. On the other hand, Chen Mu himself began to study the two new magics he had acquired. The long-awaited portal and mirror space. These two signature skills of Ancient One are also the most expensive skills. After more than a day, the two magics were completely analyzed and advanced by the system, and their core magic circuits could be extracted separately. Sure enough, the essence of magic lies in its magic circuits. No matter how magic manifests itself externally, its core is a specific magic circuit. By running magic power according to these specific circuits, you can release magic. The existence of the system allows me to use technology to release magic. And this means that the so-called magic is not a problem at all for Chen Mu. For example, Chen Mu did not have any magic power for the portal, so it was impossible for him to release it by himself. However, after understanding its magic circuit, Chen Mu could use the tools to use it. So, this should also be considered a magical tool? A technological version of a magic tool. In his own laboratory, Chen Mu used a high-precision machine tool to make a ring, and held it in his hand to look at it curiously. This thing looks like the ring of Kamartaj, but it is full of high technology. Inside this ring, Chen Mu carved a magic circuit of a portal with mithril. As long as energy is input, the magic circuit can be activated to release the magic of the portal. Try electricity first. After connecting the ring to a high-energy battery, Chen Mu tried to activate the portal. However, what made Chen Mu a little regretful was that it was difficult to activate this magic using only electricity. In front of Chen Mu, bursts of blue sparks flashed, but they could not condense and the portal could not be released by electricity. Unlike the golden energy traces of the mages, the portal using electrical energy seems to be more like the blue of electrical energy. The energy level of electricity is too low. There is no way it can support the release of magic. Seeing this, Chen Mu was not surprised at all. After all, it was electrical energy, which was too common. It was reasonable that it could not be used to cast magic. However, since the electrical energy is a little insufficient, then the arc's energy. Chen Mu took out the battery without a care in the world and connected the arc energy to the ring again. If magic is also a kind of energy, then it must be one level higher than electrical energy. The arc energy, which is also higher than electrical energy, is naturally equivalent to magic. Therefore, this time, there were no accidents. Amidst the flashing ice blue sparks, with the support of the arc's energy, the portal was opened, but the color was only blue. Across the portal is Chen Mu's hometown, located in the southwest. He has not been back for a long time. So, after the portal opened, Chen Mu also stepped in. Success. Chen Mu returned to his original room and couldn't help but smile. The experiment of using technological means to release the magic portal was successful. This technological version of the hanging ring allows the user to release the magic of the portal at will. The user does not even need to possess magic power of his own. He only needs to provide it with arc energy. This means that in the future, as long as this technology ring is installed on the Kirin armor will also have the ability to create a portal. Of course, the hanging ring was just a temporary device used by Chen Mu as an experiment. It was just made in the shape of a magic circuit to make it more suitable. He could take out the magic circuit separately and directly engrave it into the interior of the future Kirin armor, and there would be no need for the armor to carry a ring. This is such a strange operation. After taking a look at his house and seeing that no one seemed to be home, Chen Mu had no intention of staying any longer. He once again used the ring in his hand to open the portal back to his studio and walked back in. I heard that my dad's factory has been doing really good business recently. Whether it's OEM production of medical equipment or the production of so-called Iron Man toys, it's been very busy. Iron Man plastic toys are only exported overseas to earn some foreign exchange, but in China, in response to the demands of consumers, we obtained the authorization of military armor and sold plastic toys of military armor. These things are selling like hotcakes recently. There must be secret help from the country to make Chen Mu's father's business go smoothly, which also makes Chen Mu quite emotional. The motherland will not take any of our help in vain. It will still give Chen Mu the greatest help within its capacity. Returning to his studio, Chen Mu seemed very happy. After all, he has obtained the magic of the portal that he has been longing for, and he has even been able to confirm that it can be used in technological creations, which will be of great help in enhancing China's military strength. In addition, Chen Mu was even more surprised by the use of mirror space magic. Similarly, through system optimization, Chen Mu was also able to extract the operating core of this magic. As the core circuit of the magic of mirror space, it is even more complicated than the portal. It's no wonder that not many people can learn this magic. It is not just an auxiliary magic, but also a very strong defensive skill. By using the mirror space, it can directly resist various attacks. In the future, Doctor Strange even used this trick to block Thanos' attack using the gem. Very powerful? Of course, in Chen Mu's opinion, the more powerful aspect of this magic is not these auxiliary functions, nor the combat aspect. In Chen Mu's opinion, the greatest function of the mirror space lies in the word space. Since the mirror space can expand the space, then, in another sense, doesn't it mean that the land area is expanded? Infinitely opening up the mirror space, does that mean that even the land area can be infinitely expanded? As long as the mirror space can be stabilized, then wouldn't the mirror space that is opened up be a ready-made secret space that can be fully utilized? If these spaces can be stabilized, then wouldn't these opened up small spaces be independent small universes? The first thing Chen Mu thought of when he got the magic of mirror space was to use it to build an industrial park inside the mirror space. Didn't I often hear Sujia say that during this period of time there were always some spies with ill intentions, or some bribed Chinese people, who often wandered around various industrial parks, although they would eventually be caught by the people from the SHIE Bureau and taken to have tea. Although it has no impact on the industrial park, it is really too annoying. Therefore, after Chen Mu learned about this mirror space, he planned to move the industrial park directly into independent mirror spaces, then, use the portal to build an independent channel, which can not only quickly travel between various industrial areas, but also ensure its concealment. Without a specific portal, there is no way to enter these mirror spaces. As for the technology to stabilize the mirror space, for Chen Mu now, it couldn't be simpler. To put it bluntly, how long the magic of mirror space can last depends entirely on the caster, that is, the magic power supply of the wizard. As long as the magic power of the wizard is enough, you can use it for a lifetime. As for Chen Mu, the issue of magic power is not a problem now. Directly connected to two large arc reactors to supply the arc with energy for a long time, it will naturally be possible for the mirror space to continue to exist. How long can the large arc reactor continue to provide energy? Haha, as long as there is enough fuel, it can exist forever. Using technology to unleash magic is simply too outrageous. Chen Mu couldn't help but feel that his research results were a bit outrageous. He used the magic circuit of the mirror space, plus 2 arc reactors for power, and combined it with the energy utilization technology obtained from the Eternals, which was equivalent to directly creating an independent space. This space is actually no different from the real space. All kinds of machines can be moved in, making it a secret base of Huaqiangbei. It is impossible for any other force to invade. The results of this technology are like the small universe that the Trisolarans finally gave to Cheng Xian in the three-body universe. This is a universe created with the dual blessing of technology and magic. Unfortunately, everything in the mirror space is fake. It is just a mirror image of the real world. Otherwise, if we just use the bug, wouldn't we be able to obtain unlimited supplies? Although this was a bit of a pity, Chen Mu was not too disappointed. It was all within his expectations. But at least the space inside really exists. If there are no supplies, just move them in from outside. If there are no buildings here, just bring in a construction team and start construction right away. As a country obsessed with infrastructure, is China still afraid of infrastructure? Now, China's development has been put on the right track. If you want to strengthen your country, you must first strengthen your military. The military is now developing rapidly because of the technologies I provided. I don't need to worry about it for the time being. Not to mention other things, after the military got the Kirin armor provided by himself, they have now developed several new types of armor based on the needs of each army. Military scientists have also been carrying out technical updates on the Bai-Zi armor used by the Fire Department, and the 4 Sacred Beasts armor used by the Navy, Army, Air Force, and Rocket Force. Tony Stark is indeed good in technology, but Chinese scientists are not bad either. Moreover, one person's shortcomings are often surpassed by 3 others' strengths. Thanks to the efforts of many Chinese scientists, the capabilities of various types of armor are also improving rapidly. Chen Mu also learned from Sujia that the director, chief, often complained that the previous model of armor had not been promoted yet, but the improved model came out again. It is really surprising. I even heard that it seems that they are currently developing a battle armor for domestic public security departments, which will first be released to the public, and the BiZe battle armor for the fire protection system will first come into contact with ordinary people. In addition to the popularization of battle armor, the Hulk transformation plan is also slowly progressing. Arc reactors have been installed in some key industrial parks. In the Huaqiangbei Industrial Park, everything is also proceeding step by step. Every day, there are soldiers who gain the power of the Hulk. Over the past month, the total number of Hulks in the army has even exceeded 100. These 100 warriors are currently undergoing systematic training in the Shield Bureau. For some reason, after becoming the Hulk, these warriors have a very high affinity for traditional Chinese martial arts. After practicing martial arts, each warrior's combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. Although the Chinese martial arts in this world are not as exaggerated as those in some other worlds, they are much stronger than those in Chen Mu's original world. Not to mention anything else, the martial arts in this world actually have the concepts of bright power and dark power. Those warriors with good talents are now able to achieve the effects of dark power. You can imagine a group of Hulks who know martial arts, any one of them would be able to defeat Thanos. Hulk knows martial arts, even gods can't resist him. To become a strong country, one must first have a strong army. Now, with the help of Chen Mu, China's army has secretly become unimaginably strong. However, due to China's consistent low-key style, not many people in the international community are aware of this. Not to mention the power of the Hulk and the power of the armor, just the aerospace aircraft carrier and the powerful Dongfang series of missiles displayed by China during the previous military parade. Few countries dare to underestimate China. Now that the military is strong enough, Chen Mu is also ready to start planning among the civilian population. Chen Mu wants to revive China, but he is not satisfied with just making China have a strong military. He also wants to make China, including ordinary people, all-rounders, like dragons. At this point, he made 2 plans. On the one hand, in terms of technology, he was looking for opportunities to see if he could get body-strengthening drugs and mass-produce them so that all the Chinese rabbits would have extremely powerful bodies. After all, Chinese rabbits are of the yellow race, and their physical fitness is naturally slightly worse than that of whites and blacks. This is not what Chen Mu wants to see. He wants every rabbit to use their natural power that far exceeds that of other races. One of Chen Mu's ideas was to create a body-strengthening potion. This is actually not too difficult to achieve. After all, in the Marvel world, this kind of thing already exists, but because its manufacturing cost is too expensive, it has not been promoted. For example, Captain America's strengthening potion, Osborn Industries' strengthening potion, and even the potion injected by Abomination before, all have the ability to strengthen the body to a certain extent. As long as Chen Mu can get the information and technology of these things and optimize the system, he may be able to achieve assembly line production. Then, just like vaccines, he can quickly give them to every Chinese rabbit. As for, what if the potion falls into the hands of other people? Hey, this is simple. Don't the Americans like to make genetic weapons? They create some viruses based on specific genetic information to attack specific ethnic groups. Then Chen Mu can naturally use this method. Only people who possess Chinese genetic information can use it. Otherwise, if it is used recklessly and any problems arise, Chen Mu cannot be blamed. Who knows, if other races use it, they will explode and die. If you use it without official guidance, we will not be responsible for any accidents. On the other hand, Chen Mu is preparing to open up a new route and start a national cultivation mode. At present, Chen Mu has only 2 systems of extraordinary cultivation. One is the traditional Chinese internal force cultivation. Although it has been passed down for a long time, it is very difficult to achieve great success. Most martial artists who practice it can only cultivate internal force in their entire lives. However, after system optimization, the cultivation of internal force is now simpler. In the future, if combined with body-strengthening potions, I believe that practitioners will be able to cultivate internal force very quickly. The strength of a warrior with internal strength and a warrior without internal strength are completely on 2 different levels. The other system is naturally the magic system that I have just come into contact with. After these 2 days, Chen Mu got what he wanted from Gu Yi, 2 magic training manuals, both of which were compiled and revised by Gu Yi himself. In order to achieve results as soon as possible, Ancient One even used the power of the Time Stone, and within just 2 days, he was able to send these 2 training manuals to Chen Mu. One is the traditional method of practicing magic, which involves absorbing energy floating in the air through meditation and taking it into one's body. The human body is like a bucket, and the amount of magic power stored and the degree of magic learning determine the strength of one's own magic. This is a more traditional magician's training. Although it is different from Ancient One's training method, she still integrated it. What if a magician who is suitable for this training method appears in the future? The other one is the unique training method of the Camartage mages of the Ancient One. They only learn magic but not magic power. As for magic power, just go to Jibei. In the future, Chinese students will have an additional compulsory course, the Extraordinary Ability course, which will be divided into two categories, martial arts and magic. Of course, if there are geniuses who can practice both magic and martial arts, that would be quite good. From now on, any department that needs to be kept secret can be moved directly into the mirror space, and the concealment will be maximized. In the future, not only the Huaqiangbei Industrial Zone will need to be moved into the mirror space, but China's Shenmao Bureau will also need to do the same. Similarly, there are special forces that can build bases in mirror space. In addition to these, future magic schools will be opened directly in the mirror space. I wonder who can find it. Spies and the like will not be able to find the pulse at all. The plan has been made, and it's time to start implementing it. During these 2 days, Chen Mu has already held talks with the top leaders of China, and the plans for the magic and martial arts school have been almost finalized. The first step is to choose a site. The first batch of magic and martial arts schools to open will be some military universities selected from various places. In the first batch, only some military universities were selected as pilot universities for magic and martial arts schools. This was because compared with other schools, military universities were easier to control and would do a good job of keeping confidentiality. These universities will receive a batch of devices and directly open up mirror space on the site of their original schools, and the mirror space will serve as the school's site. These devices are the space expansion device made by Chen Mu, 2 arc reactors, and a special portal device. The space expansion device, which is an item that depicts the magic of mirror space, looks like a technological creation, but in fact, its core is a magic item. As for the reactor, it naturally serves as an energy core, providing energy for the long-term opening of the mirror space, and also provides energy for the portal. The portal is naturally a device that leads directly to this mirror space. In the early stages of constructing the desolate mirror space, a large portal is naturally indispensable. Once the materials are almost collected, they will go directly to the mirror space with the engineering team to start the intensive work of school construction. How should I put it? He is truly an infrastructure maniac. China's infrastructure has already rushed into another dimension. According to China's construction speed, it may take less than 2 years for these magic schools to be completed, and then they can officially open. Students from China, as long as they have good magical talent, or are able to endure hardships, are willing to learn martial arts, and voluntarily study magic or martial arts, have the opportunity to enter these schools and study. In the near future, China will truly have a large number of warriors and mages. A very powerful creation. Gu Yi came to Chen Mu's laboratory and looked at an object in her hand with some surprise. This is a bracelet-shaped object that looks like a sports bracelet. Although it obviously looks like a technological item, Ancient One knows very well that it is actually a magical item. Inside this bracelet, there is magic that he is very familiar with. Mirror space. Chen Mu had used the magic circuit of the mirror space to his advantage in the past few days. Not only did he have a large mirror space that could be used as a secret base in the future, but he also had small mirror spaces like the bracelet in his hand that he used as storage bracelets. As long as there is enough energy supply, whether it is magic power or arc energy, the shrunken mirror space can maintain its long-term existence. Chen Mu also had a proud look on his face. He had completed the research and development of the storage bracelet entirely by himself. After successfully designing a large space expander, he thought about manufacturing such a thing. Now that we have the large one, will the small one be far behind? Therefore, this convenient storage bracelet was developed by him. A very powerful magic item. Gu Yi was amazed at the storage equipment in his hand, and he was somewhat impressed by Chen Mu's imagination. In the Western magic world, there are very few such things, but no one expected that in Chen Mu's hands, such magic equipment could even be wholesaled. By engraving the magic circuit inside the battle armor, this thing can be used as a portable arsenal. Not only can it hold more spare parts, but it can also hold a lot of guns and ammunition. As the founder of the Kirin armor, Chen Mu racked his brains to make the armor have stronger firepower. Developing new weapons is one aspect, and the other aspect is to enable the armor to carry more ammunition. Chen Mu has not forgotten the time when the first-generation Kirin armor fought against the Hulk. The root cause is that the firepower is not enough. If a Kirin armor warrior had enough firepower, he could easily defeat Hulk. It's just because of insufficient firepower that a warrior cannot suppress the firepower. This made Chen Mu feel somewhat embarrassed. As the creator of the armor, how could you allow this to happen? Now, this problem has been solved. We can carry an ammunition depot with us, and use the rocket barrage we used against Hulk before to launch a continuous bombardment, and teach Hulk a lesson in minutes. You really are. Gu Yi was speechless about Chen Mu, a fire coverage fanatic. He shook his head with a wry smile and looked at Chen Mu with some disbelief. I used the portal twice and the mirror space once right in front of him, but I didn't expect that this guy Chen Mu had learned them all. It would have been fine if he had just learned them, but his understanding of these two magics even reached or exceeded her level. The mirror space opens up an independent space. This is not a technology created by Chen Mu alone. Ancient One's camartage is actually like this. Why is camartage isolated from the world and hidden from ordinary people? It is because of this magic. Without a specific person to lead you, you cannot enter camartage. Similarly, only a wizard who knows the location of Camartage clearly can open the portal and go directly to Camartage. As for the magic of Camartage's continued existence, hey, isn't there still Vishanti, the big creditor? Not enough magic power? Just ask the demon to borrow some. As for paying it back, please, I borrowed it based on my ability. Why should I pay it back? Before, when Chen Mu proposed to build a magic school, Ancient One had actually thought about relying on the mirror space to create a space similar to Camartage and place the magic school in the space crack. Although the fact that China was preparing to open the door to the Professor of Magic was an incredible surprise to Gu Yi, he certainly couldn't make it too high profile at the beginning, as it would cause backlash from the international community. Although China now certainly does not care about these things and has strong strength and is not afraid of other countries' interference in what it does, Gu Yi is still prepared to reduce trouble as much as possible. As a result, before she could make any suggestions, Chen Mu had already developed the space expansion technology. Although it is magic in nature, if using technology can be effective, then use scientific means. Ancient One has never been an antique. He only has eyes for magic and is able to accept technology. However, Chen Mu's ability to use technology to power magic is incredible. This is the technology obtained from the Eternals. It is a technology that truly belongs to God. It breaks the boundaries between magic and technology, allowing the two to coexist perfectly and even assist each other. This is the technology that Asgard has always dreamed of, but Asgard has never succeeded. However, unexpectedly, it was first realized in China, by Chen Mu. It's even more powerful than Asgard's technology. Placing the storage ring back on the workbench, Gu Yi exclaimed in admiration. In fact, the magic devices that Chen Mu has made recently are actually magic that already exists in the Marvel world, but few people use them in this way. For example, the technology of using mirror space to expand space is very novel. No, isn't Camartage like this? And the storage ring is just a Camartage that has been shrunk countless times and turned into a portable one. Even the portable weapons arsenal that Chen Mu envisioned and prepared to carve on the Kirin armor is based on the same principle. It's just that, through the energy conversion technology obtained from the Eternals, or the Celestials, these magics can be used better with the help of technology. Magic power is a shackle that restricts magicians from using magic and limits these magic items, but this is not a problem in terms of technology. Magic power is limited, but it can be replaced by arc energy of the same level as magic power. For a behemoth like China, arc energy is too easy. Get the formula of the new element from Chen Mu, and directly use the national machinery to start mass production. Whether it is for military use or civilian use in the future, arc energy will soon become popular. The power of the country is incredibly strong, and this is why Gu Yi is willing to cooperate with Chen Mu, or China. Chen Mu alone might have an incredible talent that even Gu Yi had never seen before, but if Chen Mu alone wanted to change Gu Yi's mind, it would obviously be impossible. What really made Gu Yi change his mind was China, a superpower with a population of 1.3 billion. Even if it was another country, Ancient One wouldn't bother to care. You have a terrifying talent. If you learn magic, you will get twice the result with half the effort. I can give you this book of Vishanti. I believe that through the content in it, you can master more magic. Gu Yi was really surprised by Chen Mu's magical talent. I had only used magic twice in front of Chen Mu, but I didn't expect that he could learn it. That would have been fine, but I didn't expect that he also understood the essence of magic thoroughly. The magic circuit of the magic core can be extracted in minutes, and then used through scientific and technological means. To Gu Yi, this seemed almost magical. This kind of technology can be said to be the ability that Asgard has always dreamed of. Asgard is also a place where magic and technology develop together. In the eyes of Asgardians, the two are actually the same thing. In the eyes of the Asgardians, the ultimate path of magic and technology is to become a god. To them, magic and technology are just two different paths. Therefore, Asgard's technology and magic have advanced hand in hand and have developed very well. Even in the entire universe, both magic and technology are among the top. Even their bodies themselves are stronger than many races. However, even a powerful country like Asgard has no way to integrate magic and technology, but Chen Mu solved this problem. The Book of Vishanti. Naturally, Chen Mu had heard of this magic book. He heard that it was written by Vishanti, the god of white magic, and that all white magic was recorded in this book. It is no exaggeration to call it a dictionary of white magic. Ancient One naturally learned it. All the magic in it, and even most of the magic teaching materials selected this time, were also found in this book. It sounds good, but I have a better idea. Besides, I don't have much time to read. Although he was envious of the knowledge in the Book of Vishanti, Chen Mu did not really want to become a wizard. Besides, he didn't have that much time to read, so he looked at Gu Yi and gave him a meaningful smile. A better way? Gu Yi looked curious. As long as you perform magic in front of me a few times, I will be able to learn it. Therefore, there is no need to spend so much time studying this book. That's right, how can learning knowledge by reading books by yourself be faster than using the system to analyze it? This is actually a drawback of the system. The system is very powerful, but it has a big limitation. It can only copy other people's technology. Whether it is technology or magic, the system can take it perfectly and improve it. However, if you learn knowledge by yourself, it will be of no use. Of course, the system has already instilled a lot of knowledge into Chen Mu. At this moment, Chen Mu's knowledge reserves, not to mention in terms of technology, can be said to surpass Tony Stark. In terms of magic, his understanding of magic is more profound and thorough than that of most magicians. Therefore, if Chen Mu learns magic by himself, he will definitely be very fast, but it will definitely not be as good as using the system. If Gu Yi asked Chen Mu to read a book, he would definitely not do it. It would be better to let Ancient One use his skills a few more times in front of him. No problem. In response to this, Gu remained silent for a moment, then nodded and agreed. She also wanted to see Chen Mu's ability. Could she learn it with just one look? Hearing this, Chen Mu smiled happily. How could he not be happy? By doing this, Ancient One was able to quickly master a great deal of magical knowledge. This is very important for the development of the country. At the same time, as the founder of the Magic and Martial Arts School, Chen Mu also wants to make it easier for future students to learn magic. If that's the case, how could it be quicker to reveal the essence of magic directly? Even Chen Mu plans to publish a book called Into the Magic. Analyze magic from the essence of magic, and list the essence of each magic and its core operating magic circuits separately. This is very useful for mages to learn this magic. It can greatly speed up the efficiency of students learning magic. Maybe someone will jump out at this time and ask, why should such an important thing be made public? Wouldn't it be better to keep it for yourself? Chen Mu, are you so great? Your behavior is so stupid. You are just a novice among novices, with no IQ or EQ. Who would take out such an important thing and teach it to others? Can't you keep it for yourself as a secret recipe passed down from generation to generation? How many traditional Chinese skills have been lost? What's the point of mastering the magic knowledge by yourself? So what if you cultivate to the level of Ancient One? Does Chen Mu need these? He doesn't need them. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. As a scientific researcher, he will never put himself in danger. Therefore, he would avoid fighting if possible. Just like in the future, if a large number of aliens invade China, will Chen Mu have to fight them alone? Can this protect all compatriots? No, this is impossible. Although this is a world of superheroes, no matter how glamorous these superheroes are, but no matter what, in Chen Mu's opinion, the power of an individual will never be as strong as that of a collective. Only with unity can we have a truly powerful and invincible force. If the Chitauri invasion of the Earth happened in China in the future, not to mention the millions of troops who would make them realize their mistakes, the mages and warriors among the people would also make these alien invaders realize their mistakes clearly. You can't come to China just because you want to. This is a country full of heroes. In this country, everyone is a hero. Facing threats, capable people will eventually stand up. And this is what Chen Mu enjoys doing. He wants to fill his motherland with these heroes. Who says that only those who stand in the light are heroes? In the future, there will be countless heroes among the people of China, all over the country, who will work hard for the strength of the motherland and the well-being of the people. This would be impossible in any other country. Gu Yi chose China and agreed with this point. Otherwise, why don't you let the beautiful country give it a try and see if Ancient One is willing to open a magic school in the beautiful country? You must be dreaming. Ancient One knows the nature of Americans very well. She has lived for 1,000 years. What kind of people has she not seen? He can see at a glance what the nature of the people of the United States is like. They are just descendants of a group of robbers and bandits, and the blood of the Ansa gang has always been flowing in their veins. Is such a person qualified to master magic? After mastering magic, can he use it to protect the Earth? Are you kidding me? Maybe there are 1 or 2 superheroes who have such shining points, but most people in that country will definitely not be like that. The mages were too lazy to even contact SHIELD, the agency that claimed to protect the Earth. They are just a group of self-righteous guys, essentially a group of bandits. They still have the nerve to say that they are protecting the Earth. In response to this, Gu Yi could only say haha. By the way, Asgard hopes to send an envoy to contact China. Gu Yi did not refuse Chen Mu's request, but told Chen Mu another piece of news. Asgard? After hearing what Gu Yi said, Chen Mu seemed a little dazed. He didn't expect that Asgard would take the initiative to contact China and even want to send a diplomatic envoy to China? Is this the sign that Asgard wants to establish diplomatic relations with China? Asgard is the celestial palace in Western European mythology, the Norse pantheon. Ancient One, thinking that Chen Mu didn't know what Asgard was, explained it briefly. Norse mythology. Chen Mu touched his chin and asked her curiously, do all the gods in mythology exist? If you're talking about the gods in mythology, they do exist, but there's still a long way to go between them and the real gods. Not only Chen Mu, in Ancient One's view, the so-called gods of Asgard are nothing more than a group of false gods. A true god is one that transcends the boundaries of dimensions. Only the dimensional demons or beings like the celestial gods that transcend dimensions are qualified to be called gods. As for Asgard, they are just a group of aliens that live relatively close to the Earth. His strength was indeed strong, but that didn't make Ancient One look at him differently. Of course, because of the existence of Ancient One, Asgard will not be too arrogant. Asgard is also very curious about the emerging force of the Middle Atrium China on Earth. He also expressed recognition of China's strength, otherwise he would not have made the request to send an envoy before informing China. Of course, because of the existence of Ancient One, Asgard has to give him some face. This should be a matter between countries. Sending envoys to establish diplomacy, what does the motherland mean? Regarding this, Chen Mu naturally wanted to know about China's attitude. Asgard sent a diplomatic request directly to China. I believe that it won't be long before China will ask for your opinion, Gu Yi said calmly. She actually didn't know about China's attitude. After all, it was China that Asgard wanted to visit and it sent a diplomatic request directly to China. As for China's attitude, how could she know? If Asgard wants to go to Earth, they will also inform Ancient One to avoid misunderstanding. So Gu Yi also knew about this and told Chen Mu first. Chen Mu, have you heard? Asgard, hello, Master Ancient One. Sure enough, just a few minutes after Gu Yi said this, Sujia opened the door of the laboratory and walked in. After seeing Gu Yi, Sujia greeted him. Basically, everyone in the SHIE Bureau knew about the existence of Ancient One, so they were full of respect for this wizard who had truly protected the Earth for 1,000 years. At the same time, because of China's traditional virtues, most well-educated rabbits will show the most sincere respect to older people. Not to mention, someone like Ancient One, who has lived for 1,000 years. Regardless of how strong she is, she deserves respect just based on her age. Of course, for some people who take advantage of their age and seniority, it is not worth it, but Gu Yi is obviously not that kind of person. Is this news that Asgard has sent a diplomatic envoy? Because he also knew about this from Gu Yi, Chen Mu was not surprised that Sujia came to see him and asked directly. You know. Sujia was a little surprised, but when he saw Gu Yi standing beside him, he knew the reason, so he was no longer surprised and said directly. Asgard sent a request for a visit to my Ministry of Foreign Affairs, hoping to establish a bilateral relationship of strategic cooperation with us. Sujia didn't hide anything and spoke directly to Chen Mu. Well, shouldn't such a national event be handled by the country's top leaders themselves? I'm just a scientific researcher. Chen Mu scratched his head awkwardly and said to Sujia, there's no need to ask for my opinion on such a national event. Chen Mu was flattered that the country would even ask him such a question, but at the same time he also felt a lot of pressure. As a scientific researcher, he always felt that such national affairs were far away from him. Your opinion is very important. Sujia looked at Chen Mu seriously. This was the country's affirmation of Chen Mu. They believed that Chen Mu's existence could even determine the direction of the country, more important than Asgard. This is the greatest affirmation of Chen Mu. So, this made Chen Mu a little touched. My opinion. Chen Mu was silent for a while, looked at Sujia and asked. So what is the other party's attitude, Asgard? Are they coming in the name of a country, or are they coming as self-righteous, superior gods like in mythology? After all, he is a so-called god, so he must be full of arrogance. If he is too arrogant, he will not treat China as an equal. Chen Mu said that he did not welcome their arrival. Asgard is very powerful now, but that is only for now. China will surpass it one day. Moreover, based on China's current combat effectiveness, Chen Mu felt that he might be able to compete with the other side. In fact, Chen Mu has always felt a little strange about these countries in this world. We can all engage in interstellar wars, so why do we attach so much importance to individual combat power? Each one focuses on personal heroism. Asgard is such a powerful country. It uses the Rainbow Bridge to clear the way and then marches forward with its army. Which world can't it conquer? It is up to Odin alone to support the military strength ceiling of Asgard. Now, Odin is old, and Asgard worships the strong. The object of worship has shifted from Odin to Thor, the royal descendant. In Chen Mu's opinion, Thor at this moment is not that strong. Even the Hulk can fight against the awakened Thor, let alone the Thor who has not yet awakened. Believe it or not, even the Hulk warriors in the SHIE Bureau can hang him up and beat him. The combat power in the Marvel world is actually very outrageous, but the outrageousness is basically in personal strength. But compared to the comic world, the Marvel Cinematic Universe is more or less acceptable. The power of Thor may seem extremely powerful to the future SHIELD, but it is only relative to the current SHIELD. That's it. From the content of the message they sent, it seems that they regard China as an equal country, and there is no sense of arrogance. Sujia did not hide this. But it is also true that China's power is now something Asgard can no longer ignore. Therefore, your tone should naturally be more respectful. That's fine. If the other party is high and mighty, we can just ignore them. Seeing this answer, Chen Mu nodded with satisfaction. As long as Asgard claims to be a god and approaches China with a condescending attitude, Chen Mu feels that China is too lazy to pay attention to them. However, if the other party comes to you as an equal, then you have to treat him well. This is the tradition of China. When friends come, we have good wine. When jackals come, we have hunting rifles. If the other party comes as a friend, then China will naturally be very welcoming. If we agree to the other party's diplomatic request, Asgard will directly transmit their diplomatic envoys over via the Rainbow Bridge. After knowing Chen Mu's thoughts, Sujia said to him, the meeting place will be chosen inside the Shenmao Bureau. This way, we can avoid as much trouble as possible. At the same time, we can also demonstrate our strength. Chen Mu quickly understood this. A weak country has no diplomacy, and the foundation of diplomacy is built on strong military force. Look at the international community today. Without strong military power, Who will care about your diplomatic department? Only the diplomacy of powerful countries is real diplomacy. As for weak countries, their diplomacy has no say at all, and they are not even worthy of having diplomacy. And this time, since they are going to hold a diplomatic meeting with Asgard, the legendary mythical kingdom, it is natural that they have to show off their muscles. After all, in mythology, Asgard is a country that worships the strong, and only the strong can win their respect. The meeting place is at the Shenli Bureau base next door. We can just go there later. As the scientific advisor of the SHIE Bureau, Chen Mu naturally needed to attend such meetings. Of course, if Chen Mu didn't want to go, no one would force him. Given Chen Mu's current status in China, the country will completely let him do whatever he wants as long as it does not break the law, giving Chen Mu enough convenience. That's no problem, we can just go there later. After saying that, Chen Mu looked at Ancient One who was smiling all the time and asked, Master Ancient One, will you go with us later? No, this is a state affair between China and Asgard. As an outsider, it is not convenient for me to travel. Of course, Ancient One refused this. Okay, Master Ancient One, I'll leave the matter of the magic talent testing device to you. I hope you can make it as soon as possible. Then you can select people with legal talent and good character from all over the country to learn magic. Of course, learning magic is not forced, it is definitely based on the principle of voluntariness. However, this is an emerging profession that is strongly supported by the country. Only a fool would refuse it, right? Besides, who doesn't want to become stronger? No problem. The magic to test a person's magical talent already exists. It's just a matter of making a magic tool. It won't take a few days. Gu nodded and had no objection to this. However, if we need to test all the young people in China, this will require a large number of instruments, and this will take some time. After all, there are so many people. Just testing teenagers involves hundreds of millions of people. It is obviously impossible to rely on just one or two magical instruments. Don't worry, Master Gu Yi, you just need to make a prototype of the magic weapon, and China will copy it and produce it in large quantities very quickly. In response, Chen Mu just waved his hand indifferently. No matter what kind of creation it is, whether it is technological or magical, as long as it is in Chen Mu's hands, he can find a way to mass-produce it in minutes. Master Ancient One did not doubt this. After being silent for a moment, he nodded to show that he understood. Opened the portal directly and returned to Kamartaj. A few days ago, I didn't even believe in the existence of mages. Watching Master Ancient One leave, Sujia shrugged and said with some emotion, I didn't expect that after such a short period of time, our army has been equipped with various magic props. I can't even describe how I feel now. As a staunch materialist, Sujia was naturally shocked when faced with something like magic. However, today's Chinese people find it very easy to accept these things. Although I was surprised, after a little bit of surprise, I easily accepted it. When will the people from Asgard arrive? Ignoring Sujia's complaints, Chen Mu asked curiously, besides, do you know who is coming this time? According to the agreed time, after our country agrees to Asgard's diplomatic request, they will be teleported directly to the location we designated at 2 p.m. There is still half an hour left, so we can go there now. After checking the time, since they had already agreed to Asgard's diplomatic request, they would have enough time to get there. As for who is coming, it seems to be the two crown princes of Asgard, Loki and Thor. The evil god Loki and the god of thunder Thor? These two brothers? Now the story of Thor has not started yet. Thor and his companions have not attacked Jotunheim without authorization, so Thor has not been expelled yet. As the prince of Asgard, he still has some cards to play. This diplomatic trip to China may be considered a test from Odin to Thor. As for Loki, for something as important as diplomacy, could we really expect a reckless man like Thor to take full responsibility? When Chen Mu and Sujia arrived at the Shenmao Bureau base, they were already on high alert, with soldiers wearing heroic uniforms. Led by Zhang Xian, director of the Spear Bureau, and behind him was a team of soldiers with a solemn and dignified military appearance. It was obvious that they were preparing for a very high standard for the approaching Thor, the god of thunder, and Loki, the god of evil. As a country of etiquette, China has always given enough face to envoys from other countries. Even if they are from small and poor African countries, they will be welcomed with national treatment. The country visiting China this time is not a small country, nor even a country on Earth, but is from Asgard in mythology, or aliens. This is the first time that humans have come into formal contact with an alien civilization in a true sense, and have welcomed each other as equals. China naturally cannot lose face. Like Chen Mu, Zhang Xian, as the director of the SIMO Bureau, also holds the military rank of Major General. Therefore, coming to greet Thor and Loki was considered giving them enough face. You guys are coming over. Seeing Chen Mu and the other person coming over, Zhang Xian nodded and looked forward. The open space in front is reserved for Thor and his companions to come. Rainbow Bridge. Chen Mu was still very interested in Asgard's method of transmission. The Rainbow Bridge can send a large army to any corner of the 9 realms in an instant, which is of great significance in war. Not only that, the Rainbow Bridge is also a very powerful weapon. It is a powerful attack weapon of Asgard. It is no exaggeration to say that it is Asgard's strategic threat weapon. It has the power to destroy a star. When the time came, a rainbow that spanned the sky and the earth fell from the sky and landed precisely on the open space in front. Then, a group of figures walked out of it. The leaders were Thor and Loki. Rainbow Bridge, analyzing, 5%, 10%, 30%. Unfortunately, the rainbow wall disappeared before it was completely analyzed. If he did it 2 more times, Chen Mu would be able to master the technology completely. However, even if there is only 30% of the rainbow bridge, it is still good for teleportation. However, now that we have Ancient One's teleportation magic, this thing seems to be of little use. It is better to wait until it is 100% analyzed and then upgrade it, so that it will be more useful. Thor has flowing golden hair, a burly body, and wears a dazzling armor. It looks very imposing. Loki, standing next to him, was also wearing his own armor, a stag antler helmet on his head, and his signature evil smile on his face. Behind them was a team of Asgard soldiers wearing shining golden armor, and they also looked very imposing. Of course, Asgard soldiers have poor actual combat effectiveness and are not of much use. Hello, Mr. Thor, welcome to China. When he saw the person coming, Zhang Xian walked up and greeted him in a very formal manner. Hello, I suppose you are an officer of the court. Thor looked unruly and tall. He looked around and said, my father said that Midgard is very powerful now. As Asgardians, we respect the strong. Call out your strongest man. I want to compete with him. As a reckless man who has not yet been taught a lesson by Odin, Thor is still very arrogant and looks down on others. Ahem, sorry, that's just the way my brother is. Loki came up at this time, with a smile on his face, looked at Zhao Xian, and continued, I heard from my father that the current Midgard has enough strength to establish diplomatic relations with us Asgard. Although there was respect in his words, the tone of his voice was full of contempt. Sufficient strength? Haha, it's just a backward courtyard. This is China, please put away your arrogance. Zhang Xian put away the smile on his face and looked at the group of people with dignity. Although he had to treat the guest with respect, he would not tolerate anyone despising his own country. Moreover, Zhang Xian quickly analyzed the other party's personality through this brief contact and formulated a strategy on how to deal with the other party. Since Asgard worships the strong, it only needs to show its powerful side to convince the other party. Only with corresponding strength can you gain the respect of others. In the eyes of these Asgardians, especially Loki and Thor, they all believe that Midgard, also known as Middle-Atrium Earth, is the most backward world among the 9 realms. They possess great power, so naturally they look down upon others. So it is natural that the current attitude exists. But is China's power really that weak? Since you want to spar with me, then as you wish. Zhang Xian took a deep look at Thor, the god of thunder, and then looked at the group of warriors behind him. Second Lieutenant Wang Wei, I leave it to you. Let Thor, the god of thunder from mythology, see our Chinese warriors. The warriors present at this moment are the strongest warriors in the Shenmue Bureau, guaranteed to complete the mission. Wang Wei saluted and took a step forward. Oh, a soldier. Looking at Wang Wei, who was also of burly build, Thor chuckled. With the physique of the humans in Midgard, how can they compare with the Aesir in Asgard? Therefore, Thor was full of disdain for Wang Wei, an earthling. Among the 9 realms, humans are notoriously weak in physique. Wang Wei, a former naval aviation pilot and current soldier of the Chinese Divine Spear Bureau, please give me your guidance. As he spoke, Wang Wei operated the bracelet on his hand, and a set of pitch-black armor flew out of it. Kirin armor. Today's Kirin armor has undergone several improvements by military scientists and is no longer the original version. The current Kirin armor is covered with a layer of high-strength scale armor outside the armor, which once again enhances the armor's defense. Just like the scales of the Kirin, it looks even cooler. At the same time, he looked even more cruel and full of murderous intent. The Kylan armor is not as majestic as the military standard for Sacred Beasts armor. It exists for the purpose of combat. The Kylan armor is the one that has been improved the most times among all the armors, and it is also the most advanced one. All experimental weapons and equipment will basically be given priority on the Kylan armor. It also serves as a weapon validation. Therefore, the newly released magic equipment was given priority to this group of Kylan warriors. For example, several of Wang Wei and his group of soldiers already have storage bracelets equipped. Wang Wei's armor is stored in his bracelet. When encountering a war, he can take it out and equip it at the first time. Oh, this looks like a good space storage technology. Seeing this, Thor's eyes lit up. Even Loki on the side couldn't help but take a closer look at the bracelet on Wang Wei's hand. This thing looks so high-end. I take back what I said, this is an opponent worth taking seriously. Seeing Wang Wei putting on the armor, Thor's eyes lit up. He felt an inexplicable pressure from the Kirin armor. This was an opponent that he should take seriously. The martial arts arena is not far away, let's go there. Zhang Xian pointed to the distance with a smile. There was a huge playground over there where some military training was usually carried out. But at this moment, the place had already been cleared, and it could be used as a battlefield for Wang Wei to fight against Thor. The Chinese people present were full of confidence in Wang Wei's strength. Not to mention that the most powerful Kylan armor currently available, Wang Wei himself was also transformed by the Hulk, and his strongest strength actually lies in this. During a war, the Kirin armor is definitely a more powerful weapon, but in a one-on-one fight, there are not many people who can defeat the Hulk and transform into him. Anyway, Thor is definitely not included here, especially Thor who has not yet awakened. At this moment, Thor is not yet the god of thunder, it is more appropriate to call him the god of hammer. Almost all of his strength lies in his hammer. Haha, I'll go over and wait for you first. Thor, the god of thunder, seemed very excited to meet an opponent worthy of his serious fight in Midgard, also known as the Earth of Middle-Atrium. He swung Mjolnir in his hand and flew directly towards the playground not far away. Wang Wei also silently operated the armor and flew towards that direction. The battle is about to break out. I'm sorry, that's just how my brothers are. All they think about is muscle. Please don't mind. We don't have any ill will, and we don't mean to look down on your country. The evil god Loki said this lightly with an elegant smile. In his opinion, it should be a simple matter for Thor, the strongest god of thunder in Asgard, to deal with Wang Wei, the Earthling. Even though the armor the opponent was wearing did not look simple, Loki felt that he was still far from being able to defeat Thor. Let's go and take a look. Zhang Xian didn't take Loki's words too seriously. The arrogant Asgardians looked down on the humans on Earth, and they would pay the price for this. Haha, you look pretty strong. Ethan Chen, take this blow from me. When everyone arrived at the playground, Thor could not help but attack Wang Wei. Relying on his strong physical strength and the ability to fly, Thor was very agile. He rushed towards Wang Wei with his hammer in hand. Wang Wei, who was wearing a kylin on his feet, was also strong. He made an evasive move at the first moment, and raised his hand to fire a palm cannon at Thor. Thor didn't care too much about Wang Wei's attack. In his opinion, such a weak attack could not cause any harm to him. He raised the hammer and wanted to open the energy cannon. As a result, Thor was a little surprised that the energy of the palm cannon seemed to be quite strong, and he had to use some effort to deflect the energy cannon. Oh, this attack looks pretty good. Thor's eyes lit up, his fighting spirit grew even stronger, and he raised his fighting spirit again and continued to rush towards Wang Wei. Unfortunately, how could Wang Wei let him do what he wanted? As a soldier, he had been trained for a long time and had a good combat awareness. Seeing that Thor wanted to engage in close combat, he naturally would not let him do as he wished. He flew up directly and kept bombarding Thor with his palm cannon. What? The kylin armor does not rely on jets to fly, but the magic circuits engraved in its body give it the ability to fly directly. This flying ability from the Eternals is much faster than Thor's flying speed. In addition, Wang Wei also fired a lot of energy cannons to interfere with Thor, and Thor, the god of thunder, could not get close to Wang Wei at all. The idea of defeating the opponent in close combat was completely thwarted. Hateful. Thor gritted his teeth, picked up Mjolnir, mobilized the divine power in his body, summoned a powerful thunder, and struck the Kirin armor. Although the Aesir call themselves gods, they are still far from being true gods. The so-called divine power in their bodies is actually a kind of magic power, but it is slightly more advanced. Thor's thunder was extremely fast. Before Wang Wei could react immediately, the lightning had already struck him. The speed of lightning is extremely fast and it cannot be easily avoided. However, wearing the kylin armor, he was not afraid of lightning attacks at all. The lightning struck Wang Wei, but instead of causing any damage, it charged Wang Wei with electricity, slightly increasing the energy of his armor. The two people who were fighting were both confused by this. What the hell is this? Helping the other person in a fight? Thor was confused, but Wang Wei was not. He realized that it was obviously impossible to defeat Thor with just the energy cannon. The shoulder armor and back armor opened, revealing miniature missile silos. The next moment, micro-missiles were launched in overwhelming numbers, bombarding Thor. As if they were free, micro-missiles were fired from the armor one after another. For several seconds, there was no sign of him stopping. When you are poor, you can use precise strikes. When you are rich, you can use firepower coverage. The Kirin armor perfectly combines the two. With precise strikes under firepower coverage, every micro-missile hits Thor solidly. Even the Hulk in his prime couldn't withstand this attack. Fortunately, the armor worn by Thor at this moment is engraved with defensive runes, which is one of the rare defensive artifacts in Asgard. Even under continuous bombing, Thor was still well protected. However, when the bombing stopped after more than 10 seconds, Thor, who was bumped by the missile, was already covered in dirt. Even her flowing golden hair looked messy at the moment. Phew, we're out of ammunition. After being bombarded with heavy bombardment, Thor, the god of thunder who could only cover his head with his hands to protect himself, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, now it's my time, me. When Thor saw that Wang Wei had paused the barrage of attacks, he finally smiled, because this meant that it was time for him to counterattack. However, before Thor finished laughing, a crisp sound of loading ammunition was heard, and Wang Wei's Kirin armor was loaded with missiles again. With its own mirror space arsenal, there is no need to worry about Wang Wei's firepower. Boom. Once again, Thor experienced the coverage of precision-guided firepower firsthand. He was so scared that he turned around and ran, fleeing quickly on the playground. However, the micro-missiles also have tracking functions, and no matter how Thor runs, he is still ruthlessly overwhelmed by the barrage of bullets. Call. More than 10 seconds of barrage bombardment ended again, and Thor finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Thor's appearance was even more messy, and even the armor that had been shining before looked very dull at this moment. Thor, the god of thunder, felt the fear from China's firepower coverage for the first time. Click. Let me tell you, with my portable arsenal, I can fight you like this all day long. Once again, the sound of ammunition being loaded was heard, and Thor's hair stood on end. Wait, you have no moral principles. What's the point of relying on long-range attacks? Thor raised Mjolnir and shouted in dissatisfaction. At this moment, Thor was extremely competitive and was not hit hard by reality. Facing Wang Wei's shameless tactics, he seemed very unconvinced. Everyone else present was speechless, and Loki couldn't bear to watch it anymore and put his hand on his forehead. You are so disgraceful. However, the firepower of this armor is really outrageous. Especially Loki, who claimed to be the #1 wizard in the 9 realms, of course he also saw the trick. This armor should have a storage device, just like the magic prop used to hold this set of armor. Who knows how much ammunition this armor could hold? Do you dare to fight me head-on? Faced with his own disadvantage, Thor was dissatisfied and started shouting loudly. It is good. Wang Wei is not afraid of close combat, but long-range combat consumes less energy. As a soldier, he naturally has to choose the most effective means of attack. But since the other party thinks it is unethical, just have fun with him. The melee combat capability of the Kylan armor is also not weak. Okay, Tin Man, let's start the second round of battle. Thor felt ashamed after being suppressed by Wang Wei with the Kylan armor. He was secretly delighted to see that the opponent decided to fight in close combat under his strategy. Possessing a naturally powerful divine body, Thor is confident that he can tear down the opponent's iron sheet in close combat? Well, get ready. Wang Wei said this calmly, and then flew towards Thor suddenly. Just in time. Seeing the opponent rushing towards him without knowing whether to live or die, Thor shouted. A light of success flashed in his eyes, and he was ready for battle with Thor's hammer in hand. He was prepared to strike hard and show his momentum. As the saying goes, all is fair in war. His actions were entirely his own strategy. Thor, who was distracted during the battle, faced the fast-flying Wang Wei and swung his hammer at the opponent. However, to Thor's surprise, his hammer missed the target. Where was the shadow of the Kirin armor in front of him? Wang Wei opened a portal in front of him, went in and disappeared. The next moment, Thor suddenly felt a pain in the back of his head, and his eyes went dark. Wang Wei, who suddenly appeared behind him, punched him hard on the back of the head. Thor's mind was confused. Make a sneak attack? Thor felt his head buzzing and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Hey, I'm going to be serious. Thor touched his nose and found that it was bleeding. He looked at Wang Wei coldly. He was very unhappy and found it hard to accept that he was being suppressed in all aspects by the other party. On Mjolnir, the electric light began to flicker, and thunderstorms flowed on Thor's body. The magic power from Mjolnir began to quickly fill Thor's body, allowing him to quickly restore his full state. Even the battle armor that had been bleak before now also shone with light again at this moment. Wow, Thor's hammer is used as a battery. As expected of the god of hammer, this time Mjolnir's abilities were perfectly displayed. As the son of Odin, Thor is already physically strong, and now that he has been strengthened by the hammer of Thor, he is even stronger. Under the stimulation of thunder and lightning, Thor's body became at least several times stronger. This is obviously the result of the magic contained in Thor's hammer. In the original story, Thor did not have this trick at all. Obviously, he cheated this time, or rather, Odin cheated for Thor so that his eldest son would not appear too weak. With the blessing of Thor's hammer, Thor's strength increased greatly. He rushed forward and fought with Wang Wei, and his attack was very swift. However, facing any attack, Wang Wei was able to respond calmly without any panic. No one can defeat Thor, the son of Odin. Thor, who had already started a true fire, didn't know why he had become so fierce and briefly possessed the power after awakening. With the help of Odin's power, his body of the god of thunder was fully stimulated. The powerful force even made the Kirin armor unable to resist for a time. After all, Thor is a core figure of the future Avengers, and he does have some strength. Especially after awakening, Thor is strong enough to compete with Hulk. Kaka. Faced with Thor's crazy attack, the Kirin armor was unable to withstand it. After Thor found an opportunity, Mjolnir hit the armor's chest hard with a hammer, knocking out the energy of the Kirin armor. The armor, which lost its energy support, quickly lost power and fell from the air. Haha, the winner is me, Thor Odinson. Human, accept your defeat. After all, it was just a competition. Thor was very proud to see that he had destroyed the opponent's mortal iron can. In his opinion, he had already won. Without this annoying armor, the people on Earth are nothing. Thor, holding the hammer of Thor, felt extremely powerful, as if the strongest warrior on Earth had been defeated by him. Click. However, what made Thor's smile suddenly freeze was that Wang Wei calmly pulled off the damaged reactor on his chest, and then took out a new reactor from somewhere and installed it. He even took out a spare part and directly replaced the damaged part on his arm, and he was resurrected to full health. This scene made Thor's face look as ugly as if he had eaten shit. What are you doing? Still using spare parts? Will he just take out the spare armor? Not to mention, a set of armor costs less than 1 million. In China, the military has always believed that the lives of soldiers are more important than money, especially for soldiers like Wang Wei who have special abilities. In Wang Wei's storage bracelet, there are not only replacement parts for various armors, but also 2 sets of spare armors. If one set is completely destroyed, just change it and continue fighting. I have 3 sets of this armor, and there are many replaceable parts, so I can fight you all day long. So, Wang Wei calmly said these words that made Thor crazy. Damn, is this really a soldier? Looking at the group of soldiers with calm expressions behind Zhang Xian, Loki, who was beside Zhang Xian, froze in expression. Doesn't every soldier have this battle armor? How to play this number? Maybe a single Kirin armor is not as good as Odin's destroyer, but there are more of them? If a war really breaks out, who can stop the overwhelming Kirin armor from rushing forward? You have no moral principles? What's the point of relying on equipment? Thor, who was in the battle, was also extremely speechless, as if he had eaten a fly. He looked at Wang Wei sullenly and said, "Come and fight me with your real ability. Don't rely on the sharpness of weapons and equipment. Relying on external things is not a skill at all in my Asgard's opinion." Everyone present was speechless. Loki almost covered his face with his hands. It was so embarrassing. When you say this, please put down the Thor's hammer in your hand first. Perhaps the Chinese rabbits present did not know, but Loki, as a powerful wizard, knew clearly that Thor had cheated. Perhaps Thor himself did not know what was going on, but Loki knew it very well. On the hammer of Thor, a huge amount of divine power was infused into Thor's body, allowing him to possess the powerful strength he has today. This was obviously a measure prepared by his father because he was worried that Thor would lose. Unexpectedly, it seemed that there was still no way to defeat the opponent's soldier named Wang Wei. "If you have the guts, take off the iron sheet on your body, and then we can have a good fight," Thor said in a muffled voice. Thor, who was extremely competitive at the moment, didn't care about the means at all. He just wanted to win and didn't want to lose to such an obvious soldier in the courtyard. How could he, the son of Odin, lose to an ordinary soldier? This is intolerable. It is good. As a country of etiquette, China has always been very respectful to its friends. Since Asgard admires powerful warriors, it may be unhappy about winning by relying on armor. So after thinking about it, Wang Wei decided to do as Thor wished, take off his armor and have a fair fight with him. The Kylan armor opened its panel, and Wang Wei calmly walked out of it. He put the armor into the storage bracelet, and even took off his military uniform, folded it very carefully, and put it into the bracelet, revealing his strong muscles. Although he was different from the muscular men in Europe and the United States, he was full of a different kind of power. For Chinese soldiers, their military uniforms are a source of honor. Wang Wei doesn't want his uniform to be damaged, especially to be torn by himself. Haha, well, regardless of whether you win or lose, soldier, you have already earned the approval of me, Thor. Seeing this, Thor's eyes lit up and a smile of success flashed in his eyes. This time, he could finally win, right? But at least Thor still has some sense of shame. After all, people on Earth cannot fly. If he still relies on his ability to fly to fight Wang Wei, it would seem like he is bullying others. So after thinking about it, Thor landed on the ground, ready to have a good fight with Wang Wei. Well, let's start the third round. Wang Wei finished speaking calmly, with green bloodshot flashing in his eyes. His body, like a balloon, swelled up into a muscular hulk in an instant under Thor's confused gaze, emitting a terrifying aura from head to toe. Looking at the muscular hulk Wang Wei, Thor was confused. What was going on? Why did he feel a sense of crisis from this big guy that he had never felt before? What's even more outrageous is that Wang Wei maintains his sanity, has the powerful body of the Hulk, and he even strikes a stance. Thor didn't know that the stance Wang Wei adopted was called Bejiquan, which is China's traditional martial arts and a very powerful national art. Tai Chi can bring peace to the world in literature, and Bejiquan can determine the fate of the world in martial arts. Bejiquan is a set of boxing with particularly strong lethality. Looking at the terrifying Wang Wei, Thor felt that he had been cheated. God, you took off your armor. You seem even more amazing after taking off your armor? Forget it? Looking at Wang Wei's inexplicable moves, he had already said what he wanted to say. Could he still back down at the last minute? Thor gritted his teeth and rushed towards Wang Wei with Thor's hammer in hand. Throw a couple of punches first to test the quality of your opponent? Bang! With a dull thud, Wang Wei faced the rushing Thor without haste. He blocked Thor's hammer with his right hand, and then he used the Tai Shenlin move with his left shoulder. Well, because of his height, this shoulder hit Thor's face directly. The powerful force knocked him away and crashed him behind at an unimaginable speed. Thor's handsome face suddenly became swollen. Seeing Thor being beaten again, Loki, who had come with him, was dumbfounded. What the hell was this? Thor was the strongest warrior in Asgard after all. It was fine that he had the powerful body of the Aesir, but in his body, Odin secretly infused the power of Odin. How could he be knocked away after just one encounter? What's that big green thing? Looking at the calm expressions of everyone around him, who seemed to be used to this, Loki could not help but shudder. Could it be that Wang Wei was not the only one among these guys who could turn into this big green guy? Thinking of this, Loki couldn't help but feel a chill. In his heart, he silently thought that he should never provoke these Chinese people in the future. They are too scary. Damn it. As the saying goes, don't hit someone in the face. Although it was not intentional, Thor was now furious. There seemed to be flashes of thunder in his eyes. The sky was covered with dark clouds at this moment. Under the pull of Thor's hammer, the sky was filled with terrifying lightning. The thunderbolts struck down one after another, splitting a tree nearby. Upon seeing this, all the people from the Shenmao Bureau present frowned. If they continued like this, they would probably get hurt by mistake, so for the sake of safety, they all took out their Kylan armor and put it on. Including Zhang Xian, Su Jia, and Chen Mu. They are all mortal beings, and are unwilling to try to experience the feeling of lightning with their own bodies. This scene also dumbfounded Loki, who was standing by. Sure enough, the Kirin armor is not the only one. Look, there are dozens of people here, and each of them has one. What's even more outrageous is that 2 of the soldiers didn't have storage bracelets or Kirin armor, so they simply turned into the Hulk to avoid being struck by lightning. This scene made Loki even more speechless. What are you doing? Even the Hulk isn't the only one? At this moment, Loki's mentality collapsed. Fortunately, Thor did not see the situation here, otherwise he might have been scared to the point of dementia. At this moment, Thor only had Wang Wei as his opponent in his eyes. He raised the Thor's hammer, which attracted countless thunders, above his head, jumped high, and used a move to split Mount Hua. Carrying countless thunders, they attacked Wang Wei in an overwhelming manner. This scene is extremely impressive, and it also looks magnificent to bystanders. However, Wang Wei, who was under Thor's attack, stood still. His expression did not change at all, he just leaned forward slightly with his left foot and his body to one side. The next moment, Wang Wei's elbow hit Thor's stomach just right. Wang Wei didn't hit Thor's heart because he was afraid of exploding his heart, so he aimed at his stomach. Wow! Thor's eyes bulged out as a terrifying force came from his abdomen. An incredible force was venting wildly in his body. He felt that his internal organs were all in chaos under this blow, and he even lost his breath for a short time. Oh, it happened so quickly that in just one contact, Thor was knocked away again, his eyes went dark, and he fell into a coma. Even the Thor's hammer that he had been holding in his hand loosened its grip and fell to the ground. Once again, Thor went back to where he came from. The unconscious Thor was knocked out directly, and another mark plowed by him was left on the ground. He fainted already? I still have many moves to use. Wang Wei, who had wanted to grab Thor's feet and slam him a few times, looked at Thor, who had fallen into a coma and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He looked at Zhang Xian, wanting to ask what to do next. Looking at Loki next to Zhang Xian, Wang Wei seemed to be thinking about something. This brother of Thor looks pretty powerful. Do you want to try again? He just wanted to come out and grab the opponent's feet and throw him back and forth like a Hulk swing, and he wanted to find a target to try it out. For some reason, Loki felt a chill in his heart and his anus tightened, as if he was being stared at by some ferocious beast. Well, it seems that I was a little too harsh. Zhang Xian couldn't help but frown and quickly arranged for someone to check on Thor's condition. He didn't want Thor to be killed accidentally by Wang Wei. This is a diplomat from Asgard, and a prince at that. If something goes wrong, it won't just be a diplomatic issue. Fortunately, after finding Thor, he discovered that the other party was not seriously injured, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Wang Wei was holding back, and there was no killing intent in his attack. Otherwise, the first move, Tishan KO, would be enough to kill Thor directly. Phew, it's over. As expected of the legendary Thunder God, he is so powerful. At this time, Wang Wei also turned back into a human appearance. Fortunately, his pants were made of high molecular and high elastic materials, which were very elastic. There was no more embarrassing situation like before where the pants were stretched and could not be returned to their original shape. After hearing Wang Wei's honest words, Loki's face was full of question marks. Look, are you speaking human language? What's more, he is worthy of being called the God of Thunder. Thor was knocked unconscious by your combination of punches, and you tell me this? Looking at Thor, who was carried on a stretcher, the evil god Loki looked confused and speechless. Thor is much more powerful than him, and Loki is very aware of this. He knew very well that although he often teased Thor, when it came to real fighting power, Thor was far better than him. Thor was like this, but he was beaten by the Kirin armor in China. Let's not talk about it for now. Later, after Odin cheated and infused Thor with divine power, even though Thor's strength had skyrocketed, he was still beaten up by Wang Wei, who transformed into the Hulk. Loki knew very well that if he went up, he would probably be beaten like a muggle. Don't be in a daze. Let's go and send Thor to the infirmary first. Chen Mu came up at this time, patted Loki on the shoulder gently, and said calmly, by the way, please help take your brother's weapon. It's not a good idea to leave it on the playground all the time. As he spoke, Chen Mu nodded towards Thor's hammer Mjolnir lying on the ground. Ahem, Mjolnir is a divine weapon. No one who is not recognized by it can pick it up. This is the top divine weapon of our Asgard. Loki was still confident about this. When he saw Thor's hammer falling to the ground, he wanted to embarrass these Chinese people, so he came up with a plan and said directly, only a warrior who is recognized as powerful by Mjolnir can pick it up. Otherwise, no one can make it leave that place. Loki did not tell the truth. If he wanted to gain Mjolnir's recognition, strength alone was not enough. It takes a kind and righteous person to lift Thor's hammer and receive its blessing, so that the person who picks it up will have the power of Thor. This requires more than just great strength. Loki is very confident that even the big green guy just now can't move Thor's hammer at all. Is it? Chen Mu touched his nose and took out a ring that could release a portal. Under his control, a portal appeared on the ground below Thor's hammer, and on the other side of the portal was in front of them. Bang! Passing through the portal, Thor's hammer fell in front of everyone. Everyone in the group stared at Loki with strange eyes. Didn't you say that it was impossible for others to move the branch? It's only been a few seconds. He was slapped in the face. If it can't move, how did it run from where it was just now to in front of you? Ahem, I meant using my hands, not magic. Although he was speechless, the magic of this portal made his eyes light up. It seems that Wang Wei had worn the Kirin armor before and used this magic with the help of the armor. In other words, the country of China is actually able to produce a large number of such magical instruments and put them into weapons. This ability to make good use of magic really made him see the light. Although he didn't know how far the portal could teleport, the abilities they had demonstrated were enough to make Loki's eyes light up. Not to mention other things, just like the Kylan armor, using the portal to launch unpredictable attacks can greatly enhance the strength of the armor. Really? Chen Mu came to Thor's hammer Mjolnir with a look of doubt on his face. He stretched out his hand to try it and put his hand on the handle of the hammer. However, to his surprise, as expected, Thor's hammer did not move at all in his hand. Indeed, I am not a kind and just person. See, I told you that only those who are recognized by Thor's hammer can lift it. Seeing Chen Mu's deflated look, Loki seemed very proud. The country folk in the courtyard have never seen such a powerful artifact, right? Interesting, it looks like I really can't pick him up. Chen Mu nodded indifferently and didn't take it too seriously. Instead, he was very happy in his heart. Blood of the Frost Giant, innate frost magic, analyzing, 1%, 10%, 50%, 100%. Loki didn't know that when Chen Mu patted his shoulder just now, the talent for frost magic in his body had already been analyzed by Chen Mu. Magic item, Thor's hammer Mjolnir, analyzing, 1%, 10%, 50%, 100%. When Chen Mu tried to pick up Mjolnir just now, he also analyzed this artifact at the same time. Although Chen Mu really couldn't lift Mjolnir, it didn't matter, he could mass produce it. Mjolnir is not something that ordinary people can lift. Those who can lift it are qualified to become Thor. Obviously, you humans do not have this ability. Seeing that Chen Mu couldn't pick up Mjolnir, Loki's tail was about to rise to the sky, and he felt that Mjolnir helped Asgard regain its face. He was very proud, looked at Zhang Xian, and continued, if you don't believe me, you can let your soldiers try. Even the soldier who defeated Thor just now can't lift it. Loki said firmly. If people like soldiers can pick up Thor's hammer, which represents justice, doesn't that mean that this country is a country full of justice? Only when a country represents justice can its soldiers represent justice. As far as Loki knows, the Earth's Midgard has been full of wars over the years. Soldiers from certain countries have been killing people all over the world. Can a soldier like him hold the Thor's hammer, which represents justice? What a joke! So, if Captain America will be able to pick up Thor's hammer, which symbolizes justice and kindness, in the future, doesn't it mean that the country of America represents justice and kindness? Yes, after all, they are using human rights, justice, and freedom, these loud slogans that sound like White Lotus, to promote their values around the world. Therefore, it is reasonable for Captain America to lift Thor's hammer representing justice, Manual Doghead. Really? Seeing that Chen Mu was unable to lift Thor's hammer, Zhang Xian seemed a little curious, and he stepped forward to try. Sure enough, he had no way to make Thor's hammer shake even a little bit. Interesting, Lieutenant Wang Wei, you try it. Seeing that he had no way, Zhang Xian quickly gave up. Perhaps it was just as Loki said, only someone with great strength could lift it. As the director of the Spear of God Bureau, Zhang Xian does not possess very strong combat capabilities. He is good at diplomacy and interested in scientific research. Fighting is far away from him. If we talk about powerful people, he is definitely not one of them. Yes, Chief. Wang Wei, who had put on his military uniform again, saluted, then ran forward and placed his hand on the handle of Mjolnir's hammer. Haha, I told you, only people with great strength. What the hell? Before Loki could finish his words, Lieutenant Wang Wei raised Thor's hammer high up and blocked his words back into his mouth. Damn, Thor's hammer, doesn't it say that only kind and righteous people can lift it? Soldiers who represent war and killing can actually pick it up? Loki, who had transformed into the Fuckman, stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. This was completely beyond his expectations. He couldn't understand why Wang Wei actually picked up Thor's hammer. No matter how strong Wang Wei is, he can't lift Thor's hammer by brute force. This is the power of magic, and it cannot be broken by brute force alone. Besides, the current Wang Wei has not turned into the Hulk with explosive power. He only has an ordinary human body, but he can easily lift Thor's hammer. To Loki, all this seemed like a myth. Shouldn't it? Haha, it seems that Lieutenant Wang Wei has the potential to become the god of thunder. Seeing all this, Zhang Xian was also amazed. He looked at Loki who was stunned at the side and said with a little amusement, Loki, didn't you say that anyone who can pick up Thor's hammer will be recognized by him and gain the power of Thor? What do we say now? Didn't Soldier Wang Wei easily take him down? Is this what you mean? No one can pick it up? What a powerful feeling. Is this the god of thunder? Holding Thor's hammer high up, Wang Wei felt the powerful force coming from the hammer, and he was also very surprised. This is also a unique power. Even when he turned into the Hulk before, he had never felt this kind of power. This is the divine power of Thor, or in other words, a more powerful magic power. Unfortunately, I am not interested in becoming the so-called thunder god. Having said that, Wang Wei put down Thor's hammer again. Although Mjolnir's power was indeed great, it was impossible for him to attract Wang Wei. He is a warrior of China. He will dedicate his whole life to his motherland and people. His pursuit of strength is limited to using strength to protect his motherland and people, like the power of Thor. He is strong, but Wang Wei is not willing to become the so-called god who is high above others. In his opinion, China does not need gods, but warriors who can fight alongside the people, not gods. Not to mention, this so-called god of thunder was knocked unconscious by him with 2 punches before. Such a thunder god is not worthy of being called one. Looking at the absurd scene in front of him, Loki was completely speechless. His heart was full of confusion. He had secretly tried more than once or twice to pick up Thor's hammer, but it was obvious that Loki, who was careful in his thinking, could not gain the recognition of Thor's hammer at all. So, was everything he saw before his eyes an illusion? Was he inexplicably trapped by the magic of the Chinese wizard? Thor's hammer won't malfunction. This inexplicable thought flashed through Loki's mind, and he was also unconvinced. He took a step forward, stretched out his hand, and wanted to try to pick up Thor's hammer. However, like Chen Mu and Zhang Xian, Thor's hammer remained motionless. Perhaps, the soldier Wang Wei is really a kind and just person? Ahem, the soldier Wang Wei may just be an exception. After all, his power is indeed very strong, and he defeated Thor, so it is reasonable for him to be recognized by Mjolnir. Scratching his head in embarrassment, Loki said with a forced smile. At this moment, he completely believed that Lieutenant Wang Wei might actually be a person full of justice and kindness. But in his opinion, this must be an isolated case and must be just a coincidence. Is it an isolated case? Although he still had some doubts about the words of Loki, the god of lies, Zhang Xian chose to believe it for the time being. However, he was still quite interested in how many people in the army could pick up this hammer. Qiu Yun, you can try it too. As he spoke, Zhang Xian said to a soldier next to him. This warrior, like Wang Wei, participated in the transformation plan and was also able to transform into the Hulk, with strength not inferior to Wang Wei. Therefore, Zhang Xian also wanted to see if Qiu Yun could lift Thor's hammer. Yes, chief. Qiu Yun saluted, ran to the front of Thor's hammer, and stretched out his hand towards the handle. Loki on the side was also looking at everything in front of him nervously. He saw Qiu Yun grasp the handle of the hammer, and then, seemingly without using much strength, the Thor's hammer was picked up by the warrior named Qiu Yun and raised above his head. As the thunders gathered together, Qiu Yun also gained the recognition of Mjolnir, who gave him the power of the god of thunder. However, like Wang Wei, Qiu Yun was not lost in the attraction of Thor's power, and put Mjolnir back to the ground without hesitation. Loki had a black question mark look on his face. He really couldn't understand. It was fine that Wang Wei had just appeared, but why did Qiu Yun pop up again? Are they still people full of justice and kindness? Huang Guang, would you like to try it? Another warrior stepped forward, and Loki watched him again as he effortlessly picked up Thor's hammer again and then put it back lightly. Don't you have any idea about the power of Thor? If you don't want it, give it to me. I want it. Another warrior stepped forward and picked up Mjolnir again, then was put down again. What kind of team is this? Are all members full of justice? Kind and selfless? Are all members really the Justice League? At this moment, Loki was completely numb. He felt a little numb. He watched one soldier after another pick up Mjolnir and put it down. After a while, the soldiers behind Zhang Xian all tried it. What surprised Loki was that these people could all pick up Mjolnir. Even the 2 medics carrying Thor tried to pick up Thor's hammer, and as expected, they were able to lift it. Let me try. At this moment, even Sujio was very excited when he saw the cool lightning effects on his comrades after they picked up Thor's hammer. He walked up and put his hand on the handle of the hammer. Then, with a little effort, she picked up Thor's hammer. At this moment, everyone looked at the evil god Loki with strange eyes. At this moment, everyone looked at Loki again. Didn't you say that only people with great strength can lift it? Although the soldiers at the scene are all equipped with Kirin armor, they cannot lift it with just that, right? Look at Zhang Xian, then look at Chen Mu, aren't they like that? As for the other warriors, even if the number of those who underwent the Hulk transformation was actually less than half of the people present, how could the other half who had not undergone the transformation easily lift Thor's hammer? This guy must be lying. He is worthy of being the god of lies in mythology. Few of his words are credible. Well, okay, I'll tell the truth. Seeing everyone looking at him, including Sujia who was holding Thor's hammer, Loki felt under great pressure. After swallowing hard, he said with a stern face, the condition for Thor's hammer to recognize a user is not whether the power is strong or not, but whether there is a sense of justice in the heart. Only kind and righteous people are qualified to lift Thor's hammer and gain the power of Thor. So, those who can pick up Thor's hammer are all just and kind people? Everyone looked at Zhang Xian and Chen Mu. It seems that there are so many people here, but only you 2 can't lift it? Forget about Loki. He must have tried it before and had no idea how many times he had been rejected by Thor's hammer. I just want to ask you if you feel embarrassed. Maybe, for the prosperity of the motherland, I can do anything, so I shouldn't be considered a righteous and kind person. Zhang Xian scratched his head and said with a little speculation. Well, that's a very good explanation, well-reasoned and convincing. Me? Maybe I really don't deserve this kind of power. Chen Mu scratched his head in embarrassment. To be honest, although he has done his best for the development of China, in reality, he may not be able to sacrifice for it. Therefore, when it comes to kindness, justice, fearlessness, and a spirit of sacrifice and dedication, Chen Mu may not necessarily possess these qualities, so it is understandable that he cannot lift Thor's hammer Mjolnir. If it comes to sacrifice and dedication, I definitely can't do it. There is nothing to hide about this. Well, we hope so. Sujia looked at Chen Mu with a serious face and continued, no matter what happens, no matter what the situation is, you must prioritize your own safety. Your safety is related to the future of China. We can die, but you must not die. This is the difference in consciousness, but what he said does make sense. Everyone can sacrifice, but Chen Mu, no one wants to see him sacrifice. Chen Mu is not a soldier, so he has no spirit of sacrifice. No one present was unhappy at all. They all understood, and even in their opinion, this situation was better. Because they all knew how important Chen Mu was, and they would be willing to sacrifice their own lives for Chen Mu's safety. The soldiers present would do it without hesitation. There was no displeasure in the eyes of all the soldiers present, only determination. They all expressed affirmation of Sujia's words without any objection. Loki, who was an expert at lying, could tell at a glance that these people were not lying and were speaking sincerely. This fearless spirit of sacrifice and dedication seems to be deeply rooted in the bones of these soldiers. After all, those who can enter the Spear of God Bureau are the most dedicated people in the military, and before entering the Spear of God Bureau, they will also pass a strict political review. It can be said that everyone in the SHIE Bureau has a heart full of justice and is willing to sacrifice themselves at any time to protect others. What kind of army is this? Looking at this army, Loki was speechless. He felt the horror of China. Regardless of anything else, this army alone could raise the strength of this country to an unimaginable level. At this moment, he finally understood why his father, King Odin, said that this country was qualified to establish diplomatic relations with them. In addition to their powerful strength, the army is also an important reason. This is an army of justice, and probably the only one in the entire universe. Okay, let's carry Thor to the infirmary first. Sujia, please help take Thor's hammer over as well. Zhang Xian waved his hand and didn't take the divine power of Thor carried by Thor's hammer too seriously. You still have the nerve to call yourself the god of thunder. A Kylan armor can beat you so hard that you have to flee in fear. Such power is not enough for the Spear Bureau to do whatever it takes to get it. Just the power of Thor? That's a bit embarrassing. However, for the SHIE Bureau, which has mastered the power of the Hulk and the powerful Kirin armor, the pure power of Thor and Thor's hammer are really not worth looking down upon. Unless, it is a large amount of Thunder God's power. In short, Sujia, holding Thor's hammer, and Thor, who was carried by the medic, walked towards the infirmary. As for the others, Loki and the Asgardian soldiers who accompanied him, were all arranged to stay and wait for Thor, the man in charge, to wake up before conducting diplomatic affairs. Oh, no. The next day, with an excited shout, Thor finally woke up. He touched his stomach, and even now, he still felt a slight pain in his abdomen. You're awake. Looking at Thor who finally woke up, Loki, who had been waiting by the bed for a long time, greeted him calmly. Loki. Thor finally came to his senses, looked at Loki, and said with tears in his eyes, Loki, I had a nightmare. I dreamed that my Mjolnir abandoned me and eloped with a group of other men. Loki was speechless. To Thor, Mjolnir was like his wife. She had been with him for thousands of years. The relationship between the two was simply too deep. To him, Mjolnir is his other half and it is no exaggeration to say that she is more important than his wife. Of course, Thor doesn't have a wife yet. But that's what it means. If Mjolnir left him, it would be like his wife, who had been with him all her life, cheating on him. I dreamed that a group of strong men covered in sweat took turns to pick up Mjolnir, and Mjolnir also left me and left my arms. Loki was speechless again. Being surrounded by a group of strong men, taking turns to pick it up? That's a wonderful description. However, it seems that this is really the case. Your hammer wife was really picked up by dozens of strong men in turn, and then put back. To put it bluntly, the handle of Thor's hammer was almost worn out. To use a vivid metaphor, Thor's wife really did cheat on him, and the person she cheated on him with was dozens of strong men. Who could tolerate this? So, after thinking about it for a while, Loki decided that it would be better not to tell Thor about this, lest the cruel reality make him despair. Oh, my dear Mjolnir, I'm glad to see you here. Suddenly seeing Mjolnir on the bedside table next to the hospital bed, Thor was overjoyed. He hugged it in his arms and rubbed it hard with his face. This scene made Loki feel a chill. Thor, you are such a stubborn person. Why do you ever think about why Thor's hammer appears on the bedside table? Could it be that Mjolnir went up there himself? What can I say? Thor is indeed worthy of being the god of thunder. The Aesir are physically strong, not to mention that he is the offspring of Odin. After being hit in the heart by Wang Wei's elbow, Thor's internal organs were almost ruptured. However, even from this injury, it only took a day for Thor to recover. It's really surprising. Oh, you're awake. The door of the ward was pushed open, and Chen Mu and Sujio walked in. They were both surprised to see Thor, the god of thunder, sitting up from the bed. I didn't expect that Thor could still withstand such a serious injury. That would have been fine, but within just one day, the injuries were basically healed. This is really scary. I have to say that Thor is very good at taking beatings. Well, where's Wang Wei? I want to fight him again. Holding Mjolnir in his arms, Thor looked at Shenmue and asked with a fighting spirit. You've been beaten so badly that you don't know what to do, and you still want to come? Thor, don't forget the purpose of our coming here. At this time, Loki, as a military advisor, had to remind Thor, the god of thunder. We are here to establish friendly diplomacy with China, not to challenge your opponent to a duel. Loki seemed helpless against Thor, who was all about muscles. It is hard to imagine how ugly the fate of Asgard will be if it falls into the hands of this guy. What's there to discuss about establishing diplomacy? Thor waved his hand indifferently and continued. Isn't it just about sharing the same hatred and fighting side by side? If we encounter a strong enemy, we can just attack together. The words may be rough, but the truth is there. However, Thor is not a qualified king. Never mind. It's up to you. According to Loki's original idea, he would treat Midgard just like the other worlds in the Nine Realms, as long as Asgard protected them. But considering China's military strength, it seems that there is no need for Asgard to protect it. This country is fully capable of gaining equal status with Asgard. So, according to what Thor is saying now, there is absolutely no problem. Anyway, Asgard will establish friendly bilateral relations with China and achieve joint development of military and economy. Loki said this. He was very clever and wanted to take advantage of the loophole in words to obtain China's technology. But will Shenmue do as he wishes? You should talk to Director Zhang Xian about these things. I'm just a scientific advisor. Shenmue shrugged. The motherland has never lacked smart people. Being able to become the director of the Shenmue Bureau, Zhang Xian's ability in diplomacy is self-evident. He certainly wouldn't be fooled by a mere verbal trap. In addition, how to gain sufficient benefits through diplomacy is something Zhang Xian needs to consider. However, Thor, if you want to continue sparring with Lieutenant Wang Wei, you can go find them yourself. They are all in the training room and you can go find them anytime. As Chinese soldiers, Wang Wei and his colleagues are spending most of their time training in order to become stronger and better protect their country. Since you want to fight with Wang Wei a few more times, then go find them yourself. Shenmue was actually quite curious. What would Thor's expression be when he ran into the training room and saw a group of Hulks? Will you doubt your life? At that time, did he still want to continue competing with the other party? Okay, thanks, I'll go find them right away. Thor jumped off the bed and seemed very excited. He came to Shenmue, patted his shoulder, looked at Shenmue curiously, and asked, You are the scientific advisor? Does that mean you designed and manufactured all those armors? Honestly, your armor is very impressive. Thor still has a deep memory of the Kirin warrior who was able to crush him. This thing has terrifying firepower, but that's not all. The main thing is that it has a lot of spare parts. Even if the armor is damaged, the parts can be replaced quickly, able to maintain the strongest combat effectiveness at all times. It's an amazing technology. When the time comes, you can come to Asgard and have a look. Our two countries can exchange some technology. After saying that, Thor patted Shenmue's shoulder again, turned around and left quickly. In his opinion, no matter how smart a scientist is, he is not as attractive to him as a powerful warrior. The bloodline of the Aesir royal family is being analyzed. 50%, 90%, 100%. Innate lightning magic, analyzing. 50%, 100%. Innate Odin's power, analyzing. 50%, 100%. To Shenmue, Thor is simply a treasure boy. His talent in magic is simply too cool. Not to mention the physique of the Aesir, which is much stronger than that of the people on Earth. Not to mention that they are the royal bloodline of the Aeson family. Thor's lightning magic talent is his own ability. After analyzing it, there is also a way to bestow it on other people. Allow others to have talents similar to Thor's. Of course, being able to create Thor's hammer Mjolnir is equivalent to duplication, as Mjolnir can also give the user the power of Thor. Of course, if you can possess two things at the same time, your strength will naturally be stronger. As for the power of Odin, it is similar to the exclusive divine power of the royal family of the Aesir. It is one level higher than the magic of other Aesir gods and its power is also stronger. Moreover, the power of Odin has another function, which is to directly use the magic of the Rainbow Bridge. In other words, even if the Rainbow Bridge device is not built, the magic of the Rainbow Bridge can be directly cast with the power of Odin. In the movie, the only ones who can directly use the power of the Rainbow Bridge are Odin and Thor, and of course, Heimdall. Heimdall was able to use the magic of the Rainbow Bridge only because Odin had given him the ability to use the power of Odin in the past. In the future, in Avengers 4, Bruce Banner was teleported back to Earth for this very reason. He's such a battle maniac. Looking at Thor, holding the hammer of Thor, running outside impatiently, Loki laughed in silence, looked at Shenmue and smiled. Perhaps, he is not suitable as the future king of Asgard, right? Who knows? Smiling politely at Loki, Shenmue and Sujia also walked out of the ward. This guy Loki has too many schemes and tricks, I'm too lazy to have any more contact with him. Time flies and it is already afternoon. When Thor returned dejectedly to the accommodation arranged by China for Asgard, he seemed particularly depressed. What's wrong? What happened? Seeing this, Loki looked puzzled. I don't see any injuries on Thor's body. Didn't he go to fight with Wang Wei? Why did you come back so dejected in the afternoon? Loki, can you imagine? In a small training room, there are 60 or 70 green guys crammed in, lifting weights. The barbells weigh dozens or hundreds of tons, and they are playing with them in all kinds of ways. The whole basement is filled with an anxious atmosphere. When Thor told Loki with a sad face what he saw and heard this afternoon, even Loki's expression became strange. Your adjectives are as great as ever. But, 60 or 70 big green guys. Is it the same Hulk as Wang Wei? I didn't expect that there are so many in China. Doesn't this thing cost money? After once again realizing the power of China, Loki wisely shut up. Originally, he was thinking about relying on his magical abilities to bring back some benefits, such as getting some production technology for the Kirin armor, or at least some interesting magic equipment to return to Asgard. If he returns with these amazing technologies, the old man might be so happy that he would make him the successor of the king of Asgard. As a result, after hearing Thor's words, he gave up this plan without hesitation. Damn, with such a powerful force, does he dare to provoke it? When the time comes, this group of green fat men rush into Asgard, he himself will become a sinner for all eternity. The old man is powerful, but now he is in his twilight years and can hardly move. Can we still count on Odin to turn the tide and deal with this group of green fat men? This is obviously impossible. So, if you can avoid trouble, it's better not to cause trouble. Besides, Loki couldn't guarantee that he could survive the green fat man's fist. What if my magic doesn't work and my actions are exposed? Wouldn't that be courting death? After watching them train for a while, I went to find Zhang Xian. I didn't forget what my father told me. I signed a treaty of peaceful coexistence with them. Now China and Asgard have officially established diplomatic relations. What the hell? You're leaving me alone and signing an agreement? Damn it, I am the one in charge of the diplomatic agreement this time? I am responsible for making plans. How can I explain to the old man when I return to Asgard that you signed a treaty of peaceful coexistence in secret? With your brain, it would be strange if you weren't played like a fool by others. What peaceful coexistence regulations? Loki asked in a muffled voice, feeling as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. The 5 principles of peaceful coexistence are mutual respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, non-aggression, non-interference in each other's internal affairs, equality and mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence. Thor scratched his head and continued, I thought it made sense, so I signed with them. What the hell are the 5 basic principles? Sovereignty and territorial integrity? Does Asgard have this problem? Non-aggression? Both countries are not fond of causing trouble. Who would be so idle as to invade the other? Non-interference in each other's internal affairs? Who would interfere in each other's internal affairs? The systems of the 2 countries are different. Wait, this thing seems to be quite useful. If I try to usurp the throne, according to the agreement, will China not be able to interfere in my coup? As for equality, mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence, isn't this normal? Thor signed the diplomatic treaty, but it seems like he signed nothing. It was signed, but not completely. It seems that Asgard didn't get any benefit at all. Forget it. Anyway, he didn't expect to gain anything this time. However, the other party's rule of non-interference in internal affairs made Loki feel a little relieved. Loki's mind began to work quickly, trying to find some way to frame Thor so that he would have the opportunity to become the new crown prince. Got it? Midgard's strength is truly terrifying now. Loki looked at Thor and said with a sigh, compared to us in Asgard, it's as if we haven't made any progress in thousands of years. Isn't it? How long has it been since China developed to its current size? In just 1 year, the changes have been earth-shaking. In fact, it's less than half a year. This is the power of the country. With the state machinery in operation, the speed of development is unimaginable. If Chen Mu keeps to himself, how far can he develop? Start a company? Follow Tony Stark's example? Make tons of money and have sex with tons of pretty girls? Being a playboy? I heard that all these changes seem to have taken less than half a year. Thor nodded in agreement. Compared to Earth, Asgard is like an old man. Thor shrugged. Like, our father. Loki continued with a smile. That's right. Thor's eyes lit up, and he patted Loki's shoulder excitedly, saying, as expected, you understand me best, my brother. Loki felt a chill all over his body, but he still forced a smile. So, we need to change that. How to change? Thor opened his eyes wide and looked at Loki expectantly. He trusted this dear brother very much and knew that this brother was very smart. Whenever I encounter any problem, he can always give me advice and make very good suggestions. Perhaps, you need to ascend the throne as soon as possible. Loki shrugged and said tentatively, only when you become the new king will you be able to carry out reforms. Become the new king. Thinking of his very old father, Thor felt that this was a good idea. The old man is too old and has lost his sharpness. Now he chooses to compromise on everything, which is not what he agrees with. What should I do? Thor looked at Loki seriously. It's simple. In order for your father to take you seriously, you need to show your strength. Loki sneered in his heart, this guy whose brain is only muscles is really easy to fool. Asgard's current status was achieved through fighting, so you need to revive Asgard's glory and let it spread throughout the 9 realms again. Right? That's exactly what I should do. Now I heard that the frost giants of Jotunheim are ready to make a move. If we can thwart their plot, the heroic name of Thor, the god of thunder, will surely spread throughout the 9 realms. Loki complimented. That's right. Thor's eyes flashed. This is what he wanted? Loki, I understand him so well. Now that the diplomatic affairs are completed, let's go back. I can't wait. The plan worked, but it seemed too simple, didn't it? At least, you need to say hello to the other party before leaving. Loki laughed wildly in his heart, but his expression did not change at all as he said this to Thor. Not to mention Asgard's visit to China, at this moment on the other side of the earth, America is extremely lively. Ivan Vanko, who had previously attacked Tony Stark on the road, was rescued and is now causing trouble in America. How can I put it? This is America indeed. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. Originally, because Ivan Vanko was causing a commotion on the street and attacking Tony Stark, his electric whip naturally injured passersby by mistake, and more than 10 people died under his whip. This kind of murderer would definitely pay with his life in China, but in America, there is no such thing as the death penalty. He was only sentenced to a very long prison term. Of course, that would have been fine, at least he was locked up, but because of his intelligence, he attracted the attention of several parties. Justin Hammer, the head of Hammer Industries, had met Chen Mu once before, and they had some conflicts. The strength of the Hammer Group should not be underestimated, and Justin's financial resources are also very strong. He was impressed by Ivan Vanko's intelligence and the fact that he could also develop a convenient arc reactor like Tony Stark's. So they used some means to get Ivan Vanko out of prison. He found a man with a similar build to Ivan Vanko to replace Ivan Vanko, and let him die in prison, creating the illusion that Ivan Vanko had died accidentally. They succeeded in bailing out Ivan Vanko, and attempted to get him to work for Hammer Industries. Of course, all this could not escape the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, in fact, they had the same plan as Justin Hammer, so S.H.I.E.L.D. temporarily kept its troops on hold and prepared to be the Jackal. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is still an official organization, and it is obviously not appropriate for it to take direct action to rescue Ivan Vanko. Therefore, there is also a plan to use Justin to get Ivan Vanko out. Unexpectedly, Ivan Vanko, who escaped, had no intention of helping Hammer Industries. Instead, he secretly used their industrial strength to continue his revenge plan. He wanted to make Tony Stark pay the price. What I need is the Iron Man suit. Do you know what the Iron Man suit is? The one that Tony Stark wears. In the base of Hammer Industries, Justin yelled at Ivan Vanko, who was slacking off in front of him, with an angry look on his face. What I need is something that soldiers can wear, like the armor that appeared in the Chinese military parade, not something you can modify into robots. Do you understand? Justin was very annoyed about this. He rescued Ivan Vanko in order to let him improve his Iron Soldier plan. In the previous parliament, Tony Stark directly announced some plans of the US military, including the Iron Soldier project that he and Justin Hammer were collaborating on with the military. That is to imitate Tony Stark's iron armor, produce something similar, and prepare to equip the army. As a result, due to poor technical skills, he killed a black soldier who was participating in the experiment, causing himself considerable trouble. During this period, that black congressman has been jumping up and down across the United States, preaching things like Black Lives Matter and I can't breathe, setting off a wave of the Black Lives Matter movement and putting himself in a very embarrassing situation. This caused the plan to be postponed until he saw Ivan Vanko's abilities. He then found an idea and tried to get this man to help him build steel soldiers. Although this guy installed arc reactors on these battle suits, what made Justin very unhappy was that Ivan Vanko converted all the armors that were about to be delivered to the military into robots without his consent. Damn it, how is he going to explain this to the military? He had previously solemnly assured the military that he would be able to deliver a batch of powerful armor on time to counter China's growing military strength. He boasted that his own armor was comparable to the Sacred Beast armors that appeared during China's military parades. As a result, at this time, Ivan Vanko did something to him in the back, which made him very angry. Don't get excited. Drone warfare is the future direction, Ivan Vanko said nonchalantly, holding a toothpick in his mouth. In future wars, drone warfare will definitely be the most effective way of warfare. Isn't the military also vigorously developing drones now? The armor you produce is too fragile and is not suitable for soldiers to wear. If 2 more black people die, it will cause a lot of trouble. Makes sense. Justin's breath was choked. He wanted to refute, but found that it was really true. If 1 or 2 more black people died, there would probably be boycotts and protests from those weird anti-racism people in the country. This will have a great impact on one's own business. He didn't want this to happen. The famous Justin Hammer hated 2 types of people the most in his life. One is racist people, and the other is black people. He doesn't want to be labeled as a racist after his weapon caused the death of a black person. He knew it very well, better than anyone else, that black soldiers would definitely be allowed to experiment with weapons and equipment, especially dangerous ones. As for why? Hey, is there any need to ask this question? After all, America is a free and democratic country. Think about it. Whether it's Tony Stark or the Chinese soldiers, they wear armor and fight in wars, and they will be hurt to some extent. But robot soldiers are different. These are consumables. Even if they are damaged, there is no need to worry about casualties. A large amount of pensions can be saved. The military will definitely like this thing very much. Seeing that Justin was very moved, Ivan Vanko sneered in his heart, but still explained. To appeal to people's emotions and to enlighten them with reason, it all comes down to 2 words, interest. As long as Justin Hammer sees the benefits, isn't he a fool who can be easily manipulated? Ivan Vanko has no interest in helping Justin make money. He has only one goal, which is to kill Tony Stark. If he made a bunch of steel armors, it would not help him to take revenge. Would the soldiers wearing the armors obey his orders? Are you kidding me? So, after some consideration, Ivan Vanko directly modified all the junk steel armor produced by Hammer Industries and made them into computer-controlled robots. Although these armors are all very rubbish, they are still very good as consumables. At least it can cause some trouble to Tony Stark. At the same time, using the resources of Hammer Industries, Ivan Vanko also built a set of battlesuits for himself, which is comparable to Tony Stark's battlesuit. Humph, tomorrow is the Hammer Industries exhibition. I hope you can bring these robots to me on time tomorrow. Otherwise, I can get you out of prison and then put you back in. Do you understand? Justin Hammer snorted coldly, left two strong men to guard Ivan Vanko, and then walked away in a swagger. In Ivan Vanko's opinion, Justin Hammer is just a fool. Your boss is really interesting, isn't he? Ivan Vanko, holding a toothpick in his mouth, glanced playfully at the two serious bodyguards. His heart was full of sneers. Because of Chen Mu a few months ago, the Hammer Industries Expo could be said to be a complete failure, especially this guy Justin Hammer. He arrogantly wanted to humiliate Chen Mu, a country bumpkin from China, and also belittle China. In his opinion, this was a great opportunity to increase his own popularity. After all, Chen Mu is just a Chinese tourist. A tourist, can't he be controlled at will? In fact, this is very normal. Facing a billionaire, an ordinary person cannot compete with him in momentum. As long as Chen Mu hesitates a little, Justin can achieve his goal. However, what made Justin depressed was that Chen Mu was not a soft persimmon. Facing Justin Hanmo, a guy who humiliated his own country, he confronted him without hesitation. And he made his point so directly that Justin had no way of refutating it in public. Who made him express disrespect for China between the lines? Chen Mu rendered him speechless, so he ended up failing to humiliate others and ended up being humiliated instead. This also led to the last Hammer Industries exhibition being a complete failure. This time, Justin Hammer is ready to make a comeback and rely on the Iron Soldier project to restore the image of his Hammer Industries and let the American people see that their own Hammer Industries is very strong. However, this time, Justin Hammer was destined to fail again. The next day, the Hammer Industrial Expo opened on time, and Justin Hammer invited bigwigs from both the military and political circles to visit. At the same time, he also found a large number of reporters, preparing to raise the reputation of his own Hammer Industries in one go. In short, Justin Hammer, who is full of confidence, seems very high-spirited at the moment. What he didn't know was that at this moment Ivan Vanko had already dealt with his two bodyguards, and used the background program in the mechanical armor to completely control these steel soldiers who had been transformed by him. He planned to create a big scene at the expo, lure out Tony Stark, and then wait for an opportunity to kill him. Welcome to the Hammer Fair. Justin Ham, standing on the stage, looked very high-spirited. During this period of time, all the limelight has basically been stolen by Iron Man Tony Stark, which makes Justin Hammer very unhappy. He had long wanted to save his face, so this time, he also invited Tony Stark to his expo. However, Tony would definitely not give him face and directly threw his invitation into the trash can. The one who came this time was Pepper Potts from Stark Industries. The war of the future will be a war of drones. This time, we at Hammer Industries will launch our brand new war machine, the Iron Soldier project. After a lot of blah blah, it finally came to the highlight, and Justin Hammer shouted with great enthusiasm. At the same time, the curtain behind the stage was opened, revealing several types of steel soldiers that looked very imposing. Based on different military branches, Hanmo Industry has developed 3 types of military robots for sea, land, and air. They are adaptable to various complex war environments and have powerful firepower. Each robot soldier has a combat capability that exceeds that of Iron Man. Since bragging doesn't cost any tax, just go for it. Why even? Seeing those menacing steel robots on the stage, the Americans present shouted excitedly, as if they had really seen the future. I don't know if this group of people were arranged by Justin Hammer. Unmanned robot soldiers will prevent soldiers from getting hurt or even dying in the future. This is the real future. Justin Hammer really enjoyed the feeling of being under the spotlight. He seemed to feel that at this moment, he was the master of the world. I don't know, Ms. Pepper Potts from Stark Industries, what do you think of our robots compared to Iron Man? Justin Hammer, who was in high spirits, saw Pepper Potts sitting in the first row of the audience and couldn't help but ask provocatively. Looks good, but can they fly? The reason why she is called Pepper Potts is because Potts has a very bad temper. How could she tolerate being singled out and ridiculed by Justin Hammer? He asked directly. This is an exhibition, so we haven't prepared energy for the Iron Soldiers yet, so. Justin Hamburger was also a little embarrassed. He scratched his head, not knowing what to say. He also didn't know whether the robots behind him could fly now. He just listened to Ivan Vanko's words and didn't know whether it was true or not. What if it couldn't fly, but he said it could fly? Wouldn't that be a slap in his own face? Poor Justin Hammer, once again in the spotlight, was left speechless. Haha, so these are just large action figures. Pepper Potts sneered. That's it? You have the nerve to criticize your own Stark Industries? You might have drunk fake wine? Justin was embarrassed and couldn't say a word. He felt depressed and asked, can't you give me some face? Face is earned by yourself, not given by others. Justin, who scored twice, felt very embarrassed. Zitsize. At this moment, a slight sound was heard, and the eyes of the mechanical soldiers on the stage lit up, and then they began to move inexplicably. Behind him, the thrusters emitted light, and one by one the steel soldiers flew up. Aha! Look, they can fly. Seeing this, Justin Hammer couldn't help but laugh, looking very proud. I thought to myself, this guy Ivan Vanko has quite a keen eye. However, Justin Hanmo did not notice that these armors actually flew directly towards him and Pepper. Boom boom boom. A burst of explosions was heard, and a series of missiles were fired from these steel soldiers, attacking little Pepper in all directions, causing heavy casualties to the people around her in an instant. The sudden attack caused chaos at the scene. Everyone began to flee frantically and stampedes occurred frequently. However, Pepper and Justin were surrounded by the explosion attack and had no way to escape, as they were directly surrounded by robots. Ivan Vanko was planning to capture Pepper Potts and use her to threaten Tony Stark so that he would come and die. What's going on? Make them stop. Pepper Potts was filled with fear. She looked at Justin Hammer, who was lying on the ground with his head in his hands, and asked loudly, I don't know what's going on. Justin Hammer, with a look of horror on his face, naturally had no idea about this. Something happened over there in the US again. Chen Mu was in his laboratory, tinkering with the magic on Thor's hammer, when he heard the news from Sujia. He ran over happily, ready to watch the live broadcast. What happened again? The robot soldiers created by Hammer Industries have gone out of control and are slaughtering ordinary people. Sujia pointed at the computer screen and said, this kind of thing happened at the Hammer Industries Expo. It really deserves to be called the Free America. It's really a happy shooting every day. As he spoke, Sujia sighed and expressed his admiration for the simple folk customs of the American people. It's just a minor issue. Hundreds of people die from gun violence in the United States every day. Why should we worry about it? Glancing at the fierce battle scene on the screen, Chen Mu couldn't help but find it interesting, just like watching a blockbuster movie. Tisk tisk, the American people are really living in dire straits. Even if we want to help, we can't do anything. In response to Chen Mu's sarcastic remarks, Sujia could only roll his eyes. But, well, great minds think alike. This is the beginning of the plot of Iron Man 2. Because Chen Mu had already solved the problem of Tony's new element, he did not seek death because of palladium poisoning, nor did he go to Monaco to participate in the car race. However, he was still found by Ivan Vanko. A Russian named Ivan Vanko attacked Tony Stark before and was later imprisoned. Sujia controlled the computer, searched out some information, and said, according to the information just investigated by the SHIE Bureau, Ivan Vanko died accidentally in prison, but obviously, someone rescued him, and it should be Justin Hammer. Sujia glanced at the report and said to Chen Mu, the Shenmue Bureau did not hide any information from Chen Mu. Now that this kind of problem has occurred at Justin Hanmo's expo, it is likely that Ivan Vanko is causing trouble. With the help of the investigation of the Shenmue Bureau, Sujia easily connected the events together and guessed the truth to be almost certain. Interesting. The SHIELD was able to find out about this from such a long distance. Could it be that the SHIELD in the United States doesn't know about this? In response, Chen Mu could only marvel at it. How could they not know? Maybe the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. were also planning to get Ivan Vanko out, but when they saw Justin Hammer doing the same thing, they decided to use him to accomplish the task. Sujia sneered. She had no good feelings towards S.H.I.E.L.D. She continued, who knows, the people in S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to be the Oriole for once, waiting for Justin to rescue Ivan Vanko, and then find a reason to capture Ivan Vanko and make him work for S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence network is much stronger than that of SHIELD. After all, the current SHIELD has only just been established, while SHIELD has been deeply involved for many years, with intelligence systems spread across various countries that are intricate and complex, not to mention their base, the United States. Maybe in America, every ordinary person, what do they eat in the morning? What color underwear do they wear? S.H.I.E.L.D. knows it clearly. So, if Justin Hammer rescued Ivan Vanko, how could S.H.I.E.L.D. not know about it? Are they kidding? Anyway, according to the American habit, as long as they are not seeking death, they will do it to the death. SHIELD must have also taken a fancy to Ivan Vanko's talent, but it is just not convenient to take direct action, so they want to use Justin Hammer to achieve their own goals. If Ivan Vanko hadn't died in the end, his fate would definitely have been to fall into the hands of SHIELD. Of course, it is unknown whether he will work for S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra in the end. But the idiot Justin Hammer gave Ivan Vanko the opportunity to take revenge on Tony Stark. Using the resources of Hammer Industries, Ivan Vanko created the Iron Soldier, as well as his own Morning Lash armor. Ivan Vanko, who was originally a Russian, had no sympathy for the Americans, so he controlled the steel soldiers to kill indiscriminately without feeling any pressure at all. And does all this have nothing to do with SHIELD? If it weren't for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tacit approval, would Ivan Vanko have these opportunities? This is also one of the reasons why the Sue family is not interested in S.H.I.E.L.D. They are a group of hypocritical guys who only act for their own interests. As for the civilians in America, who made you born there? Breathing the sweet and free air naturally comes at a price. How did that saying come about? Happy America, shooting every day. Dozens or hundreds of people died, just a drizzle? We are a big country. How can we gloat over other countries' misfortunes when they encounter such crises? Seeing Sujia's smile, Chen Mu said with a stern face, "Go aside." In response to Chen Mu's funny words, Sujia could only roll his eyes and speak unhappily. Gloat? You don't even look at yourself in the mirror, aren't you the same? By the way, when Thor and his team return to Asgard, they invite us to pay a state visit to Asgard in 2 months. Will you go then? After glancing at the computer screen, Sujio was too lazy to pay any more attention to it and instead asked about some serious matters. Go, of course I'm going. That's Asgard, where magic technology is very advanced. How can we miss such a good opportunity to learn some techniques? I am the scientific advisor of the SHIE Bureau. How can I be absent from the technical exchange? The opportunity to analyze Asgard's various technologies cannot be missed at all costs. Okay then. I'll report this to the higher UPS, and then we'll go together. Sujia nodded. She was now mainly responsible for helping Chen Mu manage his company. Since Chen Mu had been spending most of his time in the industrial park, there was basically no need to worry about safety here. With the protection of the Shenmao Bureau, Sujia's bodyguard job gradually disappeared. However, if they were going on a long journey, like to a place like Asgard, Sujio would definitely have to fulfill his responsibilities and stay by Chen Mu's side to protect his safety. Sure, no problem. Chen Mu didn't care about this. By the way, I saw Thor's hammer before and got an idea. I plan to create a piece of equipment similar to Thor's hammer. Do you think it would be better to make it in the shape of a sword or something else? After analyzing Thor's hammer Mjolnir and performing technical upgrades on it, Chen Mu prepared to manufacture a batch of Thor's hammer equipment himself. Just to distinguish himself from Mjolnir, he planned to change his appearance. If it is replaced with traditional cold weapons, it may look better than Thor's hammer. Well, regarding the fierce fighting in the United States right now, both of them said that they had put it behind them. No matter how intense the fighting is, what does it have to do with them? Appearance. Sujia thought for a while and said, how about making it into a spear? That way it will look more imposing. Although he didn't know why Chen Mu asked this question, Sujia still gave his own suggestions. Chen Mu has been studying magic during this period. Maybe after seeing Thor's hammer, he has some new inspiration. Prepare to make some cold weapons. Sword-shaped cold weapons are suitable for lone knights, while spear-shaped cold weapons are suitable for the military. Therefore, Sujia, who came from the military, naturally subconsciously gave suggestions on the appearance of the spear. Lance? Got it. Chen Mu nodded. It seemed quite interesting to carve some magic circuits from Thor's hammer Mjolnir into the spear. Lightning spear? It can also be used as a standard weapon for the army. Just think about it, how imposing will the soldiers of the future be, wearing Kirin armor and holding lightning spears? At this moment, the Kirin armor is added with scales. At first glance, it really looks like ancient armor. And if it holds a spear in his hand, it really looks like a heavenly soldier and general. By the way, is it 2 months? Chen Mu remembered something and asked again. Yes, it was at the location where the Rainbow Bridge was left last time. 2 months later, our diplomatic mission was taken away by Asgard using the Rainbow Bridge. Sujia nodded. Okay then, help me get another spot, and I'll bring one more person with me. 2 months is just the right time for Neza to be born. Chen Mu planned to bring Neza with him and go to Asgard together. Neza was created by strengthening the template of the Eternals, and he possesses many abilities that only the Eternals possess. Flying, super speed, super strength, plus the ability to release energy, all these abilities combined make him much more powerful than the Hulk. Right now on Earth, the strongest Eternal is Icarus, and when Neza is born, he will definitely be much stronger than Icarus. Neza, as an Eastern god, will visit the Western gods of Asgard. Of course, gods are not popular in China. Neza is called a god only because he was created based on Chinese mythology. In fact, whether it is consciousness, emotion, or even memory, Chen Mu portrays them as descendants of the Chinese nation. In Neza's own opinion, he is a real Chinese, a rabbit from the flower-growing family, no different from other rabbits. Okay. Although this was strange, Sujia did not say much, because at this moment in China, people could trust Chen Mu unconditionally. Trust is mutual. If Chen Mu can trust his motherland, then the motherland will naturally not let Chen Mu down or be suspicious of him for no reason. Isn't it just taking someone to Asgard? What's unacceptable about that? There is one more thing. Someone from the space agency will come to our place later. The space agency will have a series of cooperation with our company in the future. Sujia looked through the log on the desktop and said to Chen Mu, because of the recent technological explosion in our country, it has greatly helped the development of the aerospace industry. Therefore, our country will focus its energy on the aerospace industry in the coming period. Are you from the space agency? After thinking about it, Chen Mu nodded. He was naturally very familiar with his country's space agency. In 2011, the United States will enact the Wolf Amendment, prohibiting any country participating in the International Space Station from cooperating with China in space. These countries must abide by this agreement. This will also lead to China's future development in the sky being difficult. The whole world refused to play with China, forcing China to be self-reliant and develop on its own. Relying on its own, China built a space station that belonged to it alone. Although the wolf clauses have not yet appeared, the blockade of China by Europe and the United States has not been eased in the slightest. In the aerospace industry, China is still excluded by other countries. At this moment, China is still very backward in the aerospace industry. Now, the emergence of the portal has given China's aerospace industry a way to overtake others and even cheat to reach the finish line. There are countless resources in the sky, waiting for China to develop. China is not like a certain country that spends all day thinking about how to plunder the earth and seize other countries' resources. Based on the concept of peaceful development, China has been committed to the development and rational utilization of resources. The development of space resources has always been a top priority. Today, the various technologies provided by Chen Mu to Huiguo also play a very important role in the development of the aerospace industry. The reactor alone generates a huge amount of energy, which can be used as a rocket energy source to easily send satellites, space stations, and the like into space. Just like the Vostok 41 missile, which is equipped with a reactor, it can easily fly into space. There is also anti-gravity technology, which can be applied with the large amount of energy provided by the reactor. If we build a space station directly on the ground and install an anti-gravity device, we can easily send the space station to a high altitude, and then add some auxiliary propulsion force. We can also easily push the space station into the universe. With these technologies, it will be very easy for China to rapidly develop its aerospace industry. But now, the emergence of magic items, especially the emergence of portal technology, is simply a king bomb for the aerospace industry. As long as a rocket carrying a portal flies into space and opens the portal, can't we easily teleport a large amount of supplies into space? That would be fine, but our country is now planning a lunar exploration project. If we put a portal on the lunar lander, doesn't that mean we can build a portal directly on the moon? Direct teleportation between the Earth and the moon? The emergence of the portal is simply incredible for the development of aerospace. If they can already teleport, why develop rocket technology? When the Space Administration came to Huaqiangbei, it naturally received instructions from above. After all, the existence of the Shield Bureau is not known to ordinary people, let alone magic. It is now only circulated within the military and the Shield Bureau. Apart from that, it is only known to some officials in the political arena. The existence of magic must be treated with caution for now, and it will only be made available to the public when the time is right. The reason why the Space Administration came to Huaqiangbei Industrial Park was naturally because of the portal, and they wanted to find a way to make better use of it in the aerospace industry. Aren't the wars that have occurred on Earth in recent years all for the sake of competing for resources? In order to seize oil resources, the Americans are almost out of their minds and are using all means to rob. Although China's development is inseparable from resources, China has always adopted a mutually beneficial and win-win approach to obtain resources for its own development. This is very different from America. Now, China has found a way to obtain a large amount of resources. Space. At this moment, in America, after Ivan Vanko held Pepper Potts hostage, Iron Man appeared without a doubt. Appearing with him was his bodyguard Happy. At this moment, Happy was wearing a set of gold, extremely flashy armor. He appeared with Tony's armor, and then fought with Sang Whip. At this moment, Tony has not had time to give the Mark II to Rhodes, so War Machine has not appeared yet. Because of Chen Mu, the timeline of the entire Iron Man 2 event was moved forward a bit. Moreover, it seems that some accidents also happened because of this. Tony rescued Pepper Potts, but Ivanka did not die in the end. He was just knocked unconscious by Happy. He was then arrested again by the American police and sent to prison. This is very interesting. Since Ivan Vanko was rescued the first time, there is no guarantee that it will happen a second time. According to American customs, the possibility of doing so seems very high. Sure enough, after solving Ivan Vanko's problem, Tony happily returned to his own company, but the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't hold back again, and used their own means to transfer Ivan Vanko to another prison, which belonged to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own prison. It seems that just as Sujia expected, after seeing Ivan Vanko's abilities, S.H.I.E.L.D. will indeed find ways to recruit Ivan Vanko as one of their own. For Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., as long as there is value to be used, he naturally wants to make full use of the value. The conceited Nick Fury confidently thinks that he can easily control Ivan Vanko. As for the fact that Ivan Vanko was an executioner who killed hundreds of Americans, who cares about this? The people of S.H.I.E.L.D. don't care about these dead people. This is America, this is S.H.I.E.L.D. In their eyes, the lives of civilians are nothing. As for Justin Hammer, please, as one of the richest men in America, he can do whatever he wants. Even if many people died because of an accident at the expo, he can completely shirk responsibility by just making a little excuse. In addition, he also cooperated with the US military, using the technology of machine soldiers as a price to allow himself to escape from this incident. Reality is so magical, especially in America, it's really good to be rich. As for the many people who died, come on, they were just a bunch of insignificant people. They died, so they died. Anyway, Justin promised to pay a large sum of compensation, so the matter was just covered. Anyway, none of these people are important people. Although they are some of the managers of large companies, they are just workers like Xiao Lei Jiao. Finally, in America, a world where only ordinary people get hurt has been achieved. Different from the excitement in America, in China, when Chen Mu learned that the space agency was preparing to develop space resources, he was also very happy. In the original world, every time I saw China's space heroes, I would feel proud. I vaguely remembered that before I traveled through time, the Shenzhou 13 spacecraft had already landed safely. Amid worldwide suppression, China has, through its own efforts, carved out a niche for itself in the aerospace industry. In this world, Chen Mu is honored to be able to personally participate in this great cause. The resources in space are particularly abundant. Not to mention Jupiter and comets that are far away, just the moon, which is the closest to the Earth, has rich mineral resources. On the moon, there are all kinds of minerals needed for human life, including iron, aluminum, zinc, titanium, rare earths, etc. As long as you can name it, you can basically find it. These resources can be mined very easily on the moon. That's not all. There is also a very precious fuel on the moon, helium-3, which is the most ideal fuel for controlled nuclear fusion and is distributed in large quantities on the moon. The essence of the arc reactor is actually a kind of controlled fusion, but it is still far inferior to real controlled nuclear fusion. Simply put, controlled nuclear fusion is an artificial sun. When controlled nuclear fusion is truly achieved, mankind can be said to have truly embarked on the path of cosmic civilization. Huh? The space agency? Now that I think about it, it seems like there might be something to it. In the Marvel world, developing cosmic resources? Although the style of painting seems to be wrong, forget it. As long as it is beneficial to development, there will be no problem. P.S. I don't want to write about the Inhumans. There are so many resources on the moon, of course China is the only country that can develop them. As for the Inhumans, let them go to hell. Let's just treat this as a parallel universe without the Inhumans. Maybe we will come into contact with them after the multiverse of madness in the future. The next day, when the people from the space agency left happily with some equipment, Chen Mu had already returned to his studio. This time, the space agency took some equipment from the Shenmao Bureau and left. A soldier also went to the space agency with them, bringing with him several large space expansion equipment and several matching portals, intending to use them to do something big in the aerospace field. With just one rocket launch, a large amount of materials can be easily sent into space. In the future, all expensive rockets will no longer need to be manufactured laboriously. The Americans are still trying to make reusable rockets, but in China, this is no longer necessary. The emergence of the portal can be said to be a direct step to success. Of course, Chen Mu has also considered asking Master Ancient One for help to open a portal directly in space, or even on the moon, and send a permanent transmission device over. This way, a lot of time and cost could be saved. However, China is not a country that needs help from outsiders for everything. Since we have the ability, why should we rely on an outsider? Ancient One is indeed powerful, and China respects her, but China will not give up its dignity and ask for help from outsiders just for the sake of convenience. This time, the reason for letting a soldier go back with the space agency is because a strong soldier is needed to serve as an astronaut, carry a teleportation device, reach the designated space, or even directly serve as an astronaut to the moon. This warrior's name is Zai Gang. He is also a warrior with particularly strong faith. He has been transformed by the Hulk and also possesses the power of the Hulk and is equipped with a large number of advanced equipment. As a pioneer of China, he will go to the moon, and then look for the right opportunity and place to directly build a permanent portal. In this way, materials from the Earth can be continuously transported to the moon. The resources on the moon can also be collected back continuously. The role this can play in promoting China's development is unimaginable. However, after all, the moon nominally belongs to all mankind. If China wants to develop it, it must be very low-key, enter the village quietly, and don't shoot. While other countries were unaware, they directly established a large number of permanent bases on the moon and actually took complete control of the moon. Finally done, Thor's spear. It has been a few days since the people from the space agency left. During this time, Chen Mu has been in his laboratory, perfecting his Thor's spear. Thor's spear was made by adopting Sujia's suggestion and making Thor's hammer into the shape of a spear. Because the production function of the system is currently occupied and Neza is still being shaped, Chen Mu cannot rely on the system to manufacture the Thor's spear, but finds the materials himself and uses high-precision machine tools to make it himself. The materials of Mjolnir are very good, including the divine metal Uru alloy, the core of dying stars, and branches of the world tree. In short, none of these materials can be found on Earth. Therefore, the main material used for the Thor's spear in Chen Mu's hand is the best material that Chen Mu can find. This spear is basically made of vibranium, supplemented with various high-strength alloys, and made of mithril as the material for the magic circuit. In order to get the vibranium, Chen Mu personally dismantled his own set of spare armor. The system can create things out of thin air. Chen Mu had prepared several sets of vibranium armor before, but he himself does not go into battle, so he rarely uses it. This thing is more of a tool for Chen Mu to use when traveling. It would be more appropriate to call it a vehicle. Vibranium is a material found on Earth. In the eyes of the system, it is considered an ordinary material, no different from gold, silver, copper, and iron. However, when I really went to look for them, I couldn't find them. On Earth, almost all of the vibranium is in the country of Wakanda. Although this country has extremely high technological levels, it has been closed to the outside world for too long, and the outside world has no idea of its existence. Even China only established diplomatic relations with it, and there was not much communication. In Chen Mu's opinion, the country of Wakanda is even worse than the Qing dynasty. Yalang is arrogant and closed to the outside world. It has occupied high-quality resources such as vibranium and used it to build roads, and is unwilling to lose even a kilogram of it. Whenever Wakanda learns that vibranium exists in the outside world, it will do whatever it takes to get it back. In the name of it, vibranium belongs to Wakanda and other countries cannot get involved. The vibranium spear in Chen Mu's hand has most of the magic circuits of Thor's hammer engraved inside. Some are endowed with the power of the god of thunder, some release lightning, some summon thunder, and they also have energy release carved for them, which is the magic circuit of the magic energy cannon. At the tip of the gun, it can release the stored energy cannon. Strong attack power. Of course, Chen Mu did not carve Odin's blessing for it, which is the magic that only just and kind people can pick up. Otherwise, he himself cannot pick it up now. In short, although the material of Thor's spear is not as good as Thor's hammer, its function is not worse than it, and it is even more powerful. The most important thing is that as long as the materials allow, Chen Mu can even mass-produce the Thor's spear. The magic that grants the user the power of the god of thunder is very interesting, as it allows the user to use the power inherent in it. In addition to the lightning magic engraved on it, as long as there is enough magic power on the Thor's spear, the user can also have the power to control lightning like Thor. As long as there is enough magic power, with the help of Thor's spear, the user can even possess power comparable to or even surpass that of Thor. Of course, the premise of all this is that Thor's spear needs enough magic power. And now, the Thor's spear in his hand has not been charged yet. It has no magic power and naturally cannot produce the effects of these magics. However, this is not a difficult problem. Although there is no magic, there is technology. There is a space reserved at the handle of Thor's gun, which can be used to place a special arc reactor. That's right, without magic power, Chen Mu planned to use arc energy instead. They are both energies of the same level, and with the support of the technology of the God group, they can be converted and replaced with each other. Because the gun body is slightly small, the arc reactor commonly used in Kirin armor is definitely not suitable. In order to adapt to Thor's spear, Chen Mu carried out a series of modifications to the arc reactor. Make it smaller, but thicker in width, elongated into a cylinder, so it can just fit inside the Thor's spear. Perfect as the energy source for Thor's spear. Wow, the copycat Thor's hammer was made by Chen Mu himself and became Thor's spear. This is a perfect product of technology and magic. And this will serve as the standard equipment and weapon for the soldiers. In the future, warriors will also have their own power of Thor. Is it okay that every soldier in the Chinese army is a Thor? So, this is the power of Thor. Holding Thor's spear in hand, Chen Mu narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling the lightning power continuously infused from the spear in his hand, and he couldn't help but sigh. As the magic power of Thor's spear surged, Chen Mu felt his own strength for the first time. He clearly felt that when he held the spear, he had the power to control thunder and lightning. It might be slightly inferior to Thor's innate magic, but controlling thunder is no longer something that mortals can master. The feeling of having power in oneself is really hard to extricate oneself from it. Feeling his own powerful strength at the moment, Chen Mu couldn't help but sigh. No wonder so many people are obsessed with power. This feeling of being powerful is truly fascinating. Chen Mu opened his eyes, and flashes of lightning appeared in his eyes. At this moment, he also felt the power of the thunder god. He raised his left hand, and looked at the lightning leaping at his fingertips. Chen Mu fell into deep thought. With a wave of his left hand, a bolt of lightning flew out, splitting the wall not far away into a crack. It was so powerful that even Chen Mu could clearly feel that his body had been strengthened by the lightning. Before, Chen Mu was not qualified to pick up Thor's hammer, so he had never personally experienced the feeling of controlling thunder and lightning. At that time, he looked at the warriors, each of whom had a brief contact with this power, and after feeling the power of the god of thunder personally, they put it down without any hesitation. At this moment, he felt that these warriors were really powerful. Their will is indeed unwavering. For someone else to suddenly gain control of a powerful force and then give it up so easily would be simply impossible. But for these soldiers, it is as common as eating and drinking. Of course, there are also warriors who have stronger strength and look down on the power of Thor, but it is undeniable that for ordinary people, the power of Thor is really attractive. But, that's it. Chen Mu was also the only person who wore a military uniform at the military parade. Although he was still far behind the real soldiers, the moment he put on the Chinese military uniform. He is a soldier belonging to China, and his every word and action must comply with military rules and regulations. Once a soldier, always a soldier. Chen Mu's mentality was also changing subtly and slowly. So, after feeling the power of Thor a little bit, Chen Mu put it down and returned to being an ordinary person again, no longer possessing the power of the god of thunder. Chen Mu could also easily overcome this attraction and put down the power of Thor with ease. Of course, the most important thing is that he can pick it up at any time. What happened? I thought I heard thunder. Sujia, who heard the noise, came to Chen Mu's laboratory and asked curiously. I tried out some new equipment. Chen Mu clapped his hands, picked up the Thor spear beside him, patted it, and said, what do you think of this? Doesn't it look really cool? This spear looks really good. Seeing the beautiful looking spear, Sujia couldn't help but get dazzled. The spear is the king of all weapons and is especially suitable for the military. Naturally, it has a strong appeal to soldiers. Anyway, as soon as Sujia saw this Thor's spear, he fell in love with it. Is this magical equipment? Sujia looked at the reactor on the spear body curiously. Because it was a magical firearm, Sujia could tell the structure of this type of equipment at a glance. The reactor serves as an energy source, providing the arc with energy instead of magic power, and can also produce magical effects. Yes, this is a very powerful magical equipment. Chen Mu seemed very proud and said, the gun is made entirely of vibranium, and has a lot of magical effects. The simplest one is that it can fire magic shells like a magic gun. The magic shells released by the energy provided by the arc reactor are extremely powerful, and this is just an ordinary attack from Thor's spear. After seeing Thor's hammer, it gave me a lot of inspiration, so I created this Thor's spear, which can release lightning and thunder. Like Thor's hammer, it can also give the user the power to control the power of thunder. Chen Mu seemed very proud of this. Thor's hammer is a sacred weapon in Asgard. The Thor's spear that I made may be slightly different from Thor's hammer, but it is not much different. Does this mean that I have also made a sacred weapon with my own hands? Gives you inspiration. Gives the user the power to wield thunder and lightning. After hearing Chen Mu's words, Sujia couldn't help but fall into silence. Can you learn this thing just by looking at it? Moreover, can this Thor's spear really give the user the power of thunder and lightning? This gun is called Thor's spear. Could it really be comparable to Thor's hammer? In response to Chen Mu's verse, Sujia had no choice but to remain silent. She wanted to refute, but found that what Chen Mu said seemed to be true. In particular, when she saw Chen Mu raising his left hand and lightning jumping on his fingertips, she already knew. Chen Mu wasn't bragging, nor was he in Versailles. He really created the Thunder God's spear that could give the user the power of Thunder God. But the question is, can humans really create such a thing? Could this guy Chen Mu be an alien in human skin? No, aliens are not that powerful, right? Thor and his companions are gods of Asgard, but they are actually aliens, and they are not that outrageous, are they? Tell me, if we manufacture Thor's spear in large quantities and equip each of our soldiers so that everyone can master this power, what do you think will happen? Throwing the Thor's spear to Sujia, Chen Mu asked casually. It's amazing? If every comrade can be equipped with this thing, then the strength of our army will definitely be improved to an unimaginable level. Well, although the strength of the Chinese army is actually unimaginable now. By the way, can't Thor's spear be like Thor's hammer, where only the kind and righteous can use it? Sujia looked at Chen Mu curiously and said, I see you can also use Thor's spear. Doesn't Thor's spear have this limitation? Chen Mu's face darkened. Who are you looking down on? Is it strange that I can't lift Thor's hammer? In this world, I'm afraid 99% of people can't lift it. So what's the point of holding on to me? You are aloof, but you can lift Thor's hammer. That's pretty impressive, right? As the forger of Thor's spear, it is reasonable for him to be able to use Thor's spear, right? Yes, there is a magic called Odin's blessing on Thor's hammer. He can identify the user's heart. Only kind and righteous people can pick it up. I didn't carve this magic on this Thor's spear. In addition to the blessing of magic, Thor's hammer itself, which is made of the core of perseverance, is extremely heavy. It is impossible for ordinary people to lift it. Even though Thor's hammer looks light when he is held in his hand and is almost playing with it, it is actually very heavy. Why does it look so light? Don't ask, asking is magic. The Thor's spear made by Chen Mu is actually made mainly of vibranium. It weighs only a few dozen kilograms by itself, and most people can lift it. However, with the blessing of magic, it weighs several tons, and ordinary people can't lift it at all. Of course, if there is someone like the Hulk or Spider-Man who has that much strength, he can also pick it up by force. But if restrictions are added, it is useless to pick it up, and the magic inside cannot be activated. You cannot obtain the power of Thor, and you cannot activate the magic on Thor's spear. Although he was full of complaints in his heart, Chen Mu still said this. To be honest, if Odin's blessing was really engraved on Thor's spear, Chen Mu might not be able to use it, even though he was a forger. This spear is just an experiment to verify the forging technology, so it doesn't have this magic engraved on it. Chen Mu didn't want to continue talking about whether he was a kind person or not, so he said, well, I'm just asking you if you have any suggestions. You can bring them up and see. After all, this Thor's spear is just a sample, not the final version. First of all, it is very important to identify the user. Sujia felt the power of Thor coming from the Thor's spear, looked at Chen Mu, and said seriously, only a kind and righteous person can use it, otherwise it will fall into the hands of bad people and cause great trouble. Also, it would be best if it could fly back to the user's hand like Thor's hammer does. This is simple. For Chen Mu, this question was not difficult. He had already completely analyzed Thor's hammer and had already listed all the magic on it. Magic like Odin's blessing was naturally taken out separately. After upgrading and deciphering it, you just need to modify the trigger conditions. At that time, we will set a prerequisite for the use of Thor's spear, which is kindness and justice. However, just being kind and just is not enough to use Thor's spear. I will add another condition. Only those who have patriotic feelings towards China in their hearts can use it. Adding this condition can actually avoid a lot of trouble. First of all, even if the enemy gets the Thor's spear, they have no way to use it. Secondly, even if there are spies or the like in the army in the future, as long as their minds are not pure or they have malicious intentions towards China, he will not be able to take them down, let alone use the power of Thor in them. Finally, if Thor's spear is promoted nationwide in the future, it may end up in the hands of many ordinary people. These ordinary people are definitely not all patriotic people. People like those with yellow skin and white hearts, those who hate the country, etc., will not be able to use Thor's spear even if they get it. In this way, there is no need to worry about Thor's spear falling into the hands of people with ulterior motives. So only people who care about China can use it? Are you discriminating? However, when Sujia heard Chen Mu's words, he smiled happily. The setting is good. As long as one is patriotic, kind, and just, no matter whether he is in the army or an ordinary citizen in the country, as long as he can pick up Thor's gun, he is qualified to obtain the power of Thor. Of course, Thor's spear also has the ability to fly. It is engraved with a flying magic circle. With sufficient energy, it can also fly freely in the air. It can even be controlled by the user, like a flying sword, to take people's heads from hundreds of miles away. The Thor spear in your hand is not a perfect product. Your suggestions can make it more perfect. Perhaps the power of Thor's spear made by Chen Mu is not as strong as Thor's, but its value lies in its large quantity. 1 or 2 may not be as good as Thor, but what about 10 or 8? What if it's 100,000 or 80,000? When Thor saw this, he said his head hurt. If China wants to achieve rapid development, it is certainly not enough to just develop the military, but the people must also have strong power. Establishing the Magic and Martial Arts Academy is only the first step, and the target audience is only young people. What if they are young or middle-aged? Magic and martial arts schools are obviously not suitable for them. Perhaps in the future, we can open classes for middle-aged and elderly people. People of this age, like Doctor Strange, can learn magic from scratch. There must be people of this age who also have talent. Therefore, magic tutoring classes for middle-aged and elderly people can also be established in the later stage. About the automatic return of Thor's spear? This question is actually simple. Just install a portal on Thor's spear. After Thor's spear is lost, it can return to the user through the portal. Now the magic of the portal has been completely cracked by Chen Mu, and he has used it in various ways. The Kirin armor can open a portal to fight and catch the opponent off guard. We are even now preparing to place a portal on a manned rocket and wait for the rocket to be sent into space. At that time, we can directly open the portal to space. It can enable China's aerospace industry to advance by leaps and bounds. I heard that the space agency is now building a space station on the ground, and is preparing to open a portal in space to put the space station into the mirror space and teleport it directly into space. This method is basically zero cost and allows China to enter the space age in minutes. Magic and technology develop together and complement each other, and their development speed is simply outrageous. If we rely solely on the power of technology to place a huge space station in space, the resources required will be enormous. But if we use magic, it can be done in minutes. By the way, this is the plan sent by the Aviation Bureau. Take a look. Reluctantly putting the Thor spear back on the table, Sujia took out a stack of documents from his briefcase and placed them on Chen Mu's desk. What plan? Chen Mu was full of curiosity about this Tiangong Space Station project. Chen Mu picked up the Tiangong plan in his hand curiously and looked at it carefully. The plan was written in great detail and Chen Mu finished reading it quickly. According to the space agency's plan, a manned space rocket would be launched within the next week to send astronauts to the designated location. The astronaut is Zai Gang, a soldier who followed from the Shenmao Bureau to the space agency. He has a very strong physique and only needs simple training to be able to perform the tasks of an astronaut. He will carry a personal space with him and take the Tiangong space station directly into space. He will also build a portal next to the Tiangong space station. This portal device will be opened when needed to continuously send materials from the ground to space. The Tiangong space station will be built at a very fast speed and become an artificial celestial body larger than the International Space Station. This will be China's first and necessary step in exploring the universe. This Tiangong plan is similar to Chen Mu's space station plan in his previous life. The difference is that in this world, with his own help, the Tiangong space station will be built at a very fast speed and basically does not consume too many resources. In Chen Mu's original world, China had spent a huge amount of manpower and material resources to achieve this step. Countless people's life energy was consumed on this. These people are unsung heroes and deserve admiration. Despite the international community's efforts, this group of unsung heroes managed to overcome all obstacles and make rapid progress in the field of aerospace, surpassing most countries. This is truly commendable. The Tiangong space station will serve as China's public space station to conduct some simple space experiments. Its main purpose is to distract the attention of the international community so that other plans can be better implemented. Other plans. Chen Mu opened the second plan with a curious look on his face. Nantianmen plan. After opening the plan, Chen Mu looked surprised. Using a large portal as a basis, we can transport a large amount of materials into space and build a large strategic base in space. After opening the plan, Chen Mu's expression became a little strange. In fact, the plan is very simple. It is to cooperate with the SHIE Bureau to develop a batch of weapons and vehicles suitable for space warfare, and send them directly into deep space through large portals. Following the Navy, Army, Air Force, and Rocket Force, China will once again establish a brand new military branch, the Space Force. The Space Force will be in space for a long time, and of course it will inevitably have its own exclusive vehicles, spacecraft and space fighters. Chen Mu flipped through the plan curiously. This Nantianmen plan really interested him. Kunpeng, a large-scale strategic aerospace aircraft carrier, is similar to an aerospace aircraft carrier. It will serve as a mothership in space, providing supplies and maintenance for space fighters and mechas. It is equipped with powerful energy weapons and magic weapons, various defensive energy shields, and has powerful firepower itself. It has multiple layers of plywood and can carry hundreds of Qingluan space fighters and Xingtian combat mechas, which can further expand Kunpeng's combat radius. Its power system is mainly a set of large-scale controllable nuclear fusion equipment, plus 30 large-scale arc reactors. It is very powerful and can fight in the solar system relying on its own power. This is a real space battleship and space fighter, which cannot be compared with toys like aerospace aircraft carriers on Earth. China already has the technology for large-scale controlled nuclear fusion equipment, but it has not yet fully mastered it. Today, with the support of various technologies provided by Chen Mu, large-scale controlled nuclear fusion devices have also achieved unprecedented development. Once there is enough helium-3 as fuel, this large-scale controlled nuclear fusion device can be officially started. The first space battleship truly belonging to mankind will also be born in the hands of China. The Qingluan Aerospace Fighter is an aerospace fighter developed by the Nantianmen Project, the Shenmao Bureau and the Space Administration. It is equipped with a power unit that combines an arc reactor with a fluidless vector engine, and can carry magic shells, laser weapons, electromagnetic weapons, and a variety of guided weapons. It is equipped with space folding technology, which allows it to carry more supplies and ammunition. It also has space portal technology, which makes it very fast whether in combat or movement. In the tactical concept of the Nantianmen plan, the Qingluan fighter will mainly rely on the Kunpeng large-scale strategic aerospace aircraft platform to undertake various air control, penetration, and terminal strike missions. The Xingtian tactical mecha is a new type of tactical mecha developed based on orbital airborne operations. Many of its key technologies, such as power, armament, and materials, draw on the latest achievements of various weapons and equipment of the Kylin armor. It is several times larger than the Kirin armor, reaching a height of 20 to 30 meters, and integrates a large number of Kirin armor's equipment, whether it is space expansion technology or space portal technology. Despite its huge size, it has very flexible movements and maneuverability, making it more lethal in war. This thing is exactly like an enlarged version of the Kirin armor, a space mecha that has undergone adaptive modifications to suit the space environment. Looking at the Nantianmen plan, Chen Mu couldn't help but marvel at it. It seems that the flower growers are preparing to start vigorously developing space technology. But it is also true that, unlike the Americans, China focuses more on development. Development, of course, is inseparable from resources. There are only so many resources on Earth, and they are occupied by various countries. It is actually very troublesome to obtain resources on Earth. Since the resources on Earth are limited, it is natural for China to set its sights on the universe. Compared to the vast universe, there is no need to smash your head for the few resources on Earth. Are these plans jointly formulated by the Space Agency and the Shenmao Bureau? Chen Mu was full of curiosity about this. He knew that after the end of Avengers, S.H.I.E.L.D., on behalf of humanity, together with some aliens, established the SWORD organization, which was specifically responsible for handling matters related to the universe. It also interfered in the development of cosmic resources, as if the cosmic resources belonged to them. The Avengers have not yet been established, let alone SWORD. However, Chen Mu, who is not at all interested in these American organizations, naturally does not want SWORD to appear in the future. Even if the Tianjian Bureau is established in the future, Chen Mu feels that China must keep itself out and draw a clear line between itself and them. My family, its heart must be different. Form an alliance with aliens and establish a cooperative organization? What a joke! Chen Mu is a loyal fan of the Dark Forest Law. He has never had even the slightest trust in aliens? Look at Asgard. As an alien, Chen Mu has always been repelled by Asgard. This is also true for the entire China. Aliens are never trustworthy. The universe is a dark forest, and every civilization is a hunter with a gun. You must be careful, for the woods are full of prowling hunters like him. If he discovered other life, there was only one thing he could do: shoot it. In this forest, hell is other people, an eternal threat, and any life that reveals its existence will be quickly destroyed. In the Marvel Universe, a completely different development has occurred. Different cosmic civilizations are able to coexist peacefully. Although there are wars and several powerful empires that like to invade other civilizations, there are very few cases of directly destroying a civilization. China loves peace. Although it will not take the initiative to launch a dark forest attack, it will not give up its defenses. China does not have the intention to harm others, but it will never lose its guard against others. China will not have any intention of letting down its guard against these aliens, which it has never encountered before and which even look completely different from them. Therefore, in order to cope with future challenges from the universe, China must have means of countermeasures. The Nantianmen project is a pre-plan for the Tianting project. In the future, our country will have more space development projects. Wow, is this the sci-fi heaven? A new organization will be established above the SUMA to be in charge of matters related to contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. It will be called the Eastern Celestial Court. We will simply call it the Celestial Court. All matters related to Asgard will also be transferred to the Celestial Court organization. Sujia placed another piece of information in front of Chen Mu. You usually spend most of your time in the lab, so you were not present when these plans were drafted. Take a look at these plans first. The science fiction heaven plan is the coordination of all these sub-plans. The Nentianmen project is only the most advanced plan of the science fiction Heavenly Palace project. Whether it is the Kunpeng space mothership or the Qingluan aerospace fighter, their combat radius is actually only between the Earth and the Moon, or a larger range. They cannot even be called real space battleships. While the Nentianmen plan was being implemented, there was another plan, the Guanggan Palace plan. Chen Mu picked up the Guanggan Palace plan and took a look at it. Wow, relying on China's existing lunar exploration project, they brought the teleportation device to the moon, and then secretly opened the portal to build a large city directly inside the crater on the back of the moon, Guanggan Palace. A super-large industrial city will be built directly on the moon, and the moon will be used as a bridgehead for China to explore the universe. The existence of Guanggan Palace will bring various large-scale production equipment to the moon, and it will become China's most important production base. Future space carriers and space fighters will all be produced on the moon, thus avoiding the eyes of other countries. Moreover, there are a large number of various resources on the moon, which can not only be completely self-sufficient, but also feed back to the Earth and provide China with a large amount of industrial resources. Moreover, establishing a base and a fleet on the moon can also serve as the first line of defense for the Earth. Although we don't like some other countries, after all, the Earth is the planet where China is located. No matter what, we must protect the Earth. As for other countries, we just protect them. According to the plan, the Shenzhou 7-manned space rocket will be launched soon. All of this will be the beginning of the universe development plan. But, for some reason, Chen Mu always felt that all this was a bit weird. In the Marvel world, was space technology being developed seriously? This is somewhat inconsistent. But there is a way. It is still very necessary to establish a sci-fi heaven to directly fight against other alien civilizations in the universe. There have always been many smart people, and Chen Mu has never thought that there are no other smart people in this world. The science fiction Heavenly Palace project was jointly created by the Space Agency and the Shenmao Bureau. Among them, all kinds of weapons and equipment in the Nentianmen plan, whether it is Kunpeng, Qingluan, or Xingtian Mecha, are all based on existing technologies and have been designed by Chinese scientists. Of course, because domestic scientists have not yet mastered magic, these warships and mechas are basically all equipped with technological equipment. However, because scientists are aware of the existence of magic, they have also reserved space for the depiction of magic circuits. This requires Chen Mu to perfect it. The combination of magic and technology, in everyone's opinion, definitely has a bright future. First we will develop the moon, then Mars, and finally the major planets in the solar system. All of them will be occupied by our flower-growing family, and permanent fortifications will be built. Chen Mu was also quite interested in this. The Qingluan space fighter is similar to the 6th-generation aircraft, and our country is already building a verification aircraft. In this regard, Sujia said, after some time, we will go to Asgard to exchange ideas. Maybe we can get more powerful space battleships and more powerful engine technology from them. A cosmic civilization like theirs must have things like light-speed engines. After casually taking a look at the designs of the battleships and fighter planes, Chen Mu discovered that although the engine technology of these equipment was the most powerful technology available, it was still a little short of what it could take to truly set foot in the universe. After all, technological progress does not happen overnight, it requires a development process. No wonder, Chen Mu would not allow his own country's warships to use backward technology, not even a single bit of it. Aren't we going to visit Asgard? Then, I'll ask you to visit Asgard's spaceship and take a look at their engine technology. As a country that is very famous in the universe, it must have a lot of powerful technologies. There is definitely a light-speed engine, and also space jump technology. In the Marvel universe, the way different civilizations in the universe make contact and travel long distances is basically through space jump technology. Even the Milan spacecraft in the later Guardians of the Galaxy had this technology. Although the firepower and attack power of the Guardians of the Galaxy fighter are poor, they are capable of traveling ultra-long distances. Space jump technology is a very widely used long-distance travel technology in this universe. This kind of technology is the future of the universe. Asgard must have this kind of technology. When the time comes, as long as Chen Mu goes to Asgard, won't it be easy to get it? As for you saying that I plagiarized your technology, if my technology is more advanced than yours, what would you say? If this world's space jump technology were to be placed in the neighboring three-body universe, Zhang Bahai would probably cry with envy. If the Earth of the whole world has this technology, why would we need to resort to escapism? We can just go directly to the mother planet of the three-body and confront them head-on. But in the Marvel world, space jump technology is the most common technology. As long as a civilization has set foot in the universe, it has basically mastered this technology. It is simply impossible for a spacecraft equipped with a light-speed engine to travel long distances. The scale of the universe is often tens or hundreds of light years. Even if you travel at the speed of light, it will take dozens or hundreds of years to fly. By the time you arrive at the battlefield, even the flowers will have withered. Therefore, in the Marvel universe, space jump technology is a technology that must be mastered. Asgard will definitely have more advanced engine technology, but there's no way Asgard will give it to us for free, right? The Su family seemed a little worried. Engine technology has always been a problem for China. From ordinary cars to military aircraft, etc., China, which has been strangled by foreign countries for many years, has always found it very difficult to obtain advanced engine technology. It is obvious that this technology is already very advanced and developed internationally, but if China wants to develop it, it must start research from scratch. Because of such historical issues, Su Jia, as a Chinese, is very worried. Although Asgard is an alien race and has nothing to do with the West in essence, their appearance and features are basically the same as Westerners. This made Su Jia think that Asgard would have the same character as Westerners. If you want to obtain Asgard's engine technology, will you let us exchange some of our technology? Although China's technological development level is not as high as Asgard's for the time being, it does have some powerful technologies that Asgard cannot match. Let's not talk about anything else, just talk about the Hulk. In Asgard, Thor is the one in charge of military power and is extremely powerful, but here in China, he is easily pinned to the ground and rubbed by the Hulk. From this we can see that the Hulk's power is far beyond that of Thor. Just based on this technology, Asgard would probably be interested in it. However, a strong military force is also the foundation of China. Whether it is the Hulk transformation technology or the Kirin armor technology, it is absolutely impossible to let them slip out. Even if it is from Asgard, China will never give them this technology. Exchange? How is that possible? We are just going to visit. Do they want us to use our skills as a ticket? Chen Mu chuckled and said that exchange was impossible, never possible. As long as Chen Mu gets his hands on it, what secrets can Asgard's technology have? Whether it is the light speed engine or the space jump technology, as long as Chen Mu gets his hands on it, all of these will be in his pocket. So, you want China to exchange technology for you? You are dreaming. If you're just visiting. Su Jia was still a little worried. It's okay. With this kind of technology, you can learn it just by looking at it. There's no need to exchange your own skills for it. In this regard, Chen Mu expressed full confidence. Can science and technology be learned at a glance? I have little education, so don't lie to me. Su Jia wanted to refute Chen Mu's bold words, but then he realized that Chen Mu seemed to have been doing this all along. Be it the Kirin armor technology, the arc reactor technology, the Hulk transformation plan, the Thor spear, and so on, even the 5th generation aircraft technology provided by Chen Mu. Can these things be learned? There is no place to plagiarize. Maybe this guy Chen Mu really can learn it just by taking a look. It looks like this Thor spear is a failure. We'll deal with it later. The first Thor spear, which was used for verification purposes, was still lacking many functions and was imperfect, so Chen Mu naturally didn't care much about it. Anyway, if we master the manufacturing technology, we will have better ones. So Chen Mu prepared to deal with this Thor spear and prepare to remake it. No, you might as well give it to me. Although it is a defective product, Su Jia does not despise it. He looks at Chen Mu with resentment. Can this thing be thrown away casually? Even if you don't use it yourself, it's nice to have it as a collection. The Shenmao Bureau is China's agency that handles affairs on Earth. The Heavenly Court organization established by this science fiction Heavenly Court plan is China's agency that handles affairs in the universe. Similarly, Chen Mu also took up a position in the Heavenly Court, similar to a position as a technology consultant. From now on, all matters related to communication and contact with extraterrestrial civilizations will be handled by the Heavenly Court. Therefore, all the communication with Asgard this time was handed over to the hands of heaven. But it is very interesting, the Eastern Heavenly Court will visit the Western Immortal Palace in the near future. In terms of momentum, it is not inferior to the other, and its symbolic meaning is very important. The Eastern Heaven can fully represent the culture and beliefs of China. In the future, through exchanges with other civilizations, Heaven will also perfectly promote China's culture and strength. Time passed quickly, and 2 months went by in a flash. During these 2 months, Chen Mu also improved the several warships and armors planned for Nantianmen. Since the physical objects have not been manufactured, there is no way to upgrade them by relying on the system. We can only rely on the existing knowledge reserves to transform them. Of course, even with the current technical content, it is not inferior at all. The Kunpeng mothership, as the flagship of the space fleet, is very large in size. Judging from its design drawings, it is not inferior to the Temple spacecraft of the future Thanos. The huge mothership has multiple decks, with hundreds of parking spaces for fighter jets and dozens of spaces for armor. In addition, the mirror space is portrayed as a technology for space expansion, and the warehouse is equivalent to infinity. In Kunpeng's warehouse, more fighter jets and mechas can be stored without limit. A Kunpeng mothership is a powerful war fortress. Although there was no space jump engine, Chen Mu still installed a device with a portal for him. There is no problem at all in teleporting over short distances. Even the Qingluan fighter and the Xingtian mecha have been modified by Chen Mu, who added magic circuits to them, giving them magical abilities. A portal is necessary, followed by space expansion, and it is also indispensable as an ammunition depot. Then there is the magic cannon, which is naturally an indispensable method of attack. The Xingtian armor and Qingluan fighter will be the main force in China's future and in space wars. After 2 months, the system's production function was finally freed up. Because the first man-made immortal god, Neza, was finally born. How do you feel? Looking at the spirited young man in front of him, Chen Mu asked curiously. Feelings? Great. Neza looked at his hands, feeling his immense power at the moment, and couldn't help but say so. He is a character created based on Neza in Huiguo mythology as a template. In his mind, he also considers himself a Chinese. In Neza's consciousness, he identifies himself as a Chinese. Moreover, in Neza's mind, fighting for his own nation and country is also natural. My body is very strong, but I still need my own weapons. Neza had fought with warriors like Wang Wei before. With his own strength alone, Neza can even suppress the Hulk. In just a few days, he has learned a lot of Chinese combat martial arts skills and has easily mastered various martial arts. It has to be said that Neza's talent in martial arts is unmatched. It is true that you can learn these martial arts just by taking a look. Coupled with his extremely strong physical fitness, Neza's strength at this moment is truly unimaginable. However, in Neza's opinion, this is not enough. All of this is not enough. He needs weapons of his own so that he can fully exert his strength and protect his country. Fire-pointed spear, Hunshin Ling, Hot Wheels. This is Neza's 3-piece suit, and also his iconic weapon. The fire lance is easy to deal with. If you can find some more advanced materials and add powerful fire magic, you can easily make it. The same goes for Hot Wheels, which can be created by coming into contact with powerful fire magic. As for the Hun Tianling, does it have to be this style? Can it be made into a battle armor? No problem. We are going to Asgard to learn some magic and the forging methods of divine weapons. When we come back, I will make you a special weapon. Chen Mu did not refuse and agreed to Neza. According to the plan, he would soon go to Asgard to pay a state visit to him. And Chen Mu's plan can also be launched from this. First, we must acquire the technology of spacecraft, light speed engine and space jump technology. This is a must and is very important for the future development of space resources. Another thing that life must do is to come into contact with the magic of Asgard. During these 2 months, Master Ancient One took some time to give Chen Mu some magic training. Of course, it was just Master Ancient One releasing various magics in front of Chen Mu. These magics are basically all from Earth, ranging from simple to difficult. Master Ancient One intends to let Chen Mu learn all the spells from Earth first. After Chen Mu is able to fully master it, I will teach him other advanced magic. There aren't actually that many magics on Earth, nor are they very advanced, but no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat, so Chen Mu still analyzed all of them. And he refined its magic circuits and added them to his own technical library, so that he would always have the opportunity to use them in the future. And this time when I came to Asgard, I naturally had the opportunity to get in touch with the magic of Asgard, which was one of the reasons why Chen Mu came here. By the way, speaking of fire magic, right now, there is something called the Eternal Fire in Asgard's treasury. After Odin's death in the future, Hela used the Eternal Flame to resurrect her undead warriors. Even with the blessing of the Eternal Flame, Surtur completely destroyed Asgard. This is Ragnarok. The power of the Eternal Fire is naturally unimaginable. If we can get this thing, it would be very suitable to make the fire spear and Hot Wheels for Neza, right? Moreover, in Chen Mu's opinion, only the Eternal Fire is worthy of Neza. The Eternal Fire is a magical item, so Chen Mu will naturally get it as long as he has the chance. In addition to the Eternal Fire, there are many interesting and powerful items in Asgard's treasury. These things are all magical artifacts. If Chen Mu could touch them, then the purpose of this trip to Asgard would be perfectly achieved. Things like the Icebox, the Eternal Fire, and even the Infinite Gauntlet, Chen Mu must try to get all of these things. Is everyone here? On the parade grounds of the SUMA, a group of people are planning to go on a diplomatic mission to Asgard. Everything is ready. The leader is the director of the Shenmao Bureau, Zhang Xian. The Heavenly Court has just been established and the personnel have not yet been selected, but most of the members will be elected from within the Shenmao Bureau. At this moment, Zhang Xian also serves as the head of the Heavenly Court. He will be the leader of this trip to Asgard. The delegation consisted of only 20 people, including Chen Mu, Neza, and Sujia. Including Zhang Xian, they occupied 4 places, and the remaining 16 people were all soldiers. Because Asgard advocates personal strength, these powerful warriors are naturally the best diplomats. After confirming that everyone was present, they all came to the place where Thor and his team had teleported using the Rainbow Bridge last time. At this moment, there was a magic circle of the Rainbow Bridge carved on the ground. When everyone stepped onto the magic circle, a colorful beam of light descended from the sky, and everyone disappeared between the rainbow bridges. Because of several teleportation experiences, the Earth's magnetic field changed. This time, the people from the American Shield had already mobilized Chinese satellites in space to monitor this place. When they saw from the satellite that the people from SHIELD were taken away by the light column, the entire SHIELD suddenly became lively. Rainbow Bridge magic, analyzing, 50%, 80%, 100%, analysis completed. When we arrived at Asgard through the Rainbow Bridge, a voice came from the system. Before, when Thor and his companions took the Rainbow Bridge to Earth, the system had already analyzed it, but it was not completely analyzed at that time. Later, when Thor and his companions left, it was analyzed again. And now, after personally riding on the Rainbow Bridge, Chen Mu finally got this magic. The Rainbow Bridge is a magic spell, but also a magical device. Generally, when Asgard teleports, it uses the Rainbow Bridge equipment, which can directly deliver Asgard's army to any corner of the universe. This magic is extremely powerful. As long as you know the location and have enough energy, you can ignore the distance in space. It is much more powerful than space jump technology. Haha, welcome, my friends, welcome to Asgard. Just as Chen Mu and others stood firm, they heard a heroic laugh. The golden-haired Thor and his brother Loki, dressed up in their best, came to welcome the delegation from China. Behind him was a ceremonial team dressed in traditional attire, and his friends, the 4 warriors of Tiangong. Thor walked up to Wang Wei and others and patted them on the shoulders. In Thor's eyes, only these warriors can gain his friendship. Hello, Mr. Zhang Xian, I'm glad to be in Asgard. Unlike Thor, Loki came to Zhang Xian with a smile and greeted him formally. He is not like Thor, who only has muscles in his head. Naturally, he knows who is the most important person among Chen Mu and his group. Of course, it was still wrong, but Zhang Xian was indeed the leader of this mission. I'm glad to be here in the legendary realm of God, Asgard. Zhang Xian's visit was very formal and formulaic. After shaking hands with Loki, he walked out of the Rainbow Bridge. Tisk tisk, it's worthy of being Asgard, which has existed for tens of thousands of years. It looks really magnificent. At the end of the team, Chen Mu walked slowly, as if he was a country bumpkin coming into the city, touching and looking around. Rainbow Bridge device, analyzing, 1%, 10%, 50%. The Rainbow Bridge is not only magic. Chen Mu has already analyzed the magic, but he has not yet mastered the technology of this large device, the Rainbow Bridge. So, now he is naturally trying to get it. I say, don't do this, it's quite embarrassing. Sujia couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so she came to Chen Mu and whispered, and she gave him a low reminder. Zhang Xian and the others have already left. Oh, let's go then. Seeing that almost everyone had walked out, Chen Mu did not stay in the hall of the Rainbow Bridge any longer. After looking at the gatekeeper Heimdall, he followed the team and walked outside. Anyway, the Rainbow Bridge connected to this device is also part of the overall equipment. When walking on the bridge, Chen Mu's system can still analyze the device of the Rainbow Bridge. 90%, 100%, analysis completed. The Rainbow Bridge device has also been analyzed, and if there is an opportunity, he plans to build a similar device in China. At that time, as long as we know the location, we can just send our troops to the border and let the world feel the pressure from China. By the way, if there is a chance, try to get the magic on Heimdall. Not only does he have the power of Odin bestowed by Odin, but his eyes also have special abilities. He can see all places in the 9 realms, ignore space and time, and his vision is unobstructed. This is amazing, a super enhanced version of X-ray vision and clairvoyance. Also, Heimdall's sword is not a simple thing. It is not only a divine weapon that is very sharp and strong, but it is also the key to the Rainbow Bridge and has the magic to use the Rainbow Bridge. You have arrived just in time for my coronation. At this time tomorrow, I will become the king of Asgard. It's a good opportunity for you to watch the ceremony. Thor, who led the delegation to the Asgard palace, said this with a smug look on his face. He was arm in arm with Wang Wei and others, and did not look like a crown prince at all. The heroic Thor does not care about the so-called etiquette constraints. For him, he is only interested in powerful warriors. Crowned king. Zhang Xian, who knew nothing about the situation in Asgard, was full of curiosity. What we know about Asgard basically comes from Western European mythology, but as to how much truth there is in it, that is unknown. Not to mention anything else, in mythology, the evil god Loki is Odin's brother. Unexpectedly, in Asgard, Loki became Odin's youngest son. Therefore, Zhang Xian's understanding of Asgard is limited to its name. My father is old now. He will step down from his duties as the king of Asgard. In the future, I will lead Asgard to a greater future. Thor had a serious look on his face, with a fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. Unlike Odin's cowardice at the moment, Thor was obviously a radical. He wanted to restore Asgard's reputation, so naturally he had to use strength to achieve this goal. Zhang Xian was confused. Isn't this right? From the looks of you, you seem to be a war advocate? Although it has little to do with me, if Asgard is caught in the flames of war, it will not be good for China, right? After all, we just signed the Peace Coexistence Treaty. Don't let Asgard go to war right after signing it and ask for our support. Should we refuse? Or refuse? Anyway, China certainly does not want to be involved in any war, especially a war that has nothing to do with itself and has no interests involved. It's totally unnecessary. Let's go. I have arranged accommodation for you. Tomorrow morning, Asgard will start my coronation ceremony on time. I hope you can all come by then. Thor did not notice Zhang Xian's expression. He said indifferently and wanted to take Wang Wei and other soldiers away to practice on the training ground. Thor, who was full of muscle, wanted to practice with a strong man, even though he knew he couldn't beat the other person. Zhang Xian, a diplomat, and Chen Mu, a technology consultant, followed the servants arranged by Thor and went directly to the residence arranged for them in Asgard. Asgard, the divine realm, analyzing, 1%, 5%, 100%, analysis completed. The power of Asgard, analyzing, 1%, 5%, 100%, analysis completed. A few hours later, standing on the balcony of his room, looking at the unique sunset of Asgard, Chen Mu picked up a cup of tea, drank it all, his face full of joy. This time when he came to Asgard, he had not yet been able to come into contact with various technologies, let alone enter the Odinberg vault, but in this short period of time, he had already obtained some particularly powerful things. The magic of the Rainbow Bridge, and the Rainbow Bridge itself. In addition, after several hours of analysis, Chen Mu found Asgard floating in the universe and analyzed it in its entirety. Asgard, the divine realm, is considered a magical item similar to a divine artifact. It is directly controlled by the system. This also means that Chen Mu can also build another Asgard and place it directly in the universe. Chen Mu, who has mastered the technology, can also directly create a giant building complex suspended in space. Of course, even with the help of the system, Chen Mu could copy another Asgard, but this was not what Chen Mu wanted. Asgard's architectural style is still biased towards the west, which seems very out of place for China. In this case, Chen Mu directly chose to upgrade it. What surprised Chen Mu was that the upgrade process of Asgard actually took 2 months, which even completely exceeded the previous Eternals. At that time, it only took 1 afternoon to analyze the Eternals' technology, but it took a full month to upgrade it, and it took another 2 months to create Neza. At this moment, it would take 2 months just to upgrade Asgard, the divine realm, and it is unknown how long it would take to manufacture it. However, after a preliminary understanding, Chen Mu also knew that the architectural style of the divine realm Asgard could be directly changed after upgrading. Coincidentally, isn't China planning to build a sci-fi heaven? Using the technology obtained from the divine realm and relying on the system, a real heaven can be directly created. As for the power of Asgard, this thing is the ability of Hela later. As long as you stand in Asgard, you can borrow the power of Asgard and possess endless magic power. In this regard, after creating the Heavenly Palace in the future, Chen Mu can also designate a person to possess the power of the Heavenly Palace. As long as he is within the scope of the Heavenly Palace, he can mobilize its power and be invincible. The next day, Thor's coronation ceremony was in full swing. All the Asgardians came to the main square. Everyone was cheering for Thor and welcoming the new king of Asgard. On the viewing stand, Chen Mu and others were also dressed in military uniforms, watching everything with solemn expressions. To be honest, Chen Mu and others were very curious about this traditional coronation ceremony. It was their first time seeing it, so they naturally watched it with great interest. Asgard's population is not large, probably only a few 100,000 people. Facing everyone's gaze, Thor, wearing armor and holding Thor's hammer, walked proudly towards Odin on the high platform amid cheers. Odin is a very old man, wearing golden battle armor and holding the eternal spear. One of his eyes is covered by a blindfold, and the only remaining eye is still shining brightly. Thor Odinson, my heir, my eldest son, I gave you the hammer of Thor in the past. Whether it is a weapon of destruction or a tool of construction, its power is unparalleled. Are you ready to use it to protect Asgard? Odin's only remaining eye stared intently at Thor, who was kneeling on one knee below. It is the best companion for a king. Hearing this, Loki, who was standing behind Odin, had a gloomy look in his eyes. Thor's hammer was given to Thor a long time ago, which means that Odin had actually decided to make Thor his successor a long time ago. This made Loki feel very uncomfortable. Are you ready to use it to protect the lives of the innocent creatures in Asgard and the rest of the 9 realms? The coronation ceremony was very grand, and everyone present looked very solemn. I'm ready, I swear. Thor looked at his father Odin with high spirits. He wants to become the king of Asgard, and he wants to lead Asgard to glory again. Do you swear to abandon your thoughts and ambitions, maintain peace in the 9 realms, and work towards their prosperity? I swear. Thor raised the hammer in his hand high, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He was only 1 step away from becoming the king of Asgard. In this case, at this moment, I, the father of the gods, Odin, declare that you. Odin looked at Thor seriously and spoke word by word, while Loki behind him had a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Frost Giant. Suddenly feeling some kind of magic and suddenly appearing in Asgard, Odin's eyes flashed with surprise, and Thor's coronation ceremony was also interrupted at this moment. What happened? Thor looked puzzled and couldn't help asking. The Frost Giant has appeared in the treasury. Odin stood up, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He glanced inconspicuously at the delegation that Chen Mu and his group were in. Seeing that they did not have any strange expressions, he eliminated the suspicion from them. Odin knew very well that Midgard had been disconnected from the 9 realms for 1,000 years because it was too weak. The people from Midgard have no idea where the 9 realms are, let alone any intersection with the Frost Giants of Jotunheim. After saying a few words to his queen Frigga, Odin took Thor and Loki to the treasure house. Seeing this, Chen Mu understood the situation to some extent, and the story of Thor finally began at this moment. If I guessed correctly, Loki secretly let several Frost Giants sneak into the treasury in order to steal the Frost Giants' treasure, the ice box, with the intention of disrupting the coronation ceremony. At the same time, he could also continue with his next plan, frame Thor, and make him lose the qualification to inherit the throne. Now that the magic power of the frost giant has appeared in the treasury, it is naturally also to interrupt this ceremony. Queen Frigga walked towards Chen Mu and others, and took them away from the scene. No outsiders are allowed to enter the Asgard treasury. Moreover, even they themselves don't know what is happening in Asgard, so it is naturally not convenient to let Chen Mu and others who are part of the foreign delegation know. Chen Mu, Thor invited me to help. He said he was going to Jotunheim to do something big. What do you think? Should I go? At night, Neza knocked on Chen Mu's door and asked with some hesitation. Because of his own strength, Neza quickly became friends with Thor. There is no need to say much about Neza's strength. He was shaped based on the body of the Eternals and evolved. His strong physical fitness is much stronger than that of ordinary Eternals. Even Icarus, the strongest man on Earth, would be beaten by Neza. Neza possesses a super physique, super strength, super recovery ability, flight, and energy control. Although he seems like an enhanced version of King, in fact, it is a complete qualitative change. The Eternals all have the ability to call on the energy of the universe, and so does Neza. Cosmic energy can be said to be the existence of another dimension. It is everywhere in the universe, but for now, no one except the Eternals can call upon it. In scientific terms, cosmic energy is the dark energy that is ubiquitous throughout the universe. As creations of the celestial gods, the Eternals are able to directly call upon cosmic energy to attack. Therefore, Neza, who can call upon cosmic energy at any time, does not need magic power or arc energy. Cosmic energy is a higher level of energy. If Neza uses cosmic energy to attack directly like Kinj, his attack power will be at least 10 times stronger than Kinj. At the same time, no matter whether it is magic or energy weapons, in Neza's hands, there is no need for a reactor or magic power. He has endless cosmic energy to call upon. As long as Neza's physical strength is not a problem, he can maintain the most powerful state anytime and anywhere. So, before, when Thor was looking for someone to practice with, he was easily taught a lesson by Neza. This made Thor very depressed. He originally thought that Neza, a young man who looked only about 16 or 17 years old, should be the weakest one among Wang Wei's group of warriors. Thor, who wanted to get back at his enemies, didn't care about his own means and was ready to pick a weak target. Unexpectedly, he did not find the softest persimmon, but chose the hardest steel plate. Neza does not have the power of the Hulk, but his own strength surpasses that of the Hulk. Coupled with Neza's talent in martial arts, he was able to easily master various Chinese martial arts. In addition, he could use cosmic energy to replace internal force, and he could pin Thor to the ground in minutes, which dealt a deep blow to Thor. He originally thought that he lost to Wang Wei and the others only because of their Hulk power, but the appearance of Neza made him doubt his life again. Are Chinese people so fierce? Although Neza was just born and looked like a young boy, he had a very heroic character and quickly became friends with Thor. Therefore, before, Thor, who was instigated by Loki to go to Jotunheim to cause trouble, also went to Neza, hoping that Neza could help. Go to Jotunheim and fight. Chen Mu frowned and said, "That's fine, but if you do this, won't it also bring trouble to our country?" Chen Mu did not take the power of the country of Jotunheim seriously, but if someone from China took the initiative to cause trouble, it would mean something different. Chen Mu, our country will have to take this step one day. Neza looked at Chen Mu deeply, but said in a tone that was totally inconsistent with his appearance, if China wants to gain a foothold in the 9 realms, or even the entire universe, it must show its own strength. On Earth, we have many concerns and it is not easy to show our strength. However, since we are outside, since we have come to other worlds, then naturally, we don't need to think so much. In my opinion, we should take Wang Wei and the others with us, and help him attack Jotunheim as Thor's friends, so that the people of the 9 realms can see the power of our China. On Earth, China hides its strength only for better development. Today, China is no longer afraid of any country in terms of military strength. Its low-key development is only for the purpose of keeping a low profile. At the same time, when China's strength has reached its current level, China's vision has long been set beyond the Earth, and it is too lazy to pay attention to the intrigues on Earth. As long as those countries don't provoke China, China will not bother to pay attention to them. Indeed, China needs to show its sword, and it is time to demonstrate its strength. Speaking of which, it is considered an alliance with Asgard, so naturally it is necessary to show the power of Huiguo. Who knows, Odin is probably watching them right now, and he also wants to truly see the power of China. Yes, what is there to be afraid of? Are you afraid that Jotunheim will cause trouble for China? Or are they afraid that the other 9 realms will stand on the moral high ground and criticize China? Putting aside the question of whether Jotunheim's power can threaten China, let's just ask, does this thing called morality really exist in the universe? Neza's words at this moment made Chen Mu suddenly realize. There is no such thing as morality in the universe. This universe is originally a dark forest. Different civilizations are like different species. Where is the existence of morality between different species? Are you teaching morality to aliens? I'm afraid he took drugs. Different civilizations may be able to coexist, but it is absolutely impossible for them to trust each other completely. We must remain skeptical of other civilizations and always be prepared for the worst, which is to become their enemy. The establishment of diplomatic relations with Asgard was just for the purpose of testing contact. In fact, China will never fully trust Asgard from the beginning to the end. In this respect, it is similar to Nick Fury. No matter what, you have to keep something in mind for him. And now, China needs deterrence, and naturally it needs to demonstrate its strength. Thor goes to Jotunheim to cause trouble. This will be an opportunity? What did Zhang Xian say? Chen Mu was silent for a while and then asked. He asked me to ask you. Neza shrugged. It was obvious that Zhang Xian and Neza had already communicated with each other and they had the same idea, which was to get involved. Zhang Xian asked Neza to come over just to give Chen Mu some psychological counseling. No one is perfect. At this moment, Chen Mu has not completely changed his mentality. Facing an unknown alien civilization, there is no need to talk about morality. For the development of the country, he must use all means. No wonder Zhang Xian couldn't lift Thor's hammer. He was not a good man, but he was loyal to his motherland. So, what else does Zhang Xian want to say to me through you? Chen Mu waved his hands, indicating that he understood. Neza was actually just Zhang Xian's messenger. With his powerful strength, Zhang Xian could be said to be a fanatical hawk. He saw Chen Mu's indecision and his many shortcomings, but because of his identity, it was not convenient for him to point them out to Chen Mu directly. Therefore, he could only use Neza to make Chen Mu understand that when facing alien civilizations, there is no need to retain any morals. Also, you are too weak. You need to exercise. Neza smiled, looked at Chen Mu and said, although you don't need to fight, it is still necessary to have a strong body, so take the time to strengthen your body. What is morality? Morality is one of the social ideologies. It is the rules and norms for people's common life and behavior. Please note that the premise of morality is between people, that is, between the human group. There is no morality between different species. There will be morality among human societies, but there will never be such a thing as morality between humans and animals. There may be mercy and charity, but morality will never exist between humans and animals. Not to mention anything else, it's fine if you talk about morality with humans, but why don't you talk about morality with animals like chickens, ducks, pigs, etc.? Raising and slaughtering these livestock seems normal to humans. However, if this behavior is applied between humans, it is definitely not moral behavior. Of course, there are definitely some weird people who are bored to death. What about animal protection associations, environmental protection associations? Just protect them, and don't affect others. Using your own ideology to force others to abide by the same is simply bored to death. It is normal to be a vegetarian, but in Chen Mu's opinion, those vegetarians who force others to be vegetarians are weird. Similarly, there is no difference between humans and aliens, and between humans and animals. The difference is even greater. The universe is not a fairy tale, but a dark forest full of the law of the jungle. If you want to survive better in this forest, you have to make yourself stronger and let others know that you are an animal at the top of the food chain. Only in this way, others will not dare to provoke you, and will only take a detour when they see you. Even among humans, there is not necessarily such a thing as morality. Do you still expect that there is such a thing as morality between universes with different civilizations? Morality is actually unique to the Chinese nation. Some countries on Earth do not even have morality at all, and often like to stand on the moral high ground and criticize others wantonly. In the universe, among different civilizations, if we still talk about morality, we are restricting ourselves and courting our own destruction. Therefore, Chen Mu completely realized that if he wanted China to truly adapt to the universe, he must abandon the so-called morality. Morality only needs to exist within one's own ethnic group. Since he is not of my ethnic group, why should I talk about morality with him? How many people are going? Chen Mu thought about it and asked. What does China have to fear? In this incident where Thor provoked Jotunheim, China can fully demonstrate its strength. Chen Mu, knowing that he could not stop Neza and the others, became curious about this. Including Sujia and I, there will be 5 of us going together. Neza had nothing to hide, so he said directly, Wang Wei, Qiu Yun, Huang Guang, all have good relationships with Thor, and Thor also invited them, so we will go together this time. 5. Wait, Sujia is going too. Chen Mu frowned and asked curiously, why, do you look down on women? Neza rolled his eyes and said unhappily, don't be so chauvinistic. The beautiful female readers of this book will protest against you later. Even the founder of China said that women hold up half the sky. Sujia is actually very capable. Although that's true, but thinking about Thor and his group going deep into the tiger's den, it would be quite dangerous for a girl like Sujia to go there, right? After all, whether it is Wang Wei's 3 warriors or Neza, their combat effectiveness is very strong and they are all capable of defeating Thor independently. As for Sujia, apart from relying on equipment, his combat effectiveness is not too outstanding. Of course, this is only for these extraordinary people. For ordinary people, Sujia's strength is very strong. Not only does he have an excellent mind, a strong body, and agile skills, but he also has a beautiful face, a curvy figure, and so on. I got it wrong. In short, for ordinary people, Sujia, as a super agent, is like the Chinese version of Black Widow, and his strength should not be underestimated. So, those who say Sujia is weak should look at themselves first. Besides, after 2 months, although due to material problems, only 3 Thor's lance were made, 2 are still on Earth, but the other one is in Sujia's hands. In terms of his own strength, Sujia's strength at the moment should be only slightly weaker than Thor. If combined with the Kirin armor, it doesn't seem to be a big problem for him to beat Thor. No, it seems that Sujia should have two Thor spears in his hands. The first Thor's spear, which was used for verification, was also in Sujia's hands. So, thinking of this, Chen Mu felt a lot more relieved. Sujia is a rare and very capable secretary. With her help, Xiaomo technology has developed very rapidly. In just a few months, it has developed into a top-ranked technology company in the country. Of course, there must be the reason of state help, but it is undeniable that Sujia's personal ability is really very good. Therefore, Chen Mu is quite concerned about his little secretary. Besides, Eve from the Four Warriors of Asgard is also a female warrior. What is there to worry about? Neza waved his hand indifferently, and had no worries at all about the trip to Jotunheim. Forget it, can I come with you? Chen Mu didn't want to think about it anymore. He was ready to join in the fun. Anyway, with the Kylan armor, there would be no danger. There is nothing in Jotunheim that can threaten the existence of the Kirin armor. The simplest problem is that the other party can't fly, although he could use frost magic to launch long-range attacks. As long as he flew high enough, the frost giant's freezing magic would not be able to hit him at all. The extreme kite-flying tactic, although shameless, is the most effective. Chen Mu is not a warrior, so he is not that enthusiastic about fist-to-flesh combat. Okay, let's go. Neza was not worried at all about Chen Mu wanting to join in the fun. In his opinion, he could protect Chen Mu and would not let anything unexpected happen to him. Not to mention, from Thor's mouth, we learned that the frost giants are actually a very backward race. They are not very powerful and have no means to deal with the Kirin armor. As long as Chen Mu is not stupid enough to take off his armor, there will basically be no problem. After saying that, Neza took Chen Mu with him and they walked towards the gathering place together. At the entrance of Rainbow Bridge, a group of people had gathered. The two brothers Thor and Loki, with the 4 warriors of Asgard, and 3 warriors, Sujia and Wang Wei, a group of 10 people, were already waiting at the bridgehead. Let's go. Although he wondered why Chen Mu, a scientist, wanted to join in the fun, Thor didn't care too much. After giving a spirited shout, he led everyone towards the Rainbow Bridge. It's a bit cold in Jotunheim. I hope everyone is prepared. After arguing with Heimdall, Thor finally convinced him and made Heimdall agree to open the Rainbow Bridge, and Thor also gave a reminder at this time. Oh, I see. Knowing that this was directed at him, Chen Mu nodded calmly, took out a set of Kylan armor from his storage bracelet and put it on. This set of vibranium armor has been gathering dust for a long time. One of the other 2 sets of armor made at the same time has also been recycled and remade into Thor's spear. Of course, to be on the safe side, Sujia, Wang Wei, and the other 2 also took out their armor and put it on. Loki, who was standing by, glanced at him with some envy. Although he was a wizard and had the title of the first wizard in the 9 realms, for some reason, he always had the urge to hold a knife and always liked to use a small dagger to stab people. If I also had such a set of armor, and combined it with the illusion magic that I am best at, I could quietly stab someone, and I would probably be able to pierce them directly, right? Seeing that everyone was ready, Thor nodded to Heimdall, who calmly inserted the sword in his hand into the starter of the Rainbow Bridge device. Accompanied by a rainbow, Chen Mu and his party disappeared from the spot and were teleported to Jotunheim. Is this Jotunheim? Arriving in Jotunheim, Sujia couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the dilapidated buildings in front of him. Jotunheim is a world covered in ice. There used to be a very powerful civilization here. However, due to the war with Asgard, Asgard took away the most important artifact, the icebox. Jotunheim's strength suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse, and it has not been able to recover for thousands of years. For the frost giants, their world was already dead at that moment. It's really hard to see any development in thousands of years. Perhaps due to resource limitations, they have not been able to get out of their predicament for thousands of years. This shows that the frost giants of Jotunheim are really a group of guys who have not made any progress. Look at the Earth. How long has it been since humans truly started the Industrial Revolution? Given thousands of years of technological development for humankind, they would have already colonized other planets. Find La Fei first. Looking at the quiet and deserted surroundings, Thor took the lead and walked forward. In front, the most majestic building is there, which is obviously the most important place for the frost giants. Presumably, La Fei, the king of the frost giants that Thor wanted to find, was there. The group arrived at their destination quickly without any obstruction. They were on a high platform. La Fei sat on his throne, looking down at Thor and his group below. Asgardians, have you come all this way to die? Lao Fei's low voice sounded, and he looked coldly at Chen Mu and his group. With the appearance of the Rainbow Bridge before, he naturally knew where this group of people came from. After all, the Rainbow Bridge is Asgard's iconic magic. I am Thor Odinson, Thor said proudly. I already knew it. La Fei looked at Thor coldly. How could he forget that the icebox was taken away by Thor's father Odin? How did your people invade Asgard? Thor looked at the indifferent La Fei and questioned loudly angrily. How could he not be angry? If the frost giants had not sneaked into Asgard's treasury and attracted his father's attention, he would have been crowned king by now. Humph, there are many traitors in Odin's family. La Fei sat high on the throne, glanced at Loki, and then spoke to Thor. Don't even think about tarnishing the holy name of Odin's family. Hearing La Fei's slanderous words, Thor refuted without hesitation and seemed very angry. Your father is nothing but a butcher and a thief. Lao Fei still feels resentful about Odin taking away the treasure of the frost giants. So, what are you here for? Lao Fei looked at Thor with cold eyes, and it seemed as if the air had become a little colder. Little boy, are you eager to fight and prove yourself? Lao Fei sneered, looked at Thor and his companions, and turned his gaze to Neza. Sure enough, just a brat. Neza tilted his head and looked at Lao Fei with an unhappy face. Are you polite? What to tell them? Just do it. Su Jiake was a man of bad temper. When he saw countless frost giants pouring out from the building complex and looking at him and others with unfriendly eyes, he immediately took out his weapons and prepared to start fighting. Her armor directly locked onto several slowly approaching frost giants, and the hot energy cannons gathered together, which was very deterrent. It seems that this girl is from the northeast and has a bad temper. How could she tolerate seeing Lao Fei mocking her own people? Loki looked embarrassed. He didn't want to fight. He was hoping that after he returned, Thor would be stripped of his status as crown prince because of his reckless behavior this time, so that he could return to Asgard and have the opportunity to ascend the throne and become king. If a war really breaks out with Jotunheim, this is not what he wants to see. I thought Thor was reckless enough, but I didn't expect that this Chinese woman would have such an explosive temper. Didn't you see that Neza didn't get angry when he was mocked by name? Why are you angry? Wait. WTF? While Loki was still complaining in his heart, he saw that the mocked Neza actually flew up and flew quickly towards Lao Fei, with terrifying cosmic energy condensed in his hands. In his hands, a golden energy ball that was completely composed of cosmic energy was spinning at high speed, making a harsh sound of friction with the air. Haha, let's start the fight. Seeing that Neza had started to take action, Thor, who was already unable to contain his anger, rushed forward with his hammer. Wang Wei and others also operated the Kirin armor and began to accumulate energy for attack. Ammunition began to bombard the frost giants that were gathering around them. With their own ammunition depots, they didn't care about the consumption of ammunition at all. All kinds of missiles, artillery shells, and bullets were poured towards the frost giants as if they were free. There were only 5 people including Chen Mu, but they created the visual effect of an army. Seeing such an intense battle, even Chen Mu couldn't help but get excited. The armor's intelligent program, Hong Meng, quickly locked onto nearby enemies and fired several energy cannons at the frost giants, easily killing several enemies. This was the first time Chen Mu killed someone in a battle. Maybe it was because of the different races, but he didn't feel any psychological pressure at all. Seeing the exaggerated firepower of this group of people, the 4 warriors of Asgard and Loki all looked puzzled. With such fierce firepower, do you think these frost giants who rely on close combat can get close? Wait, it seems like they also play melee combat this way? Put yourself in their shoes and think about it. If these Kylin warriors were all enemies, how should they respond? No, it should be, how can I escape? With this kind of firepower, they'll just end up being eaten if they go up. The battle in Jotunheim was particularly fierce. In this cold and icy world, there was blood and fire everywhere, and explosions were heard everywhere. The firepower coverage from the earth made the magical race of the ice giants witness the horror of technology. This kind of saturation attack is just like that of a rich man. All kinds of weapons seem to be free of charge. That would be fine, but the problem is that the armor's intelligence system can accurately lock onto every enemy, and every bullet hits the ice giants solidly. Such terrible firepower coverage, coupled with precise strikes, who can withstand it? The battle at this moment is particularly fierce. Chen Mu and his men's armor are madly pouring out firepower. Facing the enemy, they will not be soft-hearted, not to mention that the enemy is not even human. The powerful firepower and terrifying lethality. The main means of combat of the frost giants is to rely on their own strong physical fitness and their innate frost magic, but when faced with the high-tech weapons from the earth, they are completely blinded. They couldn't even touch the other side, couldn't even get close, and were engulfed by the merciless metal storm. Compared to Asgard and Jotunheim's frost giants, their weapons are so backward that they are unbearable to look at. Just 5 Kirin armors are enough to carry out the massacre here. Of course this is not a massacre, it's just a difference in stance. This is a war. As long as you pick up a weapon, you are the enemy. There is no mercy. The powerful firepower of Chen Mu and the other 5 people made the 4 Asgardian warriors who followed Thor very embarrassed. They also came to help. The 4 of them also enjoy a high reputation in Asgard. Their strength is also ranked among the best in the Asgard army, otherwise they would not have this title. However, being accustomed to the traditional hand-to-hand combat, the 4 warriors of the fairy palace had never seen such a scene before. Although Asgard has also developed technology and its technological strength is not weak, how could it fight a war like China? What happened in the courtyard in recent years? Why is the war so fierce? They don't know that China has experienced hardships in modern times and suffers from a kind of firepower deficiency syndrome. In their view, no matter how strong the firepower is, it is not enough. In China's eyes, war is actually a fight about the economy and money. Only enough money can support a war. In other words, when fighting a war, don't be stingy with money. Only by using all kinds of weapons to attack the enemy can you completely eliminate the enemy. Having suffered losses in several wars, China's firepower has become even more powerful than those countries that bullied it. Just like now, a single Kylin battle armor is taken out, and its firepower is as strong as that of a reinforced regiment. Compared with Chen Mu and others who were killing everyone, the 4 warriors from the Immortal Palace who came to help made the scene look quite funny. Wang Wei and his men had no idea how many enemies they had killed, but the record of the 4 warriors was only 1 or 2 killed. These were enemies that Wang Wei and his men deliberately let go because they saw that they wanted to contribute. Otherwise, the poor 4 warriors might not get a single kill. As for Loki, this guy released an illusion as soon as the fight started, quietly hiding aside, holding a small dagger in his hand, waiting for an opportunity to grab the head. However, the powerful firepower of the Kylan armor left him no chance at all, so he was happy to hide aside and watch the show. In his heart, he was even more envious of the Kirin armor equipment at this moment. Although he is a mage, for some reason, Loki always longs for a fist-and-fist fight. Now that he sees the firepower coverage of Wang Wei and his men, he also develops a yearning for it. Perhaps, this is what a real war should be like? On the other side, Neza, who was called a little brat by Lao Fei, was also beating Lao Fei up. The frost giants are called giants mainly because they are indeed much taller than ordinary humans, especially the frost giant King Lao Fei, who is probably close to 3 meters or 4 meters tall and looks very strong. At this moment, Lao Fei was retreating step by step under Neza's powerful offensive, especially since Neza was able to use cosmic energy to attack Lao Fei fiercely from time to time. After only a few minutes of fighting, Lao Fei was beaten with bruises and a swollen face. By the way, the frost giant's skin is originally blue, so you can't see the bruises on his face. Little furry kid, huh? Neza is not a soft-hearted person. He used a series of swift and fierce moves combined with Chinese martial arts to beat Lao Fei so badly that he had no chance to fight back. After a fierce punch, Lao Fei was knocked to the ground by him, and Neza flew on Lao Fei. He stepped on his chest and looked at the latter with cold eyes. Ahem, you're not an Asgardian, who are you? Lao Fei had never seen Neza's way of attacking before, and although he knew Asgard very well, he had never seen Wang Wei and his men fight like that. So, he guessed this at once. Me? I'm just Thor's friend. Neza's foot stepped on Lao Fei's chest with a force of 1,000 pounds, making him unable to move. Neza's cold voice sounded. And I am just an ordinary Chinese. China? Where is this? Is there such a country among the 9 realms? After hearing Neza's words, this thought flashed through Lao Fei's mind, and he felt depressed. Where did Thor find these foreign players? Are they so strong? Looking at the frost giants who suffered heavy losses, Lao Fei felt very upset. The frost magic did attack the Tin Men, but without exception, the ice was unable to break through the defense of the Kirin armor and naturally could not cause any damage to them. With just these 5 Kirin armors, Lao Fei knew very well that the frost giants were no match for him at all. If we can't break the defense, what else can we do? Besides, does your firepower have to be so outrageous? You don't have any consumption? If you count carefully, up to now, the Kirin armor has never stopped firing all kinds of weapons and missiles. I really don't know how your tiny armor can carry so many weapons. Moreover, with your fighting ability, you tell me you are an ordinary person? Seeing that they were unable to do anything to Chen Mu, and that their king was being beaten by others, the frost giants became anxious and quickly released their war beasts, the frost beasts. An angry roar sounded, and 2 giant frost beasts broke out of the ice, glaring at Chen Mu and others present with their red eyes. Ha 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 ha. Thor enjoyed the fight very much. His fighting ability was stronger than the 4 warriors of Asgard, and he could also fly, so he took away quite a few heads and fought very satisfyingly. Seeing the 2 giant beasts appear, he became excited and wanted to go up with Thor's hammer in hand. Thor was a little depressed because he had his head robbed from him. Now that he saw 2 more giant beasts appear, he was naturally very excited. Take my hammer. Thor shouted excitedly and rushed towards the beast with his hammer. Looking at Thor, the god of thunder, rushing towards him, the ice beast stretched out its claws and slapped towards Thor. Unfortunately, relying on the power of Thor's hammer, the claws of the ice beast were bounced away by the powerful impact force. Ha ha ha, now you've seen how powerful I am. Before Thor could finish his arrogant words, another giant ice beast had already come to his side, raised its huge claws, and slapped Thor hard. With a slap, Thor was knocked to the ground and stepped on by the ice beast's claws. Seeing this, Chen Mu and others were speechless. You are probably here to make people laugh. Aren't you here to be funny? Seeing Thor being stepped on the ground, everyone present had a frown on their faces. I thought you were going to be awesome, but you ended up doing this? The frost beast is extremely large, as tall as several stories. It is extremely powerful, and has thick skin and tough flesh. It is difficult to break its thick skin with ordinary weapons. Wang Wei and his companions fired a wave of missiles at the ice beast, but found that they failed to cause much damage to it, so they gave up on continuing to attack with micro-missiles. After all, the size of a micro-missile is so small, and its equivalent is very small. It is indeed effective against ordinary enemies, but it is not very effective against enemies like the ice beast, which have thick skin and flesh. Damned beast, you are provoking me, the great Thor Odinson, I will kill you. Thor tried hard to lift the giant beast's paw and spoke with gritted teeth, but before he could finish his words, another giant beast saw Thor standing up and slapped him with its claws again. Thor, who was not ready yet, was knocked away again. Poor Thor, I have a great reputation all my life, but today I was played around by these 2 beasts. It's such a shame. But to be honest, Thor is no match for the siege of 2 frost beasts. Although the Asgard royal family would not suffer too much damage due to their strong physique, Thor, the god of thunder, was not very powerful at the moment, so it was expected that he would be beaten bloody by the two giant beasts. But as expected of the royal family of Asgard, they are really tough. Forget it, I'd better not count on you. Looking at this scene, Chen Mu was too tired to complain. Since you are the god of thunder, why don't you attack with thunder? Why are you engaging in close combat with others here? There's something wrong with it. Second Lieutenant Wang, show the people of Asgard how the battle should be fought. Unable to bear it any longer, Chen Mu spoke to Wang Wei, who was not far away. Yes, Chief. Don't forget that Chen Mu also has the rank of Major General. After hearing Chen Mu's words, he saluted, took off his Kirin armor, and took off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles. What's wrong with all this? The four warriors of Asgard all looked puzzled at this. You want to come out and fight the giant beast in close combat without using your ridiculously powerful armor? Were you infected by Thor? But what is the operation of taking off clothes? Is mental retardation really contagious? Under the gaze of the four warriors of the Asgard, Wang Wei, who was running towards the giant beast, suddenly expanded his body, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a green giant with exaggerated muscles, which shocked people. Oh! With a sudden step of his feet and the use of martial arts techniques, Wang Wei rushed towards the giant beast. The frost beast looked at the green fat man Wang Wei rushing towards him, and once again raised its claws that were bigger than a car and slapped him. Wang Wei also clenched his fists and suddenly punched back at him. Ayaha! A shrill scream sounded, and the arm of the frost beast was visibly twisted. Under the destruction of Wang Wei's hidden power, all the bones in its palm were broken. The extreme pain made the giant beast howl in agony. Knowing the techniques of martial arts, the Hulk can perfectly exert all his strength. This punch directly delivered power into the body of the ice beast. Hulk knows martial arts, and even gods can't handle him, let alone an unintelligent beast. Come again. Wang Wei fell to the ground, without any burden. He pushed his feet hard again, jumped up suddenly, and quickly came in front of the giant beast. An elbow to the center, without holding back like he did in the previous sparring with Thor, this strike fully exerted all of Wang Wei's strength. With a sudden elbow, the Hulk Wang Wei hit the ice beast in the chest. The giant ice beast that was screaming a moment ago suddenly stopped. Boom! There was a loud bang, which stunned everyone present. The place where Wang Wei's elbow touched didn't seem to change, but a big hole suddenly appeared on the back of the giant beast, and smelly blood, along with fragments of internal organs and bones, spurted out to the back. Thor, who had just flown back to fight the behemoth for another 300 rounds, was drenched all over and looked at the scene in front of him in confusion. Seemed a little stunned. At the same time, Thorji was also a little scared. This was not the first time he had sparred with Wang Wei, but it seemed that Wang Wei had never used his full strength like today. Thor had been hit by Wang Wei's elbow more than once or twice, but it never had the same effect as the one he had on the giant beast now. If Wang Wei had done the same to him at the beginning, Thor would probably have died. This was a technique of exerting hidden energy, which instantly killed the giant beast. Ow! Seeing its companion being killed by Wang Wei, the other giant beast turned around and ran without hesitation. They don't have intelligence, but they have the instincts of wild beasts and don't want to seek death. Wild beasts are afraid of death, and so are giants. Seeing this scene, the battlefield also stopped strangely. All the frost giants no longer dared to charge forward fearlessly. They had previously wanted to rely on the ice beasts to get back their territory, but now they found that the enemy didn't seem to be afraid of the ice beasts at all, and could even kill them easily. So how can we fight here? Their own boss, Lao Fei, had been pinned to the ground and beaten by a young brat. Even the two giant ice beasts that served as their trump cards could not survive more than 2 moves at the hands of others. If we continue to fight, wouldn't that be courting death? As intelligent ice giants, they are all cowardly at this moment. Even Lao Fei, the king of the ice giants who was stepped on by Neza, had a dazed look on his face. China? What outrageous country is this? Where on earth did these powerful monsters come from? At this moment, Lao Fei's heart was filled with fear of the name China. What? Do you want to continue fighting? Seeing that all the ice giants had stopped, Neza glanced at Lao Fei calmly and asked in a calm tone. Lao Fei felt miserable. This group of Chinese people who came out of nowhere were so incredibly strong. He has never had any friction with China, so how could he encounter such a thing? It's simply a disaster. Thor, what do you think we should do next? The 4 warriors of Asgard all looked at Thor at this moment. Thor had already wiped the dirt off his face and it fell to the ground. Although he still exudes a foul odor, he is the protagonist of this incident after all. It depends on him how to deal with it next. The reason why China came to help this time was actually to publicize its own strength. This was Zhang Xian's purpose, to let the 9 realms see the power of China. This is very important for China. How to do? Thor murmured as he looked at Wang Wei, who was walking back with an expressionless face. The distress in his heart disappeared in an instant. He grinned, looked at Lao Fei, and said, "How is it? Tell me, how did the frost giants invade our Asgard?" This is Thor. He doesn't have many ulterior motives and treats his friends sincerely. In his opinion, the more powerful Wang Wei and others are, the happier he is.